We'll be getting started in a couple of minutes. So when you're ready, sit down. No huge rush, but in a few minutes, we'll be getting started. Everyone. Hi. I hope everyone in the room can hear me and that we're all good in the live stream and that everything's fine there. Wonderful. On behalf of Security and Defence Plus, I'm honoured to welcome you all to the Athena Series, Women in Strategy Conference here in Phoenix. I'm only going to be very brief because we've got a very full programme to get to, but I first wanted to say a huge, huge thank you to all of our speakers, some of whom have travelled to be here today. We can't thank you enough for the time and enthusiasm that you have given to this event. Thank you also to the ASU staff who have helped bring this conference together, and also to all of our attendees. Thank you. We hope you have a really inspiring and thought-provoking day. Before diving into the theme of today's event, I'd like to say just a couple of words on Security and Defence Plus. As many of you know, we are a trilateral university partnership between Arizona State University, King's College London, and the University of New South Wales in Australia. The Plus Alliance partnership is between these three leading research universities on 3 continents is long-standing and rooted in a commitment to solving global challenges. The Security and Defence Plus initiative was launched in late 2022. And this past year in particular has been one of exciting growth for us. From collaborative university research projects and educational offerings to forging new partnerships and hosting thought leadership events like today's conference. We hosted the first Athena Series event in October 2024 at King's College London in partnership with the Royal Navy Strategic Studies Centre. we brought together a host of remarkable women from UK government, policy, academia, and the armed forces, including the first female commandant of the Royal Military Academy Sandhurst and the head of health and well-being at the Royal Navy. Following the success of the London event, we saw an opportunity to expand its scope. And in line with our mission and tri-national collaboration, we transformed it into a broader series. Following this event here in Phoenix, we will host the third Athena Series conference in Canberra in April. So moving on to today, it's significant that we are hosting this event just a couple of days after International Women's Day, which was celebrated on Saturday. This timing serves as a powerful reminder of the progress we've made and the work that still needs to be done in achieving gender equality. Of course, broadly, but also specifically in the realms of strategy, security, and defense. Today's conference is about spotlighting the critical contributions and leadership of women in these fields and ensuring their voices, your voices, are not only heard, but have a lasting influence on decision-making at the highest levels. To suggest that these are uncertain times is an understatement. Globally and regionally, we're seeing shifting alliances, evolving security challenges, and a renewed focus on defense priorities. Not only this, but the nature of global threats has transformed. From cyber warfare and geopolitical competition to humanitarian crises and hybrid conflicts. But amidst this complexity, one thing is clear. To develop effective, innovative, and sustainable solutions, you need a diverse range of perspectives and expertise. Women's leadership is not just strategically valuable, but essential. This is already recognized at the highest international levels, including in UN Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace and security, which calls for women's full and meaningful participation in all aspects of peace and security processes. While we have made significant strides forwards, we cannot ignore the fact that 25 years on since this was signed, gender equality in the defense sector remains a long way off. It's hard to ignore the challenges right now. But we want today to be more than just discussing those. It's about exploring opportunities, looking forward, networking and making connections, and celebrating the incredible trailblazers who will be speaking today. From Rear Admiral Al McGrockie, the first Hawaiian woman to attend the Naval Academy, to Anne-Marie Slaughter, who will be joining remotely, the first woman Director of Policy Planning in the US State Department, to our distinguished keynote speaker, General Laura Richardson, the US Army's first female combat arms general officer and the second woman in the US Army to reach the rank of 4-star general. The list of accolades held by the collection of women in the room today really is endless. So in terms of the day's agenda, we'll kick off with our keynote fireside chat, followed by our first panel, which will introduce some of the key themes of the day. After a short coffee break, we'll move into our second panel on defense policy and military reform before breaking for lunch. We'll return in the afternoon for a fireside chat with Dr. Evelyn Farkas and Professor Linda McKie. And then I'm particularly excited about our third panel on grand strategy and foreign policy. After another quick coffee break, we'll wrap up with our panel on technology, innovation, and talent before some closing remarks from S&D Plus Executive Director, Brigadier Ian Langford. At the end of each session, we'll leave time for audience Q&A, so please do feel confident to share your thoughts and ask questions. We will have mic runners, so please just be patient, as we really would like our online audiences watching the live stream to be able to hear everyone properly. Throughout today's discussions, it's really important to respect each other's opinions and voices. We anticipate that some of the conversations may feel challenging and touch on personal experiences, but our aim is to create a positive and constructive space. I've personally felt so inspired in the planning of this event and through connecting with these incredible leaders. So I hope you leave today with that same feeling. Lastly, it's significant to host this event at Arizona State University, not only because ASU is such a forward-thinking institution, but also because of its mission, to be measured not by whom it excludes, but by whom it includes and how they succeed, aligns so well with the vision of the Athena Series. So on that note, I'll pass over to Dr. Alicia Ellis, who will introduce our keynote speaker and moderate the discussion. Thank you so much for being here, and I hope you have a fantastic day.
I'm really excited about this one because General Richardson here is incredibly accomplished, as you all know. I won't read her full bio because it would take like 20 minutes, and it's in your agendas. But our guest here has done everything from flying assault helicopters to commanding combat units in Kuwait to carrying the nuclear football, which as a kid, I thought that was something Hollywood made up, but it's not, and you actually did it, to eventually taking charge of an entire U.S. combatant command. So I can only assume this conversation is going to be wildly interesting. I wish we had 2 hours for it. But thank you so much for joining us. And I think what I want to do is get started with maybe your early career and let the audience get to know you a little bit. And then we'll talk about some of your leadership roles. And then in the second half, we can get into your take on current geopolitical dynamics and U.S. strategy. Sound like a plan?
Sounds good. Well, thank you, Alicia, and thank you, everybody, and especially Lauren for all the great work that she has done. But what a great opportunity, also during Women's History Month. And so we have a lot of important things to discuss. A lot of things are happening, especially in our United States of America and in the new administration. And so some exciting things, some things that are not are exciting but challenging and look to be challenging in the future, but we'll discuss those. And so certainly what an opportunity, though, to be here. And thank you for hosting this Athena Series. Very, very important, Women in Strategy and Defense. And I think that there's a lot to offer. Women have a lot to offer from a different perspective. And I was just talking with Amy Hyatt, former U.S. ambassador, and in my last position working with our U.S. ambassadors, our number one diplomats, our ground game for the United States in countries around the globe. So very, very important. And I'm saying that as a military person. And so, but anyway, just to get into early career. So I grew up not far from here in Colorado. And so the oldest of 4 kids, my father was a doctor. And my mom put him through medical school. She was an elementary school teacher. And so the oldest of 4, my father was an avid sports person. He was an athlete himself. So he got us, all of us kids started in athletics. And I remember him taking me around. I was the oldest, so I was like the guinea pig, and we took me around try out for gymnastics, track, all these different kinds of things. And I actually ended up joining the swimming team, taking swimming lessons and joining the swim team. And that started my swimming career that branched into morning workouts before school, after school weight training, 2 hours of practice, working out on the weekends as well. And so I think just that regimen, growing up that way and into high school and college, helped shape a lot of just my work ethic, I think. But also, I don't know if my father had this planned out all along, but I started working on my pilot's license. I mean, these were opportunities that I had, and it was really to keep me busy, keep me out of trouble. And so not only was I swimming and doing all those sorts of things, but then learning how to fly, aerodynamics, working on my civilian pilot's license, and was able to get that. I started when I was 15 and actually got my license when I was 16, when I got my driver's license. So by the time, and then, we didn't have ROTC in high school, but we had it in college. And I remember my father, saying, okay, I want you to go to I had to take ROTC at another college, University of Colorado. I was going to school at Regis College in downtown Denver. And so I went up there. I started in Air Force ROTC. I did that the first year. I switched over to Army. And he said, let the military pay for your flying lessons now. So it kind of got me started, got the interest going, and then from there it took off. And so I think just from humble beginnings in terms of just starting out in a career, not realizing too that our Title IX, the federal funding of women's sports in schools wasn't just a few years before I had started in sports and in the swimming, on the swimming team. And just to see how we have transitioned over time with programs that have helped encourage women in sports and things like that. But I often use just in terms of when speaking, the Olympics, for example, and women's sports and how it has evolved over time and how great. I mean, I think in some cases we watch women's sports just as much as men or more so these days because women athletes are so great. But, once given the opportunity, you see all these great things happen, right?
I love this story, and I have to confess I actually knew quite a bit of it already because I've actually known who you were for a long time. So when I was a young lieutenant, fresh in the Air Force, and I'm not going to admit how long ago that was, but I was in my first permanent duty station and at a unit with a few hundred people. There were maybe 10 women, right? So we all knew who each other was. And everybody's in their mid-20s, and they're relatively new, and a lot of people actually were getting married or newly married, and everybody was worried about, is this something we can do? They're the mill-to-mill relationships, just like you and your husband. And, so it was something we talked about. Can we have this fabulous military career that we dream about and also, have a husband and raise a family and have kids and all that? And then you put on your first star. And I don't know if I can tell you how meaningful and impactful that was to us. It was all we talked about for a while. So I want to know, if you had known we were all watching you this closely, what would you have said to us, and maybe what would your advice to young women starting out in this career be now?
Well, don't listen to everything that people tell you. I guess I would say, right? Because if I listened to everything that everybody told me along the way, in terms of my husband and I being in the military. I will give a shout out for the United States Army for the programs that they had so long ago. And my daughter is in her mid-30s now, right? Or I should say our daughter, my husband and I's daughter. And they had programs that were there to help families, if you had dual military, that you can actually be able to go to your physical training, meet all the requirements that the military had of you, in addition to being married and having a family. And so it's because of those programs, quite honestly, that allowed me to be able to reach the levels that I achieved. But I would say that you can do it, that people need to realize that you can do it. It does take work. It's just like anything else. If you're going to achieve something, you got to work at it. And you got to figure out, my husband and I we had to figure out where we were going to go next. We knew we were going to have to move in 2 to 3 years. That's what the military does, right? And so where are you going to go next? Are you going to pick a place where it doesn't have his helicopter to fly, but it has mine? Well, of course not, right? You're going to pick places where you can both go, you can both serve, and then you start working on the child care and all that kind of stuff and arrangements and things that you need to make. So it's just like anything else. It's no different. And it's not any harder than anything else either. It just takes some coordination, right? And good crosstalk. And a team. It's teamwork between you and your spouse.
So a lot of logistics. Okay, I have to ask this one. So you once beat all of the men in your unit in their annual Ironman competition. And so then they had to rename it to the Iron Person competition. But in another interview, your husband once claimed he would never let you beat him in a physical training contest. So I have to know, did you ever beat him?
Yes, yes.
All right.
He's kind of big and slow, and I'm smaller and faster in some respects. But yeah,
I love that, the healthy
it's the
competition.
It is. That's
Yeah.
what it was, and I think that's what helped us too, as we were competitive amongst each other a little bit, but we were helpful to each other, and I think just over our careers, the things, the puts and takes that we had to, the gives and takes that we had to make. Sometimes I had to follow him to his position or his new job and a new place, or he had to follow me because, when I went to go work for the vice president, that brought us to Washington, D.C., and so he followed me in that respect. He deferred command for a year. That's a big deal. You get selected for command and then you defer. It might not come around the second time when you defer, right? So there were puts and takes that we made to keep our family together, to be able, because at the end of the day, we wanted to have a successful career if that was going to happen, and but not lose our family along the way.
So your career has obviously taken some really interesting twists and turns. Can you maybe talk about some of the most challenging situations that you faced, or some of the most difficult decisions you had to make, and how'd you approach them?
Yeah, so I think one of them was when I was had to do with our family, but I had gone for an interview to be the president's military aide. Now in my bio, it says I was the vice president's military aide, that's correct. But I was interviewed to be the president's military aide as well. And I did that, but then when I found out when the position was going to take place, I would have had to leave my family. There were just, the logistics were too hard. And I thought that would probably be a deal breaker, or, it was kind of a deal breaker for me. And so, it was the first time in my entire life, having been an athlete and always competitive and competing and all that kind of, mentality, and I had to hold back. And, but I was selected to interview, so I interviewed. But I didn't say that being the military aide for the president was the thing that, that was just the thing that I wanted. I said, I have a great job where I'm at. I love what I'm doing. I love being in the military. I love serving. And if I'm selected for that, I'll do a great job and I'll put 100% into it. But I also have a great job where I'm at. And I wasn't selected. But, I knew that I wasn't giving it my all in terms of, through the interview process and that kind of thing. And I felt kind of guilty, but I didn't know what else to do, right? I didn't know, I didn't feel like I could withdraw myself from that. And you're going up to the White House to interview, and first I had to go to the Pentagon, and then I had to go to the White House, and, there were all these steps and people I had to meet with, and I was a major at the time, so I was maybe about 15 years into the service, my career. And so anyway, that was pretty scary, but it worked out. 6 months later, I was called to interview for the vice president's military aide position. I almost hung up the phone because I was like, all right, who is this? And because I thought that was a joke, and it wasn't. And actually the timing worked out, and I accepted that position. I was hired to do that position, and I got to go do that. Yeah.
That's a cool story. So how would you describe your leadership approach, especially as you started to move into some of these leadership roles, and how did it maybe evolve throughout your career as you moved into roles with increasing responsibility?
Yeah, so I think in terms of in the line of work that I was in as a helicopter pilot, and the precision with which you need to do our helicopter missions, for example, in the 101st Airborne Division, plus or minus 30 seconds is the motto there, right? You don't go beyond the plus or minus 30 seconds when you show up with, 100 helicopters in an air assault mission or something like that. But a lot of things that you got to coordinate, and the timing is very, very specific, or you lose lives. And so it was really early on being competent at your job and being good at your position. And then, that's the advice I give today for young leaders, men and women, is the way you fit in is you be the best that you can in the position that you're in. and put 100% in that position. And that's what I tried to do with every job. And I had a couple jobs. As I said earlier, we took a back seat to each other's positions at certain times in our careers. And when positions weren't that great and people kind of made fun of me about being in some job, I took it on and made it the best job ever. And you just do the best that you can at whatever you're in at the time, right? Because I think that says a lot about you as a person, about you as a professional, and that sort of thing. And I think as I got more senior and in the positions that I was in, it always seems like I was going into positions as, when I got to be the 3- and 4-star level, into positions that were, like United States Southern Command is one of 6 geographic combatant commands for our Department of Defense in the United States. So it's the highest level warfighting commands. But 2 of the 6, United States Southern Command and AFRICOM, the Africa Command, are known to be the resource-constrained command, right? So we don't get a lot of resources to do the job that we need to do. The previous command that I had as a 3-star was the lowest ranking of the 6 commands as well, and didn't get a lot of resources and really wasn't. So it was like this trend that I'm going into these positions that the commands, it's just kind of go here and, and that kind of thing. But what I realized is the higher you get, the more I would say that we're like bureaucracy busters, right? You bust through the bureaucracy of everybody will tell you that it's a bad year this year. There's not a lot of money. There's not a lot of resources. Oh, General Richardson, and it's like if you just listen to that noise, you'll never achieve anything. If you just say, okay, well, I guess we're not going to get anything this year. I think that would make me double down even more the more senior I got, is, okay, here we go again. And then, do what you need to do to go meet with people face to face, eye to eye, talk about the challenges and what you need. And you got to go make the rounds. And I spent a lot of time, in fact, in combatant command. I would spend about 50% in the region. I had 31 countries and 11 territories and dependencies to work with, so about 42 countries, right? And that's a lot. And I couldn't get around fast enough. And I would spend 50%, maybe a little bit more, in the region, and then I would go to D.C. and make the rounds there. Pentagon, and seeing so many different offices within the Pentagon for resourcing, very, very important. Going to see all the services, because I was a joint command as well, so I had to go see all the services too, because they provide people and commands underneath me, and resources or not. Congress is very, very important in all of this too. Department of State, Department of Commerce, Treasury, and really did a lot of partnership with the interagency. And because we didn't receive all the resources that we needed, State Department, again, #1 teammate was the U.S. ambassadors in those countries. That is our ground game for our country. And so very, very important teammate. But working with other teammates, right? Inter-American Development Bank, the Export-Import Bank, which is called Ex-Im Bank, Developmental Finance Corporation, all of these different entities that had avenues for investment and things like that to bring investment. I know we're going to talk a little bit more about the region, but...
Yeah, actually, I want to get into that a little bit more. So you retired just in January, right, as commander for U.S. Southern Command. So could you talk some about the challenges facing Southcom and how you approach them using both hard and soft power tools?
So U.S. Southcom have a relationship and history with Latin America and the Caribbean for decades. We celebrated our 60th anniversary about a year and a half ago. And actually, the headquarters for United States Southern Command used to be in Panama, the country of Panama. And we moved to South Florida, actually, in the Miami area 26 years ago. But in terms of that region, it was just my honor to be able to have one of these one of the 6 geographic combatant commands where you work with the militaries and public security forces. We have 28 like-minded democracies in the region. So very, very important to help those democracies flourish and succeed. And they're having a really hard time. And I would say really because of COVID-19 and the impacts to the GDPs, anywhere from 8.5% decrease to 18.5% in the region. So, I mean, they just took it in the, in the short side, for lack of a better term, in terms of the impacts. Really, really severe. Already have issues with poverty. And so, and then digging out of that hole. And with COVID-19, and I know that seems like so long ago, but they were about 9 months to a year behind the United States in terms of that. We were not, this is the hemisphere with which we live in, the Western Hemisphere. This is our hemisphere. But we weren't first there with vaccines to help these countries, and they were hurting, and they were hurting bad. Who was first with vaccines on the ground in Latin America and the Caribbean? It's China and Russia. And even though that China vaccine was only 40% effective, it was better than nothing. And so Southcom, I wasn't in the seat at the time during COVID, but the United States Southern Command helped with mobile field hospitals, ventilators, PPE, and that kind of thing, but clearly not a vaccine. And so vaccine deployment in the region was slow. China uses their predatory, methods that they do. There's always, it's tit for tat. Nothing comes free. There's always strings attached, always. And a lot of times with a lot of the countries, we'll give you the vaccine if you change your recognition of Taiwan to Beijing. And so, I mean, very severe. I mean, that's what it is. It's a business deal, and there's always, what is China going to get out of it? We see in terms of the economic impacts. So now, if I look at what's happening in the region in terms of the resiliency of Latin America and the Caribbean, slow growth, but it's growth, right? And it's 2.5% GDP growth that's expected in 2025. Again, it's slow. For the globe, it's 3.3%, so it's a little bit less than what it is globally, but nonetheless, it's growth, and that will help. The crime wave that ensued after COVID and has taken over and really challenged some of the democracies in the region. If I take Ecuador, Colombia, Chile, Ecuador and Chile, hardly any crime 5 years ago. But now you had a very serious situation that took place in Ecuador. You had very serious crime in Chile. And so you have a lot of things that are happening now where the police can't handle what's happening. The militaries get mobilized to reinforce the police. That's not their job. But what else do the countries do? They're lacking the resources to invest in modern technology for the police and the militaries. Right? And so this is just a vicious cycle. Now, the way I look at it is we had, with the new administration and the seat designation of 8 cartels and transnational criminal organizations as foreign terrorist organizations, FTOs. And I think that that's a great thing, actually. It actually unlocks some authorities for the U.S. government to go after the cartels and the TCOs and to follow the money, which I think is really, really important at the end of the day. And the over $350 billion annual revenue business of transnational organized crime. So very, very powerful and very, very strong. But the way I look at it is that the TCOs plow the ground for then the maligned state actors like China and Russia to come in with the Belt and Road Initiative. Now, already in the region, 22 of 31 countries have signed on to China's Belt and Road Initiative. Very, very significant. And that's for really big projects in the countries. Now, some of these projects aren't turning out so well. They're cost overruns, shoddy work, and they've created, in some cases, for a couple of the countries, environmental hazards that they've had to clean up and things like that. And so there are some vulnerabilities to this. But the way that I looked at it is you didn't need to outspend the Chinese to outcompete them. But in terms of just going in there for nefarious activities and to extract from the countries, this region has everything the world needs right now. Everything. to feed and fuel the world. I say again, this region has everything that the world needs right now to feed and fuel the world. With the soybean, the sugar, the corn, just the agriculture is off the charts. 60% of the world's lithium with the lithium triangle, gold, copper, rare earth elements. Guyana, the 25% GDP growth in Guyana due to the light sweet crude that was discovered offshore. I mean, it has everything that the world needs, but it's not receiving the benefit from it. And so what I've been pretty vocal in terms of is they need some help right now economically. And as I look at China and I talk about the Belt and Road Initiative, 22 of 31 countries, and this is, again, I go back to this is in our hemisphere. From my headquarters in Miami, I could fly to 80% of this region in 3 to 4 hours. If I look at the investment that China has done in the Caribbean, and you're talking, if I just say the Bahamas, right, and how close the Bahamas is. I mean, I look at this as like the first and second island chain to our homeland. And I like to say, and I have said, that the Chinese are in the red zone to our country, to our homeland, right under our nose. But the thing is that we can't complain about the fact that China is getting all the contracts with countries. You know, the countries are putting out tenders for their critical infrastructure, deep water ports, telecommunications, all of those kinds of things, right? But if we're not competing, if Western countries, if the United States is not competing on the contracts, we can't gripe about the fact that who gets selected for the contracts, right? And so it's really, as I discovered all of this while I was in command, really led me to reach out to the interagency and the whole of government and other partners to partner with to say, what are we doing? Why are our businesses not there competing for these contracts? Why do I go to a country and I see all these big cranes and they're from China? And the thing about it is that the Chinese would bring in their host nation workers. They wouldn't hire the local workers from the country to help invest in the country and put people to work. When you talk about U.S. and Western investment, you're talking about transparency, anti-corruption, environmental laws, labor laws, all kinds of transparency associated with U.S. quality investment, democratic investment. And so it really led to the economic security as national security, because we have so many U.S. and Western companies in these countries already, but this crime wave is causing companies to shutter and leave or consider leaving, which is absolutely what we don't need to be doing right now with the transnational organized crime. But we've got to help the countries get their arms around this problem set.
The proximity you mentioned is really striking because you can't even fly from Miami to Arizona in 3 to 4 hours. So, but you touched on a few things I want to dig into a little bit more. One of those, you brought up crime several times. Can you elaborate on the role of transnational criminal organizations, not only as one of the challenges they face, but also in creating space for U.S. adversaries? And how should the U.S. be responding to this?
So I think just in terms of, I've just said very, very basically, they plow the ground for the larger malign state actors to have a vulnerability and come in with the big bags of cash and look like they're saving the day, when really it's just helping to fuel it. I think the money laundering, also following the money, is really, really important, and that is really hard. But we have to do that if we're going to get after the problem set in our hemisphere. And so I think supporting these democracies is really important. I mean, we take globally, if I were to go from the region to globally, I think in what I've seen is a war of autocracy versus democracy that's really happening. And at the end of the day, it just boils down to something very simple in Richardson's perspective. And that's what I believe is happening. And so, but I will say some of the actions taken by our administration have yielded positive results for Latin America. I was really a little concerned at first, but there were some very positive indicators. And with the experience of folks from Latin America that are in the seat. If I take Secretary Rubio and being a Cuban immigrant, and then his deputy secretary for Department of State being the ambassador to Mexico, and then the envoys and their experience in Latin America, and the nomination of 10 U.S. ambassadors right off the bat for the region. I'm so excited for that because there was a 5-year gap of having a U.S. ambassador in the country of Panama from 2017 to 2022. Ambassador Feely was the last ambassador. Ambassador Ponte came in November of 2022, and that's when Panama signed 47 bilateral agreements and signed on to the Belt and Road Initiative. As of the pressure and the concern that President Trump has articulated about the Panama Canal, that has resulted in, I think we've seen the BlackRock taking over buying out the Hutchison ports, company on both sides of the Panama Canal, and Panama will withdraw from the Belt and Road Initiative. Also, we have seen through the tariff action and President Sheinbaum from Mexico she's looking very closely at the agreements that we have with the United States, and said yesterday or over the weekend that Mexico will be decreasing their Asia imports as a result of, she wants to make sure she's focusing on their important trade partner, which is the United States. And so I'm seeing some positive results as a result of some of the things and actions that are taken.
Good. So a couple of times you've sort of placed this as not just a regional thing, but in a larger global context. So let's lean into that a little bit. I mean, right now we're facing geopolitical challenges all over the world, not just in the Western Hemisphere. And we have to rise to these at a time of not only domestic upheaval, but also in the context of strained resources and strained budgets. And you already told us you have lots of experience with that. So I realize I'm asking you to just solve all our problems in 5 minutes here, but in your view, what are the most critical challenges right now, and where do we start in addressing them?
Well, I think that the current administration has done a good job in terms of already starting, and I would say, and that's from a position of strength, and I like to see that that strength, because I think that strength matters, and it makes the difference between some of the things that have happened. I would say the Russian invasion of Ukraine. I would say that there were some signals of weakness, right, that we exhibited in the United States in terms of maybe the Afghanistan withdrawal, going to Geneva and talking about red lines and things like that. That we were signaling some weakness, right, that gave the green light to others, right? And I think that the strength that's being shown right now is important for countries, and I think that and it's in such a way and so quickly that it means it means that something's going to happen. There's going to be something that happens as a result of that, and so I think that as we see this play out, I think that all of these things globally. The area that I had and that I worked in was not just for this region. We've seen this playbook. If I just take the Chinese playbook and the extraction that was happening, as I saw it, with a lot of the different things, not just with the agriculture and the rare earth elements and lithium and gold and copper. And now we have the new megaport, the only megaport in Latin America, in Chancay, Peru, right, which cuts down the shipping time. Now cuts down the shipping time directly to Asia, directly to China by 15 days. And so a lot of things that have happened, but things that happen in one region, I would say that the Panama Canal, what happens in the Panama Canal is absolutely global. It's not just that region. And so certainly as we see autocracy versus democracy, we see what's happening with Russia and Ukraine and those sorts of things. I would say the 3Ds are really important in what we do here. And what do I mean by the 3Ds? Diplomacy, defense, and development. And I would say reform, not retreat, is really important. And we have to keep that clear in our minds. And certainly as we see the budget bill that's going forward to be voted on possibly today and hopefully avert a government shutdown by Friday. That's the intent, as I was seeing on the news this morning. But $8 billion additional for the priorities, $8 billion additional for defense in terms of the southwest border and those sorts of things to secure the border, but a $13 billion decrease in domestic spending. So.
Thank you. So I want to make sure we leave plenty of time for audience questions because I'm sure they have good ones. You guys get your questions ready. I've got one more for you, and then I'll open it up to the floor. But this is kind of a unique conference because it's dual purpose, right? It brings together women in strategy and defense to highlight their accomplishments, but also to talk about the most pressing issues in the field that we all work in. So with both of those in mind, what do you think we're going to be talking about at this conference in 10 years?
So I would say the technology has a lot to do with that. I would say that some of the decisions that we make today and around the globe in the next few years are going to be really important to determine what we're going to be talking about in 10 years, right? And as we see some of the decisions that the United States has made in terms of pulling out of the Paris Accords and the carbon emissions and climate and those kinds of things. I do think that what has happened with the climate and climate change has a really big impact for national security, immigration, and economic growth. I would say in terms of AI and the changes that is going to bring and is already bringing, as well as with quantum. And then do we have the energy to feed all of it, right, and our energy grids? And when we talk about critical infrastructure and having that critical infrastructure, and are we investing in all of those right things to be able to support all of that? And so I think we're going to be talking about those sorts of advances that we're on the cusp of right now. And then probably some ethical dilemmas that we haven't thought of yet, right?
More questions than answers, yeah.
Yeah.
And what about the role of women in this field? I mean, you exude so much positivity and you're so accomplished. I feel like I already know your answer to this, but what do you think we'll be talking about in 10 years in that aspect?
Well, I hope that, quite honestly, I know that there are some challenges right now. I would say women are really an important voice and have a really unique perspective that has to be heard and needs to be heard. And I would say that, as I think we just got to keep getting after it. It's about showcasing all the great things that women do, but the not giving up and not giving in, right? And just getting after it and being good at what you do and being good at the job that you're in and the profession that you're in and doing the best that you can. And then striving to what's next and thinking outside of the box as opposed to inside of the box. You have to be good inside the box, right? But then, be thinking outside of the box too. What else is out there? How else can I be effective? How else can our team be effective? That sort of thing. I think as women, we're team builders, team makers. We figure out how to solve challenging problems. I would say that we're multitaskers as well. We're pretty good at that. And I think that's always and very much needed in our current environment and in the future environment. So I'm excited to see how women are going to take it to the next level.
Well, you've been a leader and a role model in that space for a long time, so we'll keep looking to you. All right, I want to open this up to the audience. If we have a mic runner, just put your hand up. Yes, right here. Just a second for the mic.
I was just curious if you had any place to live in the world, to
So I'm just going to repeat it so the online audience can get it too. She wants to know, other than the United States, what country in the world would you pick to live in and why?
Well, I would say the one, I haven't traveled the entire globe, so but if I were to pick the region that I worked very much in and traveled a lot in the past 3 years, there would be two places. Panama would be one, and Argentina would be the other one.
And why would
And
that
why?
be? And why?
I think because of the beauty of, for Panama, it's just beautiful. And the biodiversity, the flora, the fauna. I have an attraction to all of that. Yeah, the tropical rainforest, those kinds of things. And then Argentina, being from Colorado, and Chile has with the Patagonia, just beautiful in that region. And I'd like to say from Florida to Argentina, from flamingos to penguins, right? You just have everything in between, but gorgeous, beautiful.
Thank you.
We have one over here. Give it just a second for the microphone.
Thank you.
Yeah, we can hear you, Amy.
Well, thank you for your presentation. It was very interesting. And I especially took note of what you said about the steps the administration is taking has shown strength to our adversaries. But I wonder how you feel about the United States. I see our strength in our partnerships and our alliances. So I wonder how you feel about the tactics that this administration is taking. If I may be so bold as to ask you a question like that, how that impacts our alliances and our partnerships and our friends' view of the United States.
I think that in terms of our partnerships, our alliances, and all of those things, very, very important. I also think that the administration the president's been very clear in terms of what he would like to see, as changes to some of those things, to avert, higher tariffs or to avert something, right? He's put something on the table that he wants to stop. So if I were to say like the tariffs with Canada and Mexico, what is the number one priority for the president? Is to secure our border and to stop fentanyl. Period. I mean, that's been many, many years of Americans dying because of fentanyl, and so he's moving out to secure the border and to reduce fentanyl. And so, as we see those tariffs, so he's been clear in terms of what he's trying to do. So, how are our partners? So it's a different approach for sure. I'm not here to defend it or anything like that. I always try to see what are they trying to do and make sure that we keep clear what are they trying to get out of it, right? Our alliances and partnerships, if I just take NATO, for example, right? And so he's been clear in terms of our NATO partners, right? What is he expecting, or what is he wanting our NATO partners to do more of? Put more towards the defense spending, right? And so he's mentioned 5%. And so he's looking for countries to increase that spending. I think because of the things that he has said with Ukraine, right? And it has caused, then you saw an emergency summit take place with European leaders and that sort of thing to then come up with a plan and a strategy for how, if the United States isn't there, we're not going, if we're not there doing what we're doing now, then how are they going to deal with that, right? So it's causing some actions to take place. I would say that we always got to go back to, and I'm not saying that it's the right way to do it or the wrong way or anything like that. It's different, certainly different than what we have had, but it is causing action pretty quickly.
Good question. Tough question. Give her another one, guys, because she can handle it. Right behind you, Thorin.
Hi. I think it was last week you had an op-ed with Anthony about foreign aid infrastructure. You could elaborate on ways previous role, U.S. Foreign Aid, Diplomatic Corps, and Southern Command work together and how they work.
Yeah, so thank you for that question. And that's really where the 3Ds come into play. I would say that also what's really, really important is the countries using all of their instruments of national power. And what I mean by that is that very simple acronym of DIME: diplomacy, information, military, and economics. And then just by just being in the seat for 3 years, about the year and a half time frame is when I discovered the light bulb went on. And I was like, oh my God, economic security is national security for this region. And I would say that in other places in the world right now, and how critical it is for the investment right now for countries and democracies to succeed through what is their challenging times. But in terms of the op-ed, so we started out the op-ed with the testimony of General Mattis at the time. So General Zinni was also the commander of U.S. Central Command, and so that's the geographic command responsible for the Middle East. Well, Mattis was also the commander at one time of CENTCOM, and he said in his testimony to Congress that if you're not going to fund the State Department, then I need to buy more ammunition, right? And it's together in these, diplomacy, defense, and development that you work key things. If I just take Haiti, we've done a lot of work in terms of with Haiti. Right now, the Department of Defense is doing the logistical support for the Kenyans, and the El Salvadorans have joined that, and also Guatemala. But supporting that with logistics. But if you think about, if you go into an area and you clear the area and militarily, right, an area of gangs or crime or whatever, just taking a very basic, and then to hold that terrain or hold that area, what do you have to do? You have to bring in development. You have to bring in the resources to help. You got to bring in the recovery effort. You got to be, those are all the things that they work hand in hand, hand in glove. And so very, very important. And so along with the 3Ds, reform, not retreat is what the recommendation is. Just not retreat from everything. There are some really good things that work in concert with the military, and we've done that for many, many decades and shown the value of that.
Thank you. So I think we have to wrap up actually so we can stay on schedule. But thanks you guys for being such a great audience and your great questions. And if you could join me in thanking General Laura Richardson.
Thank you, everybody.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. I think we just had a fantastic start to the morning. That was an excellent conversation. And I'm looking forward to our next conversation that I will be guiding. My name is Magda Hinojosa. I'm the Dean of Social Sciences here at Arizona State University. And I am thrilled to be here with a couple of folks in person and one on Zoom. And hopefully Anne-Marie can actually hear me. Can anyone tell? She cannot hear me. This might not work out as well as we had hoped. So we're going to see if we can get that working. Right. So it sounds like maybe things are working. Not 100% sure. All right. Let's see if we can just take a minute and get this figured out before we move forward. You don't talk amongst yourselves.
Hi, it's Anne-Marie Slaughter. I'm not sure if anyone can hear me. I am still talking and no one seems to hear me. Now I'm talking again and I can see a delay. I can hear you clearly in the room. Oh,
Okay. We think it's prime time now. We think this is going to work. So, pretty excited. Let's see.
I
All
hope
right.
so. It sounded like being in an MRI machine.
Well, that's not good. But you can kind of hear us.
I can hear you nice and only once, which is even better. No echoes. All
fantastic. Good. All right. In that case, we're going to get started again with this panel. So this panel is called Pioneering Leadership in Strategy, Security, and Defense. And what we're going to do for the course of about 40 minutes, we'll see, given that we're running a little late already, is to talk about a few different topics with our fantastic panel. So we'll talk a little bit about the evolution of leadership and especially women's leadership, especially as we think about combating some significant global challenges today. We're going to talk a bit about overcoming some of the barriers and driving some change for women leaders in particular. And then I'm going to end by asking our panelists for some advice for the next generation of leaders. So let me take a second to introduce our distinguished panelists. On Zoom, we have Anne-Marie Slaughter. Anne-Marie is currently CEO of New America, which is a think and action tank dedicated to renewing the promise of America.
We are. We're working hard.
Anne-Marie is a global leader and scholar, public commentator, and certainly a public intellectual. And we're very thrilled to have her with us today. In addition, we have Rear Admiral, now retired, Alma Graki. As mentioned earlier, Alma was the first woman from Hawaii to enter the Naval Academy. She served in a succession of warship and submarine maintenance postings before transferring to the Navy Reserve in 1988. She had over 35 years of experience in service before retiring in 2016. We also have Dean Lori Poloni Staudinger. Lori currently serves as Dean in the College of Social and Behavioral Sciences at the University of Arizona. She is also professor of government and public policy, and her work more recently looks at women's movements, and she thinks about women in politics more generally, and especially issues of political violence and women. She is my counterpart at the University of Arizona, just 90 miles down the road, and it's great to have her with us here today as well. All right, so to kick us off, I want to start with a question for our panelists. And Anne-Marie, given I can't actually see you, I would love it if you would jump in first in answering some of these questions. So I was hoping that all of you, though, might chime in on the question of, during the course of your careers, what kinds of changes have you seen to leadership, especially in the areas of security and national defense?
Well, I'm happy to go first. I'm hoping somebody can see me, even if you can't, so that I'm not just the disembodied voice. I will start just by saying I really became a leader in my late 30s. I ran the program on international legal studies when I was a professor at Harvard Law School, and then became dean of what was then the Woodrow Wilson School of Public and International Affairs at Princeton, now just the Princeton School of Public and International Affairs, and then spent 2 years as director of policy planning in the State Department. I start there because I didn't think of myself as a leader until my late 30s, although now, if you ask me who I am, that's going to be one of the first things I say. I think when I was becoming a leader, the model of leadership was still very much a strong person, almost always a man. I didn't really know any women leaders who was out in front of the troops. You know, the classic picture is the general on the white horse. The horse is rearing and the general is, encouraging his troops to run forward. I doubt that that was all that realistic. It seems to me that would be a prime way to get the general shot. But that's the image, I think, that I had in my head of what leadership looked like. Somebody who has a vision, who has a strategy, who's out front. The biggest change that I have seen in my own leadership, but also in what I read about leadership, is that I think we are much more about leading from the center than leading from the front. And some people, talk about leading from behind, the famous Mandela quote about, the shepherd being at the back of the flock, and yet somehow the flock goes where the leader wants them to. But what I think of is more that it isn't, your job is not to have the vision and then get other people to follow you through charisma or coercion or persuasion or whatever your tools are. Your job is to take the temperature of the people you're leading, to get the best from them, the best input, the best ideas, to have a sense of where they are intellectually, emotionally, maybe even materially, to craft a strategy that works for your organization in a way that people feel included, but at the same time being the leader. I'm not talking about getting consensus. Somebody always has to chair the meeting and someone always has to say, I think I hear that this is the opinion. Here's what I think we need to do going forward. That's still leading. You are still exercising power there. You are exercising decision. But the frame of it is much more collaborative, in part, I think, because we realize that we're facing extraordinarily complex problems and circumstances, and we need all the good ideas and all the strategy that we can get. The other thing I would say is that you also hear about servant leadership, which often, particularly in public roles, actually General McChrystal has talked about servant leadership, a number of other leaders as well. And that's, again, you are serving the people you lead. Whether you are a general or you are a dean, or as now I run a Think and Action tank. My job is not to, be the preeminent person and be rewarded for that, although it's a big job and you are rewarded accordingly, but it is in a way to serve. And there's an ethic of service that I at least have seen strongly in government, including the military. So I'll stop there and looking forward to hearing from my fellow panelists.
Thank you so much, Anne Marie, for those fantastic comments. I do just want to reassure you that everyone else can see you except the panelists.
Okay.
So welcome for being here this morning. Thank you very much. I'd like to say that from the military aspect, before you can be a leader, you have to be a good follower to be a good leader. And I think the women being in leadership positions, I think it started World War II when we had to bring the women into the workforce. I think prior to that, people were not thinking that women could do all the things that they end up doing in World War II, and then past that, of course. So you have to be part of the force, and then you can look around and see how you could be a leader. And there are natural leaders everywhere, and women stepped up, and they had to because of World War II. They filled those roles, and then the consciousness of the nation was, my gosh, they can do these things. And in the military, who's always on the leading edge of societal changes, realized that there was a whole workforce out there, more than 50% of the population, that they could use if they were willing to open up the ranks to do that. And I think what ended up happening was when that realization hit, it went from gender to performance. What could the women do and of course it started slowly in what they were able to do. And so when I started at the Naval Academy, when I graduated, we couldn't go into combatant jobs. We couldn't do a lot of things. And then not so much that we wanted to be part of the social experiment, but there were things that we wanted to do. And we said, well, why can't we? Why not? And I think what was really important was a lot of the leaders, the male leaders at the time, have sisters. And they realized that their sisters could do and be everything that they were doing and being. And they thought, well, why not? Why don't we open this up and utilize the skills and the experience and the intelligence of more than half of our population? And I think that's how women have grown, and then as they've proven they can do things, they've been given more responsibility, more leadership, more ability to fill the spaces. And so now we have a workforce that in the military that's both genders, and that's great. I mean, that we're using all the resources in the United States that we can, and I think that's what I've seen just in the time that I've been in the military. I've seen that change.
Thank you. I'll try to pick up on what some people have talked about, and thank you for having me here. From my observation, I think even though we've seen more women in some of these spaces, in leadership spaces in government, in the military, and in the space I occupy in academia, still by no means as you get into the higher levels is there parity, right? And is there sort of 50-50 representation? And I think that women still face what we refer to in academia as a double bind. And the double bind is that if you appear too feminine, right, or too soft and too friendly, then you're not serious enough. And you're not serious enough to lead in these serious situations, right? If you appear too strong, too gruff, too aggressive, then you're a bitch, right? And nobody likes that. And I think that applies across all these different spaces. And when we talk with students often, and I think when you talk with the general public and you ask what are the traits of a good leader, those traits that they talk about are generally those male-coded traits, right? Strength, stoicness, those sorts of traits, right? So that's why for women leaders, sometimes you're walking this very fine line between exhibiting those traits of a leader without coming off as being too masculine, right? And acting outside of what that gender norm is expected to be. And I think we've seen this certainly since women have started entering the military, right? And I think we're still seeing that today, and we see that with some of the commentary that's coming out about women in high-level positions. There also tends to be, if we look at just recently, Kristi Noem went to the border. She had on tactical gear, right? People weren't talking about the policies, why she was there. What was the media talking about? They were talking about that she was wearing makeup while also wearing a bulletproof vest, right? And they were referring to her as a Barbie, right? And that's not engaging the substance of the issue. We can have issues with sort of that policy substance, right? But we shouldn't be talking about how is she wearing makeup or not, or is she a Barbie, right? She's in a serious position. And I think because of this double bind that women leaders often find themselves in, that women have had to be more collaborative in order to be successful. So just as, the guy on the white horse, right? If you charge up a hill and nobody follows you, well, then you're not a very good leader, right? And so women have had to have collaborative types of engaging with people, have had to be more transparent in their leadership style, have had to work as a follower in order to be a leader, right, in order to be successful in those leadership roles. And so I would add to that also have had to be good listeners. And I think that women exhibit good listening traits in leadership because of often navigating this double bind that we find.
Thank you so much.
Can I just comment on that for just one side? That I agreed with everything everyone said, particularly the double bind. I would add to that, people just have different expectations of women. So it's not just that if we exhibit the classic male traits, we're often punished for it. But when I was a professor, I found that, if I limited my student meetings to 2 hours of office hours, I was regarded as standoffish. If a man did that, he was, working on his scholarship. He was doing the 2 hours that everybody gives. Now that's because the students expect a kind of maternal quality, that you're going to be there when they need you. So it's all, you're not only punished for doing what a man would do, you will be told you have sharp elbows or you're a bitch or whatever it is. But there's also a set of expectations around how women are supposed to behave that are set by mom, unfortunately, by most mothers. That also, if they're disappointed, you can be critiqued for that. I just wanted to add that dimension.
Thanks for jumping in on that. I was also hoping to follow up on the concept of a double bind that Lori brought up. But this idea of different expectations for women is also an important one to include in this conversation. And I just wondered to what extent you've seen these gender dynamics play out in your respective leadership spaces, right? So how often are we seeing, for example, some of those maternal expectations work either for or against you in your careers?
Well, I can say in the military where everybody shops in the same place for their clothes, so it really doesn't matter what you're wearing. I think one of the really important things, especially in the military, if you're going to be a woman and you want to be in a position of leadership, you have to have a thick skin, and you have to have a lot of patience. Patience because you're going to have to expect that people are going to have those preformed expectations and what they expect from you. My role, the way I viewed myself, is I was going to be different. Not different from men, per se, but just different from what the expectations were. If they expected to be maternal, I could be maternal sometimes. But, like I told my boys, I had 2 boys, if it's not broken and it's not profusely bleeding, then get a Band-Aid. Just take care of it. But I did find and I was doing submarine maintenance, which is not, there weren't very many women in. There's still not very many women in that role. And I did it, again, not because I wanted to be different or be part of a social experiment or anything. I did it because it was interesting to me, and I didn't see why I couldn't do that. And there were barriers along the way, but like I said, I actually got orders to sub school, and I was thrilled until they found out I was a she instead of a he, and they canceled my orders. Okay, so what could I have done? There's a bunch of things I could have done, but what I did is I said to myself, if my granddaughter wanted to go to sub school, she'd be able to go. And you know what? I was wrong. If I had had a daughter, she would have been able to go. The Navy was not ready at that time for me to do that. However, before 4 years had passed from then, I was the first woman officer to go on a submarine sea trials after the submarine finishes its availability. That was new. That was different. Lots of challenges with that. They put me in the wardroom, which never closes, and so my response to that was to make pink and white gingham curtains that I could put around myself as my own statement to what they were doing. What ended up happening was there was no time for that, and I ended up sleeping on the torpedo skids with all the other shipyard guys because they threw a mattress down on the skids for all the shipyard workers, and that's where I slept. So it was my statement. You had to be a little patient. You have to understand that things are not going to change rapidly, and maybe you don't want them to exactly. You want it to go slowly. You want to be able to see what the issues are, what the problems are. You have a different perspective, and so you ought to be able to utilize that. Use the differences you see. Humor, absolutely. I was at a time when the shipyard was told all the shops, you have to take all your pinups down, all your, no more jokes, all this kind of thing. And personally, it didn't bother me. I knew some people that it did, and that was fine. But for me personally, it didn't bother me. So I'd be walking around the shops, and I'd hear people scurrying around to take all these pinups and their calendars down. And I said, guys, I see that every day when I take a shower. Not those proportions, but every day. And so, then they realized, okay, for me personally, it wasn't going to be an issue. And so that, that melted away some of the differences, the concerns they had about doing the wrong thing, saying the wrong thing. But if they did, if they crossed a line. I was a brand new ensign out of the academy, wearing my uniform on the waterfront. Some guy came up and pinched my butt. Okay, so what are you going to do? You could go to his supervisor. You could go to the newspaper. All these things flashed through my head, and what I did is I turned around and said, you ever do that again, I'll punch your lights out. Solved at the lowest level, and he and I became great friends, but he was going to push the boundary just to see how far he could go. And it happens. And so after a while, you get a reputation of, okay, she's not super sensitive, but don't cross that boundary. And everybody kind of knows where that line is. And pretty soon they start looking at what you're able to do and your capabilities as opposed to what gender you are, or if you're wearing makeup. Or for me, makeup was an extra 3 minutes I could have slept. So I didn't do that. I just put the hair up and went to work. But, as I got to be more senior and had to actually face the public sometimes, and yes, I'd sleep 3 minutes less. But those are the kinds of things you have to know what's going on in your field. You have to be competent enough. People say, do you have to work harder than the guys to get where you were? And the answer is no. You have to work as hard as you have to work. I don't have to work harder. I just have to go as far as I want to go. And like General Richardson said, you have to give that 100%. So you have to work as hard as you're willing to go to be successful. If that's harder than somebody else, so be it. But you'll learn and know more that way also.
Yeah, thanks. I'll talk a little bit about academia, and then maybe then we can turn it over to Anne Marie. But it's not something that I often think about. That I'm always thinking about. I'm a woman dean, right? I'm just a dean. Except we had an event, I think last week before, we had an alumni event. And there was a picture taken at this alumni event, and the alumni are all in the back. The president's in the center, who's a man. The provost is in there, who's a man, and all the deans were in the front. And we got a copy of this picture, and I thought, oh my gosh, there's like 3 women deans at the University of Arizona, right? And there's few more than this, but the deans are at this event. Very few women deans. At the University of Arizona. And before I was at the University of Arizona, I was at Northern Arizona University, 2 hours north. So I just keep going. I'll have to come to ASU next, but just keep going up and down the state. And there, a lot more women in leadership, right? But Northern Arizona University is a lower ranked institution than the University of Arizona. And so sort of the same things that we see kind of as you move up in ranks in academic institutions mirrors sort of what you see as you see people move up in leadership, I would say. As you move into those kind of AAU sort of higher tier institutions, fewer women in leadership spaces, which was a little shocking to me when I got to the U of A. I didn't expect it, and I didn't expect the way that some of my male colleagues would act. Some of the talking over women, the repeating things that women had just said in the room. And one thing that I have found pretty useful, and maybe we'll get this at the end too, is that having male colleagues who were allies, right? So when somebody else would repeat something that I had just said, that when my male colleague would say, hey, wait a second, Lori just said that 2 minutes ago, right? Then people would clue back into it, and I think that's vitally important. So for the men in the room, I think that something like that's vitally important. In gender dynamics playing out in leadership spaces, I have to think, my co-author and I wrote a paper years ago now about the raid that killed Osama bin Laden. And we are looking at the iconic picture from the room where Obama's sitting there and Hillary Clinton's sitting there, her hands on her mouth. And I don't know if you remember the reporting at the time, but reporters said you could see all the emotion of the moment in Clinton's face, right? And she was just stricken. And she said because she had her hand over her mouth, and she later said, well, I had allergies. So I was coughing and covering, it wasn't emotion of the moment. I was coughing. But there was a woman who was standing in the back. They weren't in the normal situation room. They were in a much smaller conference room. And there was a woman standing in the back who was a little bit younger than the rest of the people. And so it looked like she was kind of peeking over. She was a little bit shorter. Audrey Thomason. And the media around Audrey Thomason said, who is this young woman who's able to get a seat at this time? Sort of talking down about why would she possibly be in the room, right? Well, she was a director of counterterrorism, right? That's why she was in the room. And so I think we see these gender dynamics playing out, maybe not always in the spaces with our closest colleagues, but often in how we're being talked about, right? And often on how women in these spaces are being portrayed by the media and by outside forces.
Thank you for those comments. And I do think that one thing that does help making sure that people hear the message so a man doesn't have to repeat it is to sit on a white horse while making that message. I think that just really changes it. That's my little 2 cents.
That's something that all senior women can do for women as well. I agree that with male allies, but anytime I hear that, I will immediately intervene in some way, not sort of too, not aggressively, but and do exactly what you just described, Lori, where you say, yes, that was, or the point that Sally made, and to make sure that people know, or when a woman's interrupted, I will often, particularly if I'm chairing the meeting, I will always go back and say, whoever, to the woman, I didn't get to hear the rest of your point. I want to make sure everybody hears it. So there are lots of ways in which, when you're sensitive to those dynamics, you can intervene. I'll just say, when I look back, I realize how much sexism there was, and I was, on faculties with 3 women out of 70, or again, as a first woman dean, as a first woman director of policy planning. But at the time, and they're really, it's maybe more the way Alma was saying, I was so focused on doing what I wanted to get done that I really wasn't that aware of how many reactions were probably sexist. When I look back now, or sometimes even then, I'd go, oh yeah, of course. They didn't think I could do that. And again, if you have a very warm demeanor, as I often do, you can be discounted for, again, all these sort of stereotypes about emotion or passion or the way women are. But I think if you're focused on getting the job done, and you do get the job done, it helps to have allies. But at least until recently, that was enough to move forward, and much less important, I think, than the bigger barriers around caregiving and being a mom or having other folks you have to take care of.
Thank you. And I do want to get to allies and thinking about networks soon, but I did want to now ask all of you who have all entered traditionally male-dominated fields what you see as the most significant challenge in breaking into these spaces, and especially helpful, of course, if you have some advice on how to maneuver that. So I appreciated Alma's comments, for example, about the role of humor maybe in navigating some of these spaces too.
I think the best way, obviously having a thick skin, but you have to realize when you go into this field that you're a minority. And you can look at me, I'm kind of a double, triple minority. I'm an engineer too, so, but you have to realize that. So you shouldn't go in blindly just saying, well, I'm gonna forge this road and not be aware of the fact that you're a minority. And you can, based on your personality, there's all kinds of ways to deal with this. You have to be patient. You have to have a thicker skin, maybe. I didn't take a lot of things personally. Some things I did personally, and those that were personal, then I had a mission to go prove to myself and to this person that I belong there, that I should be where I was. And the one story, the example I can give is when I first got to the shipyard, a higher ranking officer came up to me and he said, I don't like women officers in the Navy, and worse, I don't like women officers from the academy. And you're like, oh, well, that's great. What are you going to do about that? So the first thing I thought of was, not my problem. That's your problem to deal with. You have to. But it couldn't have been a month later, and he came to me sort of hat in hand, and he said, I have a daughter that wants to go to the Naval Academy. And I was wondering if you could talk to her. Oh. And, the first initial reaction was, something that you can't repeat in polite company. But But my reaction to him was, sure, I'll go talk to her. And I asked him why there was such a change of heart. And what he said was, I don't have the heart to tell my daughter she cannot do what she wants to do, what I'm doing because she's a girl. I thought, okay. So one thing to think about is sometimes you change it one person at a time. It's a personal thing for them. And when they get to the realization, maybe their younger sister or their daughter or somebody they know wants to do something that's kind of out of the realm, and they realize that their attitude and the way they are might be standing in the way of that. And again, he didn't have the heart to tell his daughter she couldn't do what he was doing. And that's critical. And I'm sure he'll remember that the rest of his life. And maybe he'll tell other people, hey, it wasn't so bad. The other thing you need to do is you need to be competent. And you have to, like General Richardson said, you have to be good in the box, but you have to think out of the box. And one of the ways to do that, of course, is I'm always thinking, how could this be done better, different? Why couldn't I do it? Why couldn't we do it this way? And sometimes you have to surround yourself, or at least get some people that think like that too. I had a young petty officer who was, when he came into my command, I was told, this guy is a real dirtbag. He doesn't do what he's told, and all this kind of stuff. And as I watched him, I realized that it wasn't that he didn't want to do what he was told. He had a different way to solve the problem that was unconventional, very out of the box, but people didn't want to listen to him because that's not the norm. And so what I did is I pulled him aside and I said, I'm going to give you a project. You go do this project any way you want, and then you can report back to me. And of course, he was successful because he was thinking differently. And then I integrated that into the rest of the command and said, hey guys, let's look at how this was handled. And so you have to build other people up as well. It's important for you to be good at what you do, but you have to recognize the bigger picture, the folks in your command or in your department that you can also bring up. And you can bet that his loyalty to me was pretty high because he was no longer the dirtbag that everyone wanted to kick out of the command. He was somebody that now people said, oh, maybe he deserves a second look or some respect. So that kind of thing where you have to look at the bigger picture and see what you can do to raise the level of everything and everyone. And that a lot of that is by recognizing differences in the way people think, the way they operate, how they like to do things. And that's really critical. That's really critical that you could recognize those. Also, be the person who asks the question that everybody's thinking. You get into a room and somebody, speaker will say something and they ask for questions and you're thinking, oh, why does anybody ask this? And you look around, nobody's, and then you get this big sigh from the group because you're thinking, I thought of that, but I didn't want to raise my hand, So you could do that and people say, oh, okay, so she understands kind of what we were thinking all along and how important that was to get this question answered. So that's, those kinds of things, if you break out and be a little different. Like I said, I never wanted to be like the admirals that I, tall with steely gray hair, very stoic, kind of unapproachable. I didn't want to be that. I'm a short Asian lady who uses a lot of humor and will talk to anybody, really. And if you have chocolate, I'll talk to you forever. But that was my personality. And it took time. It took patience for people to realize I really did know what I was doing. When I walked into a room, especially a submarine conference, like, what's she doing here? Okay, so, I ask a few questions, I do things, and But it took years to get to the point where people say, okay, we know who she is, she does know what she's doing, listen to her. And sometimes that's what it takes, and that's that patience. If you try to force things, you break things sometimes. So it's often very good to get the read of the room, understand where everybody else is, look for the differences in your people that could elevate everything, the higher game, and that's a really good way to be successful.
And I would just add, I think one of the things you're talking about is sort of lifting as you're climbing, right? So making sure as you're going up that you're not forgetting people behind you because other people have blazed a path for you to get to where you're going, right? So it's important to also help other people along. But for me, it's a lot of the same things. I think leading on your own terms. I entered my deanship after a male dean who had been there for a very long time, a very tall, bombastic type of guy. I wasn't going to lead like him, right? I'm going to lead on my own terms and lead like me. I'm not him. I think that that's important, that you need to lead on your own terms while also finding your people. So the people that may have worked in his team may not be the people who are going to work in my team and who are going to complement me, right? And so I think that's really important to find those people on your team, but also outside of those work experiences, right? It's important to have outlets. It sounds trite, but you need to have outlets outside of work. And that became really stark to me over the last, it's been a rough time in academia since January 20th, particularly in the social sciences and the funding scheme. It's been incredibly stressful. It's been incredibly stressful for us at the University of Arizona. And I found that I was not leading in my best way, right? I was short-tempered with my team. I was not leading in the best way. It had finally gotten to me. And I got home and said, I need an outlet. I got on the Peloton and I had a PR, right? Because I burned all that energy out. And so I think that's important to know yourself, right? And know where you can have those outlets. And then I think it's also important to surround yourself with people who not only are going to compliment you, I don't mean by compliment you by give you compliments, but compliment your style, but also challenge you, right? And that you, as when you're creating a team and when you're leading, it's important to create what's known as psychological safety in that team, which means that people can feel free to take risks, right, in pursuit of trying to reach a higher aim without fear that they're going to be punished for taking those risks. And it's important as a leader that you mirror that and show that. And for me, I know that when I have been in teams, that my very best bosses and my very best mentors have allowed that space. And those who I haven't found as good, right, as bosses and mentors have shut that space down. And I think when you shut that space down, then you lead to suboptimal decision making at any type of organization.
I turned to ice cream rather than Peloton, so we all have to do it our own way, right? All right, so I did want to. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So one very practical tip, and then I'll reinforce something that Lori said. The practical tip is that I always ask the first question. There is a sign, when somebody finishes a talk or a presentation of some kind, there's always a minute while people are not raising their hands, they're trying to figure out what to ask. And then somebody asks the first question, and then there's a whole forest of hands, and you won't get called on. If you think of your question in advance and raise your hand right away after, you'll always get called on. And there are two great advantages to that. One, you will get to ask your question, your voice will be heard, you will make an impression. I hope it's a good question. But the other thing, and we know this from lots and lots of studies, is that when a woman speaks first, when women hear other women's voices, they are encouraged to ask questions. And I have tested this many times, and I've watched it actually in classes that I've taught. So that when a couple of women ask questions early on, you'll get many more questions. You'll just get a much more mixed group of questions, which is what you want. And then I did want to reinforce this idea about finding your own personal leadership style. And I have a similar story of becoming a dean. The dean I knew best was Joseph Nye, who was the dean of the Kennedy School. I had been sort of paddling in his wake for a long time. He was a role model and a mentor. But his style of leadership is what I would call Olympian reserve. He speaks in a very quiet voice, very reserved. And I'm just not reserved. It was never going to work. So I would reinforce exactly what you heard about. Think about who you are, and then craft the leadership persona that you need. The one other thing I would say about that, though, and I think this is harder for women who are more relational, is you always have to keep enough reserve so that if you have to give a bad review or if you have to let somebody go, that person doesn't feel betrayed because they thought, well, she was my friend. We were buddies. And that can be, I think, again, women's personalities vary dramatically just as men's do. But for those of us who have a very warm kind of connecting style, you have to learn to at least keep enough reserve so that people recognize you as a leader and are prepared to take bad news from you and not just good news.
Thank you. Let's talk a little bit about those allies, networks, mentorship. What role has all of this played in your own career trajectory?
I can tell you that at the academy, we were a minority, of course, the women there. The attrition rate for my class, I was in the second class of women, was the same as the men, about 30%. And the very first day there, they said, look left and look right. By the end of your 4 years, one of you will be gone. Oh boy, is that going to be me, right? And I can tell you that in high school and then, of course, in college, I was a rifle shooter. So in rifle shooting, you don't make your heart beat. You don't even take a shower when you're done. And I was not a runner. And so the first time I was there, they said, you got to run a mile. And I said, all at once? Usually if I have to go a mile, I just drive. And upper class, So I had to learn how to run. And my husband is a cross-country runner at the academy. And so it's not that I was overweight or out of shape. I just didn't know how. And so I had all these male midshipmen, my counterparts, helping me because they wanted me to succeed. And that was really important to me. They had sisters. If I had been one of their sisters, they would have wanted me to succeed. So I had to utilize those allies to help me succeed there, and I did. I eventually passed the mile run, and you had to do it every semester for 4 years. So that was something that had to be, had to keep going. But I don't think I look for allies. I find who they are because they'll come to me and say, I appreciate what you said, or I appreciate what you've done, that kind of thing. So I didn't really seek them out, or I'd observe, who thinks like I do. And you don't want to surround yourselves with people that just think like you do, because then you'll get nobody will tell the emperor or empress she has no clothes, right? So you want to surround yourself with people that think differently as well, but the ones that were able to advocate or be allies, identify who they were, and that was really important. My husband was also active duty, and as I went through my career, although I was active, went reserve, I actually came back on active duty for the last 7 years. But it was important. My husband was one of my biggest allies. He understood, because we're both in the Navy, went through the academy, he understood what I was going through, and his support for what I was going to do. If he deployed as part of submarines, but I had other places. I traveled a lot as well. Well, somebody's got to take care of the kids, because if they're bad, you can't just put them out in the yard. So we had to work together to coordinate all of this, and he was one of my strongest allies, of course. And then his group of people, his submarine friends, when we had wardroom parties, I wasn't in the living room talking about laundry. I was in the kitchen talking with the guys about submarine stuff. So they got to know me, and they became allies, and that circle just kind of grew. And then people in your command that know you and think, yeah, she's not so bad, they had friends, and you increase that circle that way, and then pretty soon you know a lot of people, maybe not well, not friends, but there's certainly acquaintances that can help you in what you're doing, that maybe you can change the way they think about women in the military just a little bit, just 1 degree. And then they start questioning, well, maybe my thoughts about this weren't exactly right. And then as you're in your field, as you become more senior and more knowledgeable, people will recognize that. Just like the attention you get for being a woman in a man's world, that attention goes both ways, right? You do poorly, and that's going to be recognized. You do well, and that's definitely going to be recognized. And so you can work that. You can work it both ways, and then that circle of influence increases. And I found that, I tell people to stay in the military, because the longer you're in, the more influence you can have. If you get out, you can't solve any of the problems that as a junior officer you saw and said, what is wrong with these senior officers? Why don't they get this? And then as you stay in longer, you become a senior officer. You say, oh, now I know why. But then you change what you can, but you can't change if you're out. And your circle of influence increases, and that's helpful, in the civilian world, even because we interact with them so much in the military. The more civilians you know that are interested in what you're doing, that have a part of that, is just a much better circle of people that you'll know. And a lot of them are men.
Yeah, and I think one thing I always say at commencement for students is none of us get to where we are alone, right? We all get to where we are because of the people around us. So our families, our friends, our mentors help us get where we are. And so certainly I would not be where I am without those groups of people, without allies, networks, and mentors. And one thing that was really important to me very early on in academia is when I was pregnant in grad school. I got pregnant my second year in grad school. And my advisor was a man, and he went and said, he came and said, why did you do that? And I was like, well, sometimes things, I don't know that I need to explain to you how a baby's made, but that, and he, was telling other people that he was worried I was never going to finish, right? But I had a female faculty member who had waited a really long time to have kids. And she came up to me and said, I'm really happy that you did what you did, and we're here to support you, and don't listen to what any of these men in the department are saying, right? You're going to be just fine. It was just fine. I found having a kid in grad school to be a really amazing time. Oops, I don't know what's happening. Somebody's calling through on the computer. Sorry about that.
Well, that wasn't me.
So I think that, finding those mentors, and that I had a chance, she's now lives half the year in Tucson. I had a chance to go to her house for dinner and to say thank you. And so I think for those of you who've had mentors, it's important also to tell them thank you, right? Because I think that's pretty meaningful. And I think also finding allies with those around you, but finding allies at different levels in your organization. So from those of you in Arizona, you know that the University of Arizona, we've had a little bit of leadership change. And then change and change again over the last couple of years. And this is my third year there. So I've had many provosts in the 3 years that I've been there, and on my second president now. And so it's important to forge those relationships with each person that comes into that leadership role. And I think you need to be astute at understanding how do you form those relationships. So the same way that I formed a relationship with Bobby Robbins is not the same way that you would form a relationship with Suresh Garamella, the previous president and now the current president. They're very different people. And so knowing kind of what is the sort of limits of those relationships, how can they be allies, but not taking things personally when people react to you in different ways because they're different people, I think it's also important for you to keep in mind.
I will add that most of my mentors were men because there just weren't very many women high enough up to be mentors. And as people have suggested, they are men who have women in their lives they want to succeed. In my case, they were men who had wives who were real trailblazers. One, his wife was the first president of Duke. The first woman president of Duke, and another had his wife was the first undersecretary of the Air Force. And so they looked at me and knew all the struggles their wives had gone through, and wanted to help me advance. And they were just fabulous, both of them. And then also my husband, like Lori, my husband was great. I remember him saying to me once, we were in the same field in international relations, we were at a conference, and I must have started a sentence by saying, well, I'm not sure I know much about this, but, and which is a kind of standard, you put yourself down. And he said afterwards, well, if you don't know very much about it, why should anybody listen to you? And he would, catch me on things like that only somebody really close to you could say. And many, many women pass that on to other women. I would say to the women in the audience, often women who are, one of few women in their cohort, they are besieged with younger women who want them to mentor them. And mentoring takes time and energy, and I mentor a lot of people, but I only mentor people who I have some real connection with. So I would urge you not to discount the value of male mentors. I mean, maybe there's some things they can't understand, although these days, yes, they have sisters and wives and daughters who are facing these issues, but they're also more likely to be available in worlds in which there just aren't that many women. Not that you go up and ask them, but you forge a relationship with them.
Thank you for that. I think we're running out of time, so do we have enough time for one quick one? Do you want to move to Q&A already? Okay. Okay, all right. We do need to move to Q&A, so does anyone have any questions? Be first.
Thank you, everyone. I wanted to know, beyond formal mentorships or forging the relationships, what resources, be it a book or a podcast, has informed your leadership style or the way that you look at kind of your role as a leader?
When I was coming up in the Navy, we didn't have podcasts. So and I did have mentors. Not a lot of mentors. I mentor more people now than that mentored me. So I would say that the most important, the way I did it was to look around at all the people that I interact with. Some people were slightly out of, submarine maintenance is a very sort of a small field, but it has far-reaching consequences and all over the world. And so I looked at the people in that community, and I looked to see whose style I liked. And I would go to them and say, okay, what did you do? What were you thinking? How did you do it? That kind of thing. And I do get a lot of people asking for mentorship. And I just wanted to include this one thing is people say to me, how do you have a career and raise a family? And my advice is, it's not that you can't have it all. You can't have it all at once. Your priorities change. When I was younger, my priorities career, and then that biological clock started ticking really loud, and I thought, okay, how do I do this? So that's why I went to the reserve, and I had my family, and I supported my husband where he had to go on active duty. And as the kids got older, they could dress and feed themselves and drive themselves to school, I started coming back on active duty more and more till the point where I was fully on active duty for the last 7 years. And my priorities changed. So my priority was career, then it was family, and then it was back to career, but you have to plan that. So the off ramp I took to start that family, I had to keep my hand in maintenance. I had to do what it took so that my name did not be forgotten. And some people thought I was just like on leave or temporary duty somewhere. They didn't realize I'd gone to the reserve. And then when I came back on active duty, then it was like, oh yeah, okay, she's back. But along the way, I had to try to figure out how to do that. And talking to people that had, in some form, done that kind of thing was critical. And so that's really important, having those, whether they're formal or not formal mentors, people that you like their style, you like the way they are, you like them as people, you like their personality, their values. Those are the ones that I went to talk to figure out what I needed to do to be successful, how they did it. And then the last thing was, that the slogan, if you can see it, you can be it. I tell young people all the time, you don't have to see it to be it. There was nobody that looked like me doing what I was doing when I was coming up. Don't limit yourself to what you see. Be that person that other people see, and then they can go to for advice or, helping you up. Like you said, lifting as you're climbing. I like that. I wrote that down here. So it's important that people have role models, no doubt. But you could be a role model too. So don't limit yourself to what you see. If there's no role model, then maybe you're the one that's going to be that role model for some future person. And there's no reason not to be that.
I have 2 books that one I'm reading right now, one that I've read multiple times. One's by Marjorie Haas. She's currently the president for the Council of Independent Colleges, and she's been a president, provost at a couple different places. and I'm always really bad on titles, but it's I think it's Leadership Guide for Women in Higher Education. So that's in the higher ed space. Every time I read it, especially if I read it like sort of I'm going through different things in the moment, I get something new and different out of the book. And it has questions at the end of it that I think are interesting to ponder. And I don't think they're just for women either. They're sort of interesting to ponder sort of about your career. And then a book I just started that was recommended to me by the dean of our graduate college is called Likeable Badass. And I'm really enjoying it so far. And I think it has some really interesting tips in it too. I'm on spring break right now, so I'm going to take vacation the end of this week and read the book while I'm camping. So, but so far it's been good.
Anne Marie?
I've also got two books. One is by Nan Cohan, spelled Keohane, the woman I was saying who was the first woman president of Duke. And her book is called Thinking About Leadership. And she has a chapter in there on women and leadership. She and I used to have big debates as to whether women led differently than men. But she is also an academic leader, but she was a political philosopher before that, and she's just a great thinker. So when I teach leadership, I always use that book. So Thinking About Leadership. And the other is not a leadership book, but it made a huge difference in my career. And it is called, I just looked it up because I was going to have to, oh, come on. It's speaking like Churchill and standing like, why can't I find it here? Speaking like Churchill and standing like Lincoln. So, and it's a book on the secrets of public speaking. It's not a big book, but it transformed the way I thought about public speaking, the way I practice public speaking, and it really very simple tips like don't start with thank yous because no one will listen to you until you stop the thank yous. Do the thank yous in the middle of the speech or maybe at the end, but just grab them with a first sentence they won't forget. Never, ever, ever speak when you're looking down. Things like that made me a far better public speaker. And I was terrified of public speaking really until I started teaching. And even after that in my 30s, until I read this book. So again, speak like Churchill, stand like Lincoln. It may be reversed, but I know Churchill, Lincoln, and speaking are all in the title.
I think we're out of time. I was going to start with thank you, everybody, for being here, but I've just learned an important lesson from Anne Marie, so I'm not going to say that right now. I'm going to buy some time and just mention what a fantastic time I think I had here. I learned so much from these amazing women. I hope that you did too. And please join me in thanking all of them for being with us today.
Thank you all.
I don't know if this is on. We'll just have a very quick coffee break now, but because we're running a bit behind, if we can be back by 15:15, so we're not starting the next one late. Thank you.
Anybody hear me? Can you guys hear me? I'm not hearing anything.
Test. There we go. Now it's working. I'll give them 2-minute warning. 2-minute warning, everybody. Start looking for your seats.
Can anybody hear me? I can't. If somebody's muted, it looks like you're trying to talk, though.
Wait. Can you hear us?
I hear somebody. I don't see any faces, but yeah, I hear somebody.
Your face is right next to me, but this is Alicia.
Oh, hey. I see you. Alicia, I'm not able to hear anybody in the room.
Oh, we haven't started yet. Give us like 60 seconds.
Okay.
All right, so welcome to panel 2. Hopefully you guys aren't tired of seeing my face yet. So we're going to be covering on this one defense policies and military reform. We're going to get to go over the role of women in the armed forces and how it's changed, the strategic value of including women, systemic challenges facing women in the armed forces even still today, and kind of how we address them. And then how we support women in the armed forces, both during their service and afterward as veterans. So I have 3 panelists with me today with extensive experience in these areas. I'll start all the way to my left here with Sean Skelly. She recently retired as the Deputy Undersecretary of Defense for Personnel and Readiness. Wanda Wright here. She is the Director of the Office for Veteran and Military Engagement right here at Arizona State. And then over Zoom, I think she's coming in from, are you in Hawaii right now or in DC, Ellen?
No, I'm back in DC.
You're back in DC now, okay. But she is a Senior Research Fellow at Women in International Security and also the Director of the Combat Integration Initiative, which we'll talk about later. So welcome everybody and thank you for joining us. I'm gonna start with kind of opening this question to everyone. So you all share in common long military careers, but also careers that specifically included supporting women in the military or the veteran communities. So I want to start by asking each of you to talk about, from your different perspectives, how you've seen women's roles in this field evolve, and how that's been influenced by policy change at key points in time. And yeah, you want to start, Wanda?
Yeah. I went to the Air Force Academy. I graduated in 1985, and even then we couldn't fly fighters. And over my career, we saw, and I was so excited when they actually announced it, that women could actually fly fighters. To me, that was a really big change in military policy, and really a paradigm change in the military, that we as women could be seen as people who could be part of the greater mission, like the spear of the tip of the spear. And so when that policy changed, and then obviously to be followed on that we could go into almost every skill within the military, those happened during my career lifetime. And it was exciting for me. It was great for the women who were behind me. I think the women who were in front of me thought these were great changes for us to be seen now as a real part of the military versus just sort of a side piece, if you will. And so those 2 changes in my mind, in my reflection, were so significant to me that it sort of changed the trajectory of my life in the fact that I decided to stay in and stay at a career for 26 years.
Thank you. I would just note, Alicia, I'm not retired, so anyone in the real or virtual audience, I am available for employment. I worked for President Biden, so when he left office, I left office. Is that normal course of business? I come at this first question from as we all do, our personal experience. It's not in the book, the bio that's in today's book, but just Google me; it'll come right up. I identify as transgender. So when I started my military service, I identified as male, and I got commissioned in 1988. So I like dropping on the kids in the military. My commission was signed by Ronald Reagan, and I'm here before you now. But so I went to flight school in 1988. I can't recall the name of a woman from that year and a half time. Even though they were there, they were not in my immediate class or an adjacent class. I went and flew the S-3 Viking, a combat-coded aircraft, which is relevant. I attended the 1991 Tailhook Conference, which it lives in infamy, and correctly so. And that became a butterfly effect event that led to the challenging of some pretty rank misogyny in the military. Kind of called it up, raised it out, caused leadership interactions with that fact. The investigation was bungled, which accelerated all of the dissatisfaction with those conditions, which led to Secretary of Defense Aspen making the decision in 1993 to remove the restriction from women flying combat-coded aircraft. Women in the Navy were flying jets as aggressor squadrons, training other fighter pilots, but they were not in those deploying fighting squadrons. Because we knew women could fly airplanes, they just were not flying all of the airplanes for all the missions. So then when I became a flight instructor in 1994, the very first women to fly my aircraft showed up to our replacement squadron. And it was during those years between the Tailhook Convention and 1994 when women started flying the airplane and I had to teach them how to do it, where my eyes got opened as just a young person I was the dog that caught the car. I wanted to fly off aircraft carriers. Nothing else mattered. Even when I found out I was effectively blind, didn't matter. We had naval flight officers. You can ride in the back like Goose or up in the co-pilot seat like I was and still bag traps and do cool, stupid things. But then in 1981, Tailhook, then later in my squadron, I met an organization and was interviewed by, as part of their work, the Defense Advisory Committee on Women in the Services, DACOITS, who existed for nearly 50 years, still do. I interact with them in my time in the Obama administration and the Biden administration as well. And looked at what is going on with the plight of women, the status of women, what do they need, what are they seeing, what are they experiencing. And in 1992 for me, I was like, am I flying today or am I not flying today? But then they asked the question, what about women doing what you do? And it caused me to think, I'm like, there's no reason why they can't. None whatsoever. And then 2 years later, my bluff got called and I had to instruct them to do what I did. And I quickly cauterized for me that the place of women in a cockpit that I was going to fly in was no different than anybody else who was the pilot sitting next to me. Because the only thing that mattered was, are we going to get aboard the ship tonight? And are we going to do it safely? Because that was the goal. Didn't matter what jokes you told or anything like that. Real professional and personal maturation really started through that process. And then over the course of my life, General Richardson is here. That Aspen decision led to the women who became the senior combat leaders that we have today because it opened them up to the combat arms through aviation, which is how General Richardson, General Van Ovost for Transportation Command, General Lori Robinson was the first female combatant commander with Northern Command. Aviation did that. The Army's first four-star, General Ann Dunwoody, was a logistician, one of the jobs that women could get into in her era. And much like Admiral Grocki, thank you for setting the Navy bar high today. Talent doesn't know a difference, but where you do it, you make a difference and you kick butt and it gets noticed, though it had to be incredibly difficult in the early 70s and beyond, and being in the military academies at that time. But so there were some inflection points that I got to witness firsthand and now recently have lived amongst incredible women leaders, general and flag officers. I worked very closely with Air Force Major General Jeannie Leavitt, one of the first Air Force fighter pilots, one of the early Navy fighter pilots, Admiral Sarah Kletch Joyner, as well in my time in the Pentagon, those kind of senior strategic leaders in the force. I've worked very closely recently with a woman who is a present brigade commander in the Army, who I believe was just rated the #1 brigade commander in her corps. And corps go to war. corps are combat organizations. My senior military assistant in the job I just had was an engineer who was herself just selected for brigade command for one of the Army's only 3 engineer brigades. And it'll be up in Washington State, which means the one that's oriented toward China, which kind of matters. So there have been some inflection points. I've been very privileged to have been witness to them.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thanks. Like Wanda, I'm an academy graduate. I went to West Point, graduated in 1984, so pretty early. When I graduated, like Wanda, my choices were very limited, no ground combat units or jobs. And of course, that has changed dramatically over the years, but I was still serving in the Army in 2011 when ground combat infantry and armor units were still not open to women. So out of frustration and also kind of a good opportunity, I was able to join a lawsuit that challenged the ground combat exclusion policy. That was 2011. We filed our lawsuit in 2012. And at the very end of, actually the first week of 2013, as we were preparing to go to court, the combat exclusion policy was repealed. That was a huge win for women in the Army because literally pretty much everything had been open to women in the Air Force and the Navy at that time, although it was still a rough go for many women transitioning into those previously closed occupations. Subsequent to the lifting of the ground combat exclusion policy, a few friends and we decided that we needed to do some things to help those first women that went into the ground combat occupations, the infantry, the armor, and those ground combat units. So it was at that time that I joined the organization called Women in International Security, and I've been with them pretty much ever since. I'm also a fellow at the Service Women's Action Network, and these are organizations that have been created and established to support women across defense, but as the Service Women's Action Network, the name implies, it's service women focused, whereas Women in International Security is women writ large within the security community. So I eventually retired, and I've spent the last decade pushing policy through research. Well, not just research, but research, but then policy, but also the different mechanisms that you use to push policy. You can write papers, you can publish papers. In fact, interestingly, I just got an email about an hour ago from Joint Force Quarterly saying that some of the articles I've published in the past are going to be purged because they don't meet DEI language requirements, which I find fascinating. But anyways, so you can write articles, you can do research to push change and push policy. And then you can also join organizations that support the women within the defense community who are attempting to make change. The most recent thing that I've been working on is a documentary about the women who have joined these ground combat jobs and units. And the research or the documentary is based on a 5-year longitudinal study that we conducted, interviewing where every year we would interview women who were entering the ground combat occupations, the infantry and the armor units across the U.S. Army. And I've got a little trailer that I think Alicia's got queued up to show you, which is a trailer for the documentary, which we hope will be finished this year and we will publish in 2026 or release in 2026. So go ahead, Alicia.
Do you guys have that queued up? The video? Great.
I'm not hearing the sound.
Yes, we can. We can hear it.
some restrictions were lifted. They made sure that women were still prevented from filling direct ground combat roles, but Les Aspin, who was the Secretary of Defense, made an announcement saying that combat cockpits were open to women, and that was a huge win, a really, really big day.
That day I picked up the phone and called the South Carolina Air National Guard that I knew had F-16s, and then went right to pilot training in '96. Our unit was activated in February of 2003. We were going to war with Iraq. I was in the first 8 ship that escorted the first strikers into the country. All 8 of us were coming off the tanker when minute 1 of the war began, the shock and awe.
I flew about 170 or 180 hours in Iraq. I knew I couldn't go infantry, and Cobras were, in my mind, the next best thing because it was supporting the guys on the ground doing the job. You know, we were getting shot at on pretty much every mission.
I'm a combat medic, which in a war zone means that I'm on the line assisting when we have casualties. We went on a foot patrol to engage the females in a village. At about 07 is when the first IED went off. That one hit our interpreter. We medevaced him. The second IED went off, and that hit 3 of us. As a medic, you treat the most significant casualties first. My injuries were not life-threatening. When you think that your legs are gone, only to realize it's just your face that's messed up, it's not that bad.
In the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, defining what counts as a combat role and what does not count as a combat role has pretty much been a fool's errand from the beginning. In those wars over the past decade, 61 American women have been killed in Iraq in combat by hostile action. And in Afghanistan, where the war is still going on, so far 23 American women have been killed in combat by hostile action. Nearly 1,000 American women have been wounded in action in those 2 wars.
The core of the military is the combat arms, those people that can fight and win our nation's battles. And women are excluded from that core element. So the combat exclusion policy has a deleterious effect on women's long-term careers. It actually reduces the number of women that can actually make it to the highest ranks in the military.
I was tracking kind of the developments that were happening. So it was my freshman year was when the combat exclusion policy was open. So I felt really strongly that the first women who went through need to be really committed.
I just transferred from the MP branch. And when I was enlisted, I was a medic. So I was actually with a combat support, and we would, when we did our field work, we would go out and support the infantry. We were always outside the wire. I loved it. And so, you know, that feeling you get with a unit is exactly why I wanted to come this route.
The women who stepped up to seize these opportunities faced heavy resistance.
I mean, at the end of the day, what are we fighting? We're fighting the most deep-seated prejudice in our society, which is a military that's been based on male-only combat soldiers.
Ranger, what is wrong with you?
I hope that one day, if anyone ever watches this, I just hope they know that we struggle, that like we put in. We are fighting as hard as we can.
Report 187! Right up! Side 187! Right up! Graduation!
Charlie and Dallas fought to earn their place on the battlefield. This is the story of extraordinary women who shattered the brass ceiling in the military. Their path was never easy. This film will show that the fight to fight is not over.
So I wanted to kind of show that trailer because it kind of traverses what we've already talked about on this panel, the changes that have happened over time, but we're not finished, frankly. And there may be some setbacks currently developing. And the other thing that we were talking about pushing change over time, lawsuits have pushed change, women internally, Congress has pushed change. But the other thing, and the reason we're doing this documentary is film and media pushes change. So we're trying to capture the stories of these women, the challenges that they've had, and put it out there for the general public so that hopefully that too will push change. Thank you, Alicia.
Yeah, thank you, Ellen, and thank you for sharing that. The panelists can't actually see it from where we are, but I've watched it before, and I know it's really powerful. So thanks for sharing that with the audience, and I look forward to seeing the whole thing. Sean, I wanted to talk for a second actually about your role as Deputy Undersecretary of Defense. So I looked up all the things that you're responsible for, and I couldn't remember, like I had to make a list. It's a lot. Force readiness, force management, health affairs, National Guard and Reserve component affairs, education, training, military and civilian personnel management. So yeah, that's a lot to be responsible for, position with high potential impact. But I wonder if you could talk about some of your recent policy work in that position, focusing especially on the role of women in the force today.
Thank you, Alicia. You just stole at least a minute of my time. But I thought I'd offer for folks to set the context in that very place. We're talking about women. Right now we're speaking specifically on women in the military. The force, DOD, the total force is about 3.4 million people, 2.1 military, active guard and reserve, nearly 900,000 career civilians who matter hugely, as well as the definition includes the couple 100,000 contractors that actually work inside our facilities and things. We have to account for them when they are. But that's 3 million government employees we have a responsibility for. We also have a responsibility for 2.6 million dependents of our service members, their immediate family members that are covered by their benefits, which all lumps up into, because we include retired military people, like some of us here, are included in the department's responsibility for healthcare. So we have healthcare for 9.6 million people. DOD isn't just a warfighting machine. We have a undergraduate, we have a primary and secondary school system that's flung across the world. We have grocery stores on our bases. We call them commissaries. We have exchanges, Target big box stores, kind of like big box stores all over the world to take care of those people. We have child care centers. The amount of my time in my 16, 17 months as Deputy Undersecretary was taken up in child care staffing. DOD, by the way, sets a national standard for what it means, what it takes to become a child care provider in America, because our people deserve it and demand it in that way. So it was all these things, as well as personnel pay and benefits, all the individual policies and the like, which meant that our organization was responsible for 500 plus discrete policies to account for all those things. And when you've got millions of people pushing against those policies, just about once a week, one of them broke, or somebody found a crack, or what became a crack got wider, and it's what are you going to do about that? What are we going to do about the fact that people in the Bay Area of California can't find housing with what their allowance currently is as the market goes up and down and inflation does all these things? How do we respond? What are your recommendations to the Secretary? What are your recommendations to Congress? Name that issue. I had a joke about my job when I was Assistant Secretary of Defense for Readiness, are we ready to go to war? And are the next folks ready to go to war next year? And what about 5 years down the road? Will they be ready for that war we think is going to have to be prepared for in 5 years? Then I came upstairs, and next thing I know, I was at the White House talking about spouse employment in Italy, the Italians letting our spouses work. I was also working on making sure that we got the policy done so that service members could get greater reimbursement to put their pets on airplanes when we move them across the world. So it was pet travel reimbursement to, is the nuclear force ready? Wild. But within that context, we have 20% of the force are.
But it's just so much money to go every year,
That's interesting.
Oh my God.
But the point of this is women's role in that organization, especially in the military. It's quickly approaching 20% in the military are women. Every one of the policies that we have with regard to people, personnel, have to account for the fact that the greatest growing demographic amongst the military, which also means the greatest growing demographic for our veterans, because one of the things we decidedly do in the Department of Defense is we make veterans. Almost 200,000 people a year, 200,000 people a year leave the military, either active guard or reserve, and become veterans and interact with the Department of Veterans Affairs. My office had responsibility for that relationship with them and trying to make things It's not seamless. It's not good. Getting better, yes. Miles and miles to go on that relationship, but an incredible amount of effort put onto it. Women are the fastest and biggest growing demographic in service to the nation in uniform in that way. So there are a lot of realities in that, which means that women are an ever more key part of our national defense, period. The drones and the AI are not coming to save us. They'll probably do the opposite, right? And for any foreseeable future, the only way autonomous systems or remote controlled systems or AI, any of it will do any good is unless you have the people to design it, operate it, and fix it when it breaks, because it's going to break. So women are key, but are becoming increasingly key and essential because we have a hard time getting Americans to put on the uniform. Called a crisis, but there's a whole huge societal shift going on with regard to education and service and wanting to do things, and our message doesn't translate as well as it used to because every one of your uncles didn't serve in World War II, Korea, or Vietnam anymore. So that's tough. Working on it. Recruiting is up. Retention has remained high over the last several years, which is remarkable while the economy's been cooking. But the whole point of it is you have to account for women in all those policies, and you have to do better because the policy is probably never good enough. And the charge is to actually keep lifting up the lid and proactively advance it while you're also plugging all the leaks that occurred because people have families and they have their own human lives. Let us know that, oops, we didn't think of that.
Thank you, Sean. And speaking of human lives, Wanda, I know you do a lot of work with women veterans after service. Can you talk some about what the VA and other organizations do to support women in moving into fulfilling lives and careers after service?
Sure. Just to set the context, I think Sean did a great job. There's about 2 million women veterans in the nation out of approximately 17.5 veterans as a whole. And what she said is very true. The VA is also seeing a growth of women enrolling in the system, the healthcare system, as well as the benefits system. I think one of the reasons is because with OIF and OEF, women began to recognize that they were actually veterans. Previous to that, they didn't really understand because especially during the Cold War, we weren't necessarily in any combat, and honestly, we weren't allowed to be in combat roles. So we took on this identity of just being in the military, serving, and then getting out and going and living your life. And so we did not take advantage of the benefits that we were actually deserving of. And so because of that, there was, I think, a very low enrollment of women for a very long time. And then we had a major war for a really, really long time. And these young women started to recognize and were getting injured and having illnesses that were the same as men, and that they needed their health care and they needed specific health care. And so recently there's been legislation, Isaacson and Roe, which has the Deborah
Sampson Act.
Thank you, Deborah Sampson Act.
Thank you, Ellen.
Out of the heavens, which sort of forces the VA. Congress sort of forces the VA to pay particular attention to gender-specific health care, maternity care, GYN, OB, all of those things that we were essentially denied because there's not really comprehensive care for women in VA healthcare systems. And what I mean by that is because we're in such a minority, they don't carry those kinds of doctors for us because it isn't price worth, the value wasn't there for them. Now that we're approaching this 20%, and I think academies are now around 25%, which just heartens me so much, that the VA is now starting to see that they have to react. And so more OBGYN care, and now they're really like advertising about fertility care, and especially with toxic exposure and those kinds of things, to make sure that we are getting the care that we deserve, honestly. So I think as far as the healthcare system, the VA is trying very hard, and like Sean said, there's a lot of work that still has yet to be done on the military side and on the veteran side, as far as just the issues that we still face within the system. Sexual harassment, for instance, when you have a lot of men going into a healthcare system and women are there too, there's still issues around that. So there's still work to be done. And what I would say about organizations and things that can support women as they transition, out of that 200,000 that leave every year, you can now estimate 12% of them are women. And they're coming out and having sort of the same issues, but at a higher rate. Women veterans have a higher rate of suicide, unemployment. They have a higher rate of education, which I think is great, and a much higher rate of financial instability. And I think one of those things is because the world doesn't understand us. Even to this day, and we've had so many more women veterans come out, they still don't understand why we would do it, why we'd go in the military. There's still a lot of misogyny going on, and either you're gay or you're crazy to go into the military. You know what I'm talking about. And so I just remember when I was transitioning out and I was trying to find a job, and I started a year, because that's what TAP told me, the Transition Assistance Program. Start a year out, start getting your resume together, interview skills, get those resumes out there. I probably sent out 100 resumes, and I had one interview in that year. And I think it's because they looked at me, and of course I'm an intersection of a lot of things, right? Black, woman, military. They just didn't get it. Why would you have done that? And I don't know if you'll fit here. So that's one of the things that I think is really important is employment, because that's financial stability, right? And so there's a lot of organizations out there right now that support employment for women, and also self-employment for women veterans. So the SBA is out there for you. There's regional small business vocational training out there. There are a lot of organizations within the VA, units in the VA that support employment. And then of course the local, especially here in Arizona, the Arizona Job Center has a program called the Veteran JVSG. And it gives preference to veterans for job selection. The state of Arizona, which I find interesting that most veterans look toward federal government, the state of Arizona has a preference as well for veterans. And so there's a lot of opportunity for women veterans to be employed, to look for those kinds of opportunities to work, and nonprofits as well. So I think it's out there. We have a higher unemployment rate than our male counterparts, and we have a much higher unemployment rate than our female civilian counterparts. For education, women veterans use their GI Bill. They do, they recognize it's important, they go back and get their education, and they utilize it. What happens then is that there's a crash once you graduate of trying to find employment. So that's a problem right there. There's a barrier right there that we really need to start looking at. Mental health, again, is another one of those things. VA is a proponent, obviously, of supporting our veterans with mental health. They don't have enough. They don't have enough to help us. So they send us community care. And essentially the same thing for infertility or OBGYN. And then what happens is that we're in the system outside of the VA, which it causes a whole lot of other kind of problems because they don't talk to each other very well. So we got to fix that. Some of the, sort of more highlighting things, though, is that we do have more women out here who are trying to help our women, right? We have more veterans like me who are at positions that can support women moving up in employment, advocating for education, supporting women as they're moving through their transition to finding what will eventually be their joy. And I appreciate that. I am a first of a lot of things. I was the 6th class of women out of the Air Force Academy. I came into my first job as a fresh new lieutenant, being the only Black female officer in almost the entire wing. It was, in the 80s. I got out of active duty, I went to the Guard. I was the only African-American female in my Guard unit, in the entire unit. And I was the only first, as I moved up, to finally make colonel at the Joint Force Headquarters over here at Papago. I had no one to look to. And so I try to be that person that people can look up to. And there's a couple of people in this room, I think, that would kind of count on me as a mentor, because that's the importance of us being women veterans and being out in the world, is to be veterans, to be mentors for these women who are coming up. I think that it sounds negative, kind of what I'm saying, but the great thing about it is that we are improving, that we are making great strides in the VA, we are making great strides in helping the public understand that we are valuable assets to the military, even though crazy shit's happening right now, excuse my language, but we are out here advocating for each other. Facebook is, as they slowly take us out of the system in the military, Facebook is pounding people about, remember her story. There are all of us who are out there who did things. Tell your story so people remember. There's WMSA, the Women's Memorial for us. That's out there really advocating for us. So advocate for each other, and I think that's the promise that we can make to one another, to continue women veterans to strive and be be healthy and happy in the situations that they are now.
Thank you, Wanda. It really is incredible how many trailblazers we have in this room. But Ellen, I want to circle back to women in combat and talk a little bit about your work with that. So for those of you who don't know, Ellen and I actually go way back to when then Secretary of Defense Leon Panetta lifted the ban on women in combat, the combat exclusion policy. And Ellen started an organization called the Combat Integration Initiative, and I was fortunate to get to be a part of that. And actually, Ellen, I also realized talking in between the panels that in this room, you're not the only one whose origin story with Alicia Ellis starts at a cigar bar in Washington, D.C. So, but can you talk some about that? Talk about the goals of the Combat Integration Initiative, why you started it, why it was so important to you that this be done right, and how you approached, achieving the goals we were working toward.
Sure. So I might get interrupted, just a caveat here. I'm helping my dad move to assisted living. So I'm in his little assisted living apartment. He just passed by, maybe going back here shortly. But anyways, let's see, the combat exclusion policy. The goal of the combat exclusion policy was to set up a website, an external to the military, a place where we couldn't be censored, we couldn't be controlled. It's a civilian organization, Women International Security, where we could post, but then it has evolved over time. So we eventually started with, we wrote the Combat Integration Handbook, A Leader's Guide to Success, which we then sent all over the Army to the units that were integrating women. After that, we began to conduct other research. We wrote policy papers. One of the big research projects that we've been doing, it's a longitudinal study where we followed women over 5 years who were integrating ground combat units. We wrote these papers, and then of course I just showed you a copy or a clip from the documentary that we're working on. What I have found and have been frustrated by a bit is that our policy papers don't seem to hold water. It's not that they don't hold water, it's just that there's not a lot of action that's taken on it. For me, what I have found is that if you engage the media, you put things out in public, you do things that are, broadly listened to and understood, then people tend to listen a little more. Some of the big policymakers that we have always relied on have been members of Congress, and they have supported changes and efforts that we've made. Most recently, the effort to change the Uniform Code of Military Justice so that to change the who is allowed to decide whether or not a sexual harassment or assault case goes to trial. So those are some of the kinds of work that we have done with the Combat Integration Initiative. And they're all policy focused, but they're also, well, actually it's all policy, it's research and policy focused. So those have been, we've also done, the other thing I forgot to mention is we've done workshops through our Combat Integration Initiative, the Leader's Guide to Success handbook. We made contact with many commanders whose units were integrating, and several commanders asked us to come and do some workshops to help the women who were integrating into these all-male units. So those are the types, that's the type of work that the Combat Integration Initiative has done over the years, and it's been 10 years now. Will be 10 years in 2026 that all ground combat jobs have been open to women in the Army. Sorry about my dad passing through, by the way.
No, it's very on theme. We were just talking about how we all have human lives too. So,
sorry.
No, not at all. Okay, well, I want to make sure we leave some time for audience Q&A, but I have one last question that I want to open up to all of you. One thing I really want to highlight is the strategic value of inclusion. It's not just about supporting women, but also maybe even primarily about supporting the mission. So could each of you maybe talk about how you've seen the inclusion of women in these roles enhance operational effectiveness and decision-making? Wanda, you look ready.
I'll start. When I was I think major, I was a communications commander. And back in those days, STEM was really not a woman's world. We had network people, we had telephone guys, we had very few women were in my flight. And so I am an advocate for women. And I wanted to make sure that we gave women the opportunity to be in this world, which I thought was really important. You could deploy as a comm unit, and that gives you the ability for promotion, right? When you're in situations where you can be a leader and you can be in combat. And I would go around my little unit and ask, do you want to change your MOS, your AFSC, so that you could be, and I got a few. I got 3 or 4 of them that changed and came over. And one, they were wonderful leaders. They created their own communications flight professional development team for all the young airmen. And 2, they brought perspective to our flight in this sort of, engineering kind of world that made the gentlemen in our flight rethink about a few things. And so I always, in my mind, thought that created a better unit. When I brought those ladies in, they changed perspective, they created leadership, and it made it a much easier unit for me to lead. And that's really what you want. We talk about servant leader, we talk about the kinds of ways as a person I can lead, but you always want to be a better leader. And when you bring the right people in, and it's a diverse thinking, and there are a lot of different kind of people in your space, you get a lot of different kinds of ideas, which makes things great, and it allows us to continuously improve whatever we're doing to make it even greater.
Having just served for several years at very near the top of the Department of Defense, it was often difficult to think about people as individuals while understanding that there are millions of them that you have responsibility to help assist them. At the macro level, inclusion isn't just about ICU and hugs, which is true and important, but it's about the effectiveness of the organization in which you need people to do things as individuals and as teams. And there is not a team in the world, at least the democratic world, as big as the U.S. Department of Defense. So I need people to be seen so that they can be them best. Inclusion means getting the most out of them that you need. You hire them for a reason. Almost everybody in DOD gets taught by DOD to do the things they do. Yeah, lawyers go to law school and then they come looking for us to pay their loans back. Same with doctors, but we make some of them ourselves too. But most of the people in uniform doing the warfighting jobs have their skills imparted to them by the organization, have that training, and has to keep going on. I need to keep a lot of you in uniform. Senior leaders who I had the great pleasure of interacting with over the years imparted some really key things to me about, it's sort of reinforcing continuum circle. Inclusion is a part of taking care of people and getting the most out of them, but at the same time lifting them up and protecting them so they can keep coming back to work every day and that they want to for as long as they want to. In an all-volunteer force, sooner or later, everybody gets a vote. Your contract comes up and the decision is, do I go off to something else, which has to be respected, or I want to do more of this type thing. And we have a certain target for how many people and how many specialties and subspecialties we need to have, because it was reported to me by one of the senior enlisted leaders of the Department of Defense. We need an experienced force to do the very hard things that national security and military operations require. That has to be a retained force. Very few people on their first contract of 4, 5, 6 years. You can do good things and you can contribute hugely, but if you're going to lead, you've got to stay past that first contract. I need you in your second contract. I need you in your third contract. If you're an officer, I need you to promote up to battalion, squadron level command, or I am out of luck. If all I have is, I saw it once in my year group flying my airplane, and it was like in 97 where they knew, and they were talking to, if you talk to a pilot friend of mine, if you leave, I only have one pilot in that year group. If you stay, you're going to get command. Just don't kill anybody. And that was a real problem for the demographic and the talent base because the airlines were hiring and all that stuff. But we have to have density of talent to do these jobs because we need so many of them in certain fields, but also need you to stay long enough to get good at it, to get to the level that the task requires in order for everybody to be successful, which means I'll have to take care of you well-being wise as a human being in that way. When it comes to women, as we talked about, ever-increasing number, the biggest growing demographic, which means, guess what? The organization is not at its best in taking care of those women. As was mentioned, sexual assault, sexual harassment. Having that dealt with and having young women believe that they can succeed in the Department of Defense is a challenge. You can Google the article. It should come up when you use the phrase VIBE is a KPI. VIBE is a key performance indicator. The director of the Joint Analysis, Marketing and Research and Survey Organization, Jammers and DoD, was quoted in just the past 3 months talking about the fact that young women are telling us through our survey data that they don't feel they're going to succeed, and they're doing it at a lower level than the young men of their same cohort are telling us. That's bad for us as an institution and organization, and by extension, it's bad for us as a country if young women don't think they can succeed to the same extent that young men can succeed. Also, part of that is they have to believe that you're going to be a successful veteran no matter whether you do 4 years or you do 24 years, which is why taking veteran care matters, which also why we have to deal with them when they're harmed, when somebody assaults them, when somebody harasses them. So the recent policy changes, some of which started in the first Trump administration, and were imposed upon the Department of Defense by Congress, the Office of Special Trial Counsel, taking sexual assault and violent crimes away from commanders in the military chain of command. There's a lot of feelings about that. It was a law that we had to go do it, and we set that up, and that's only into its second year right now. But assuring that prosecution for harming other human beings through sexual assault, sexual harassment, which happens to men too and is even more underreported than it is for women, those have to get the best chance of bringing legal justice. So people feel like if it happens, it'll be dealt with. And likewise, we are also in the Biden administration, under Secretary Austin's direction, established the integrated primary prevention workforce, putting counselors on bases, making available to units on how you deal with organizational climate issues with regard to sexual assault, sexual harassment, and other harmful behaviors, drug abuse, alcohol abuse, and the like, and how you aid the commanders in their units with expertise so that they can focus on keeping their people ready to do their jobs and ultimately deploy and hopefully not fight if necessary. In that way, you have to put in the capital to actually make inclusion work for real and for people to believe that it will work for them, because the payoff is a higher functioning organization.
Hi, so I want to just kind of challenge this notion that women have to bring something different. Rather than start off with talking about what have women done that have changed the equation and brought something new, the idea that we need to bring something new or different to improve an organization is an unfair paradigm to set us in. And even though I'm going to talk about some examples, we never ask men what have men done to improve the organization? They just show up and they're expected to provide whatever talents or skills they have. Well, that's the same thing with women. And we shouldn't expect women to somehow or another bring something new or something different in order to be valued by the organization. So this notion that we've got to constantly prove that we bring something new or that we improve everything, it's a completely unfair burden to place on women writ large. But having said that, we know through research, extensive research shows that diverse groups are more effective. They're more intelligent on a whole range of activities and tasks, and they raise the bottom line of organizations, whether it be financial or there's some kind of activity, engineering. They come up with new, and I'm talking diverse teams. I'm not talking women specifically, because I hate this idea that women have to bring something different and new in order to be value added to whatever it is. It's the diversity of the group and the team that raises the team's level of competence. And it increases the pool of available talent. So in the Army in particular, when we started using women, especially in ground combat operations, well, it was an operational necessity. Specifically in Iraq and Afghanistan, the reason we began including women in ground combat units, this was before the policy was repealed, was it was a way to open up the full population. Women in Iraq and Afghanistan were prohibited by culture from interacting with men outside of their families. So we started putting women on these ground combat teams, and they were able to talk to women in towns and villages in ways that men were. And we began to gather and garner all kinds of intelligence, information that had been unavailable to us in the past. So that's an example of how women improved operational capabilities. But again, I hate to focus or demand that women do something new and different rather than just bring the talents and skills that they have.
Thank you. Actually, I think that's a great way to close, but I do want to give the audience an opportunity to ask your questions of the panelists. Sure, go ahead. We'll wait for the mic so that you can hear the question too, Ellen.
I think we all embrace the notion that we should live our values in terms of choosing leaders in our defense and intelligence and development areas. And back in the dark ages, when I entered diplomacy, women by and large were not assigned. Women diplomats, women intelligence officers were not assigned to those regions of the world where they would not be accepted as a leader or even just as a deputy leader. And so that held back women. And not just women. I remember the first African-American ambassador who was sent to South Africa waited several months before he could present his credentials to the government and be accepted as an actual ambassador under apartheid. So my question to those of you who've served and led early in your careers, did you experience discrimination in the sense that where you could be assigned was limited not by our values, but by the fear of not being accepted by those other governments who you had to work with closely?
When I was in the National Guard, actually up here, we have a sister city. You could say it.
Voice from
Kazakhstan. Yes, Kazakhstan. Thank you. And I was a wing XO, so I was like the executive for the wing commander, and we invited them to come and have lunch with us. And I sat right next to my commander, and we were in a round table, and the Kazakhstan leadership sat across from us. And I tried to have a conversation with the commander, and he wouldn't even look at me. And I looked at my boss like, what the hell's going on here? And he kind of underneath the table kind of said, you know, calm down. This is something out of your control. You got to let this go. But you really learn things that way. And you recognize, oh, there are different cultures out there that don't necessarily respect genders, and that you're not going to be the one to change it. You have to kind of go with what's going on and recognize it for what it is, and then next time we maybe make a better decision on who sits at the table. That's just my example.
Ellen, did you have something you wanted to add?
Nope.
Okay. No, that was a great answer. Thank you. I think we have time for one more if there's another hand in the air. No, that's okay because I'm standing between all these people and lunch and they know it. So thank you so much to the panelists, though, not just for being here today, but for all the great work you do. If you guys could join me in a round of applause.
Yeah, I know when you're on. Oh, you're right.
the Walton Centre for Planetary Health. That was fantastic. It really was so good. Oh, God. Hey, did you just so she's guarding it. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Okay, welcome to the second part of today. I'm absolutely delighted to see so many in the room, and it's my great pleasure to introduce Evelyn Farkas. Thank you, Evelyn, for giving up your time to join us.
Thank you so much, Linda.
Yeah. Well, I'm also going to just say a few words about Evelyn's background because she brings together so many experiences right across a range of organizations and geographies in terms of Europe, Asia, and of course, USA. Now, Evelyn, you're currently Executive Director of the McKie Institute, located here at Arizona State University. And I think later on, we might say a little bit about nonpartisan. The Institute is a nonpartisan organization. And interestingly enough, for those of us who are not located in the USA, we don't find that a familiar term. And I think some of the issues currently around evidence and whose evidence is it anyway are quite, apposite, but we'll come back to in a minute. You have spent your career fighting for democracy, human rights, women in leadership, and you started off in law. And I see really...
Political science.
Political science. Okay, well, great. We're in good company. And Senator John McCain actually was a well-known figure in the UK. And I think we've seen recent events and we're saddened by things, but he has a truly inspirational legacy. You bring 3 decades of experience to your role now, and you've worked across the US executive, the legislative branch, the private sector, and international organizations. You've also seen political campaigning in the 1920 election when you stood. As
2020, not 1920. I'm not that old.
Okay, well, we're off on a good roll now. It should have been 19/20, but yes, yeah. Actually, at the outset of the pandemic, yeah. But anyway, you're looking good on it. You're looking good on it. Anyway, I'm going to move on to the first question very quickly, but just also to point out, you've had a lot of experiences engaging in Europe as well. You were senior fellow of the German Marshall Fund of the US, the Atlantic Council, a national security contributor. And you've also been contributing to NBC. You've had a range of media roles. I could go on, but you've got experience as Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense in Russia, Ukraine, and Eurasia. You served in Bosnia, and you've also been on the Senate Armed Services Committee for Asia Pacific, Western Hemisphere, and Special Operations Command. Now, you are touching every point that's relevant to geopolitics today, but also to women's role in all of this and women's role in change, in human rights, democracy, and where we go in the future. So enough from me. I think we're all really keen to hear more about your career. And I think to start us off, you were just saying as we chatted there that you often will talk to interns at brown bag lunches and just talk about how you got to where you got to. And maybe you could share with us for a few minutes just how you've drawn on those experiences to get your career. And then I think we'll move on a bit in terms of looking more at strategy and leadership to the future. Okay, thanks.
Thank you so much, Linda, and thank you for the organizers. This is fantastic. When I explained to people where I was going, I said, it's like the academic AUKUS, you know, and all my security friends, of course, understood what I meant by that. So it's an honor to be here. I do speak to young people often, and because I've had all these various jobs, which makes me sound like an itinerant worker, I am able to speak about different sectors and different kinds of careers. I am the executive director of the McCain Institute. It's under the umbrella of Arizona State University. We focus on democracy, human rights, and leadership. By nonpartisan, we mean we are focused on the values that animated Senator McCain and his legacy, these universal human rights, the striving for freedom and democracy. And so everything we do is animated with those values that are not partisan. Now, when we have to go to policymakers and advocate, say, for support for Ukraine, then we are bipartisan. Then we go and we meet with members of both parties. So that's my quick explanation for that. What animated me and how I got into all this, I'll just say briefly, I came upon this international relations field, this national security field, honestly, so to speak, by birth. I was born to parents. My parents are Hungarian refugees. They're political refugees who fled communist Hungary. So I was born in the US. I didn't learn English until I went to kindergarten. When I was 10 years old, I went home to visit my grandmother in Hungary with my younger brother, and my parents shushed me and said, "Shh, be quiet, the lady next door is the spy, and if you say the wrong thing, your grandparents will be in big trouble." And I knew that this was not like get a ticket in America kind of trouble. This was like jail and maybe even worse, right? So as a 10-year-old, I knew this system, this communist system, this authoritarian system is different from what we have in America. In America, you have your rights and you have the right to, have a court-based argument about it. So I think I understood that my parents left everything for this system, for the democratic system, for the freedom, for the economic opportunity. And I also grew up hearing all these stories about World War II, about the Holocaust, about Stalinism. And so I understood how humans could be so horrendous and oppressive. And I wanted to really work on ethnic conflict. So when I went to graduate school at the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy, although it's not a law school, oddly, and you're not automatically a diplomat when you finish either, although many graduates go on to work in our State Department or other foreign ministries, because we have, the Fletcher School has about 40% internationals. So anyway, that animated me, and I ended up as a foreign policy expert in the security field, mostly because I went where the money and the power were. So I still wanted to stop ethnic conflict, but I understood that I had to get into the national security community to have the best chance at addressing those issues. And I believe that turned out to be the case. As you said, I worked in Congress in the Senate Armed Services Committee, which I actually worked on the Democratic side of the aisle for Carl Levin, but that's how I got to know and work very closely with the Republicans, including the McCain staff. I traveled with them extensively, and I did realize that you could achieve a lot. In terms of the gender component, and I would say then beyond that, I moved to various positions in the Pentagon. It was the working on the Russia portfolio. At that time, I'll just say really quickly, I was hired by a man, but Michelle Flournoy was the Undersecretary of Policy. And for those who haven't heard the term posse, she kind of had a posse mentality. She brought in a lot of women. So you weren't the only one that was different from the rest. And I think we found in social science that it's helpful if you are going to break barriers to not bring onesies and twosies in, because it's a lot harder for them to bear the pressure.
Well, thanks very much for a resume of a range of experiences, which I'm now going to ask you to draw on a bit further in terms of strategic inflection points. Now, you've been working on Ukraine. You've also been working on Taiwan. And I wonder if you could share with us what to you is a strategic inflection point and how these are relevant today in terms of Ukraine, Taiwan, and potentially thinking about women's role in developing defense policy.
Well, I think we are at a strategic inflection point right now with regard to both Russia and China. The outcome of the war, and we've been there for a while now, but the outcome of the war in Ukraine, the war of aggression that Russia launched on Ukraine, will determine the future, because it will either embolden or deter China from taking further aggressive action vis-a-vis Taiwan in the South China Sea, towards Philippines, Russia, et cetera. So this is the most important inflection point that we've been at, I think, since the end of World War II. And in fact, the stakes are that high. If we get this wrong, we may end up in World War III, which is why I'm quite worried about the prospect of us sending the wrong signal with regard to protecting our European allies against Putin.
You noted earlier that the McCain Institute obviously is very committed to alliances and to developing relationships across the world in terms of human rights. Could you just share with us a bit about your future agenda in that, given these inflection points?
Yeah, well, we know what our values are at the Institute, and we are going to remain internationalists. So we believe that America is stronger both at home and around the world. American interests are best protected if we are engaged internationally. Of course, putting our values first, so universal human rights, protection of freedoms and democracies for peoples who want them. And we do have a bit of an individual-centered way of approaching these things, because Senator McCain himself really believed in the power of the individual. So we have a global leaders program where we create John McCain's, all over the world. I was just on a stage at South by Southwest with leaders from Guatemala, Kenya, and Hong Kong. And I wish I had enough time to tell you what they said about America's role in the world and what they are concerned about. But these young leaders, we help them. We help human rights defenders all over the world. And then, of course, we work to make sure the frontline democracies, Ukraine, Georgia, and Taiwan, those democracies, those states fighting for democracy where the stakes are global, that they are supported by U.S. policymakers. Everything we do is focused on addressing U.S. policymakers and beyond if we can, because, of course, the name does carry recognition and weight beyond our borders. So that's gives you a little bit of a sense of what we do. And then, of course, we've always incorporated women leaders in all of our programming. At one point, we did think about having just, a cohort that was just women, but some of our strongest fellows have been women. Our first human rights defender that we supported with a stipend, she was fighting for women's education in Afghanistan. She continues to fight for that in Canada, and she received, I think 2 years ago, she received the biggest international prize for human rights work, humanitarian prize. I'm going to forget the name of it right now, but so we're proud of that kind of work that we've done.
I mean, it might be worthwhile sharing a bit of what the future leaders think about US and US engagement globally in a moment. But you're obviously working within a democracy and you're promoting democratic values. One of the biggest challenges we have at the moment is authoritarian regimes. And this has become quite an issue, I think, in parts of Europe where governments have been democratic, but now we can see potentially what we might term interference, and they've been moving more towards the political right. That must pose a number of challenges for the McCain Institute and colleagues working in those areas as well. And initially, much of that information, which was called, developing that push, we said, oh, well, it's coming from Russia, it's coming from China. Now, some of us might beg to suggest some of it potentially is coming from the US. And I think we're beginning to see an intersection there around the use of information and interference in governments. That must pose quite a challenge for the Institute moving forward.
Yes. I mean, I would say internationally, we've always been raising alarms about the alliances that the autocrats have forged with one another, and then also the so-called liberal democracies like Hungary in particular, which is a NATO member, but also Turkey. And we have raised the alarms, and we have also studied closely in the context of trying to help the Georgians and the Hungarian opposition. We've studied what Poland has done, because the Polish opposition was able to take back control from the far right in Poland. And that's in the face of the far right having essentially captured the media and the court system. So we've learned a lot watching overseas and trying to help opposition leaders overseas. Now in the United States, there is a lot of concern about whether democracy is being eroded or indeed dismantled at a fast clip. I don't believe it's been dismantled yet, but you can see what the worst case scenario might be. You could see media being bought up by moguls, oligarchs who don't have actual ideas about freedom of press and freedom of expression, but rather want to use the media to control what people see and learn and hear, and how they vote if they're still voting. And I think these soft autocracies are the ones that we're most worried about, I would argue, in the United States and elsewhere. Nobody's saying that you're going to see a return to fascism per se, or at least the way it was exercised, in the 30s and 40s. But you could very well imagine something like what they have in Hungary, where you have a standard of living. There's a lot of corruption. Most people have a decent standard of living, but you can't speak up. If your rights are violated and you are singled out, you have no recourse. If you're in the opposition, you can exist in the opposition, but there's a lot of pressure being placed on you.
It's grim times in some ways. And part of this is also linked to technology. And technology can free us up in certain ways, but in other ways, it has been utilized to undermine democracies as well. And I think it's worthy of reflection for a moment on how we talk about AI, we talk about technological developments, but I think, as colleagues said earlier on today, we actually need the human beings to be in there to think about the ethics and integrity of those developments, and to think about the ways in which we can progress the use of technology for good change. In the McKie Institute, and I think for many colleagues in the room, it's actually quite a challenge to know how to engage with those technologies. And actually, at the moment, some of those technologies could be said to be undermining democratic values. Any thoughts on how we might progress on that agenda?
I'm not a technologist, but my sense is that it's always about values. So what humans are in charge, what data is being used, what algorithms are being created. At least right now, these are being created and controlled by humans. And that's why it's really important for humans with democratic values to be in charge of what kind of system we put in place for the use of AI. So for example, who has the right to take your private information, Linda, and use it? Do you have some say as an individual over who can use that information? Now, oftentimes we see that you forfeit your right. You click and you say, you can have my information. But there's a limit to it. And I think we're seeing in the United States the limits being pushed with the Elon Musk folks coming into U.S. government and taking files from the U.S. government, data from the U.S. government. That's truly alarming, because really government does still have the most data on individuals and the most highly sensitive data, health data, financial data, tax data, et cetera. So it is alarming, that aspect of it. The other part that I think humans need to safeguard when we're looking at technology is transparency. So, you don't want to give the transparency to the overlords. You want the people to see how the algorithms work and what's going on. So I think the values and the principles are most important. How these technologies will be utilized is important. There's always with technology, generally speaking, there's a downside and an upside. So I do believe, as Kono Taro, who was the data minister in Japan, I think he might still be, but he was our fellow a year or so ago. He said, I believe that we can innovate and we can use AI in a positive fashion. And I think we do have to believe that, but we have to work hard at it.
It's a hard work ahead, for sure. Women's involvement in some of these areas, particularly, for example, in technology, it's been limited for a whole host of reasons, some of which we've touched on already today. Is there anything you'd like to suggest in terms of promoting engagement of women in some of the areas that you specifically work in? I say this from personal experience, having kind of grown up during what was euphemistically known as the Troubles in Northern Ireland. And women fought so hard to get at the table for the peace process. And I still see so many women's groups and organizations fighting hard to be at those tables. And now it's interesting that you spoke about the McCain Institute not having a Pacific women's leadership cohort, and you talked that through. But there clearly are notable challenges still at having a women's voice there. We look at what's happened in Afghanistan and all the warnings there, and look where we are now. Yeah. Any particular thoughts on how to encourage women? There's quite a few women with many years ahead of them in the room today who could be very active in all of these areas. Any thoughts on how they might progress?
Well, I have two thoughts. One, women as individuals, and then women collectively. Maybe I'll start with the women collectively so I don't forget this thought. I'm struck by the fact that women, when they act collectively, they can really bring about change, but they have to eventually also get through to the men. But you saw two examples. One where there was real success, in Russia during the Afghanistan war, the mothers of the Russian soldiers who were fighting in Afghanistan, they united and they protested regularly. It took them a while, but they made that war, it was already unpopular, they made it even more unpopular, and they put so much pressure on the Politburo that ultimately it was a huge contributor to Russia withdrawing from that losing war. The other one is more recent. The women who protested, well, the young woman who took off her hijab, she was Kurdish Iranian, in protest, and then all the women who joined her in solidarity, many of them giving up their lives or their eyesight when they were shot by rubber bullets purposely in the eyes. But men joined as well. That one has not prevailed yet. But that you saw the power of the people, the power of women to galvanize in peaceful protest. Individually, women, of course, can also make a huge difference, speaking with their knowledge of what families need, what the vulnerable need, looking out for the vulnerable coming from that perspective. And then also, in some cases, our style, because we are collaborative. So there's sometimes, I think, I don't know if it's at those big negotiating tables, but certainly I found that women can build bridges, women can build consensus, and they can negotiate more effectively in certain cases.
And speaking of women negotiating effectively, you've negotiated a career where you have been in academia, you've been in the private sector, you've been in legislative, you've been in policy making at a very senior level. And clearly that's all come together in terms of where you are today. Yeah,
I didn't plan it. The young people should know I did not plan this.
Well, I was going to ask. That's my question. I was going to ask. So if you didn't plan it, you clearly gain something from all of those, experiences. It's a very exciting career. And we benefit from the fact that those experiences come together and you're now at the McCain Institute. So any particular thoughts on, moving around and, gaining those experiences?
I think the biggest one is, for me, I was always inside, outside. So I was a kid that lived in Hungary in my house. And then outside, I was an American and I had to translate between the two worlds. I had to explain that this lady yelling at me in this hard tone is my Hungarian mother, And then I had to tell my mother to speak English, but also to translate to her, not literally because she understood English, but culturally what was going on and what are the Girl Scouts. And I never did the Girl Scouts because she never understood it. But I think having that experience made me pay attention to what motivates people, everything from the cues, but that makes you a really good negotiator. If you can figure out what motivates people, like President Trump, flattery, whatever it is that motivates people at a human level, and then beyond that, what are their interests? I think that helps. And I always had that insider-outsider and curiosity about other people, other cultures. And I would say for young people, if you have an opportunity to live, work, study, do anything in another state or for sure another country, do it because you will learn a lot about yourself, your own culture, and then you will also learn about that other country, culture, even if it's another state. So I think the perspective that you gain from being in other places where it can be uncomfortable can make you a better, more empathetic person and professional.
Thank you. I'm going to open it out now to the audience, and we can be curious about what their questions are and give a good 10, 15 minutes for questions from the audience. So would anybody like to lead off with a question, please? Okay. Yeah, thank you. You get the microphone down here.
Hi. So my question is, I'm a bit familiar with your work, and I know Russian influence targeting people like you. So, how do you, you're comfortable talking about it, how do you deal with threats? Personal
So what our informed questioner is asking has to do with when President Trump came into office the first time, there was a lot of concern about contacts that his campaign and his early administration officials had with Russians. And coming out of the Obama administration in 2015, I was out of the administration while the campaign was going on, while both campaigns were going on, Clinton and Trump, and I witnessed the uptick of Russian contacts with Trump campaign officials. And I got on national television. I said, people need to pay attention to this. This is potentially really dangerous. I know what Vladimir Putin is trying to do here. He's trying to influence our politics. He's trying to change our policy by influencing people who might go into power. Of course, we also know that behind the scenes, he was also trying to help President Trump get into power. I didn't know any of these things in the sense that I was no longer in government, had no longer access to intelligence, but I knew in my gut from having studied the Kremlin, Vladimir Putin, what his objectives were. I knew he wanted to weaken our democracy, weaken America. I actually couldn't have imagined that he would attack our democracy the way that he did, so almost overtly, shamelessly. But the problem was that that people on the far right, and certainly in Russia, then attacked me. They started attacking me from Russia for saying these things. And then, of course, some of the far right and people who were supporting President Trump also attacked me. So I came under heavy attacks from certain press outlets, including mainstream media, CNN, et cetera. But because I was known to be not a partisan hack, so a serious professional, I had conservative, center-right and very conservative, even far-right media outlets reach out to me. Some of them knew me, and then they actually helped me tell the story that it wasn't me trying to, work for Hillary Clinton to take down President Trump. Actually, it was real concern about Russia. But yes, I was one of those people that was attacked, and subsequently, when I ran for Congress, there was one guy that interfered in my elections. I did not lose because of the Russians. I lost because another guy beat me. But how I handled it was really I just knew that I was right. I mean, I now understand what McCain would say. If you know that you're right, you're just going to keep saying it because you're right. And I didn't have a family myself. I wasn't even married at the time. One of the threats said they were going to come and kill me, but first burn my children in front of me. And I said, well, I don't have any children. Then my sister said, no, those are my children in that photo that you took on Memorial Day or whatever. But you have to know your truth, and you just have to speak your truth. They wanted to intimidate me. When I went up, they forced me to testify. I'm almost done. Testify on the Hill. And when I went up to testify, the Republican at the far right, so Devin Nunes, et cetera, made me go up and testify because they accused me of leaking intelligence. That's why I said I didn't know. I just knew in my gut. And when I went up there, the Democrats all showed up at the hearing. It was a closed interview, or hearing. And I said, "There's nothing here." They said, "We know." And then the chair, the ranking member at the time, Adam Schiff, said, this is about the First Amendment. You're trying to make this woman shut up on national television. And by intimidating her, I said, yes, also this guy behind me, this lawyer is really expensive. That's also another way of shutting people down, which we will see more of. So you just keep going. Later, you know, I'm on a list, but you can't be afraid because that's what they want. They want to shut you up.
Well, thank you for sharing that. Sounds very painful, but thank you for keeping going. Yes, yeah, thank you. Another question from the audience. At the back there, thank you.
Good afternoon, Adam Salul, also an alum of the. My question is similarly about malign foreign influence stream in our institution, and really appreciate your insights on running an organization that's doing nonpartisan work or bipartisan work in an era where, you know, we now see Senate-confirmed individuals who more than just flirt with some of our adversaries. You know, we're talking financial ties. We're talking a history of, you know, whether they're assets or not, just relationships that, you know, scratch, you know, real head scratchers. And then we're also seeing threats to First Amendment rights, threats to institutions that might be willing to publish something, or a leader or a student activist willing to take a position different than the current leader in the White House. I would appreciate your insights, given your experience, given what you've experienced directly from the first Trump administration, on what it's like to run an institution that is nonpartisan, trying to do bipartisan work in this new security environment we're living in.
Well, thank you for the question. It's stressful because, as you can imagine, even in our own organization, we may have people who, I mean, I have one of the few staffs where there are people from both parties. Now, most of our folks are kind of what we would consider mainstream Republicans, so they probably didn't vote for Trump. But a few of them probably did. I don't ask people, but I can guess. And so there are some tensions, you know. And what I tell them is we agree on our agenda, and where we don't agree, you guys have to have a conversation outside of the building. We know what our values are, and it's easy to stick to what we're working on in our institute because they are really, while sometimes human rights nowadays can be controversial, but you know, we really stick to the values we hold. In terms of how we combat disinformation, you know, we just make sure that our voice is heard, but also we do what Senator McCain did, which is bring people to the place so that they can see and hear from those who are directly affected. What does that mean? We bring people to Georgia in the Caucasus. We bring people to Ukraine. We go to Taiwan, and then we come and report back. We bring our global leaders to Taiwan. The global leaders go to other parts of the world as well. So they have that hands-on experience of hearing from people who are directly affected. That is helpful, but of course we need more of that. And I would say on Ukraine, we're trying to step up and do more with new members, with members who are from both sides of the aisle, and in particular from the Republican Party, because we want to make sure that we maintain a core, again, bipartisan consensus on the need for U.S. international engagement based on our principles. And we want to fight back against isolationism, regardless of party.
Okay, thanks very much. Quite a lot to be going on with there.
But also against imperialism.
Yes, yes, that's very true, yes. Further question from the audience. Gentleman there, thank you.
Hi, Evelyn. Thank you. How do you leverage the McCain Institute's place at ASU while trying to do this work? Because as all of us in academia have become increasingly aware, universities have started to become part of this conversation in a way And how is that a challenge moving forward? How do you navigate that? Is there advice for how to university faculty, especially those of us who related to democracy?
So if if President Crow were here, he would say, well, you're a professor. You have the freedom to express yourself. And he actually says that to me as well, because I also happen to be a professor of practice. But I'm also the head of the institute, so I can make certain calls about what I say. Having said that, I don't want to make things difficult for either my advisory board or for my boss, the president of ASU. So, but the easy answer is not to get involved in the emotional discussion, not to use too many adjectives, not to get vitriolic or overly anxious, and instead to really focus clinically on what are the facts, what is being said, what are the risks of the alternatives. If you don't have enough evidence yet, for example, I'm asked a lot in the media, have we severed ties with the transatlantic? Are we taking sides with Russia? Well, right now, we are still where we were before. Have we taken steps that could lead us in another direction? Yes. And so therefore, we have to watch out for these other potential steps that could be taken. And here's why you should care. So I think, as a faculty member, you can just speak about, number one, what's happening, what's at stake for you, you individuals, and then you beyond bigger than you, your community, your country. And then what can you do about it? And then what are the signs to look for either way? If for example, I was just talking with Admiral Richardson about the trade, war, whatever it is going on, right? Trade negotiations, actually. And the Canadians, the CNN was reporting, they backed down. But actually, if you listen carefully, there's going to be a meeting between our Commerce Secretary and at least one Canadian high-ranking official, this guy from Ontario. That, to me, sounds actually like a mutual win because there's a negotiation. And what they would negotiate is a new, version of the last trade agreement that President Trump negotiated when he was in power. So that's a good sign. So anyway, I just mentioned that, you can talk clinically by just looking at the facts. And I think we do need faculty to talk about those things.
Thanks. A good reminder that the news media tends to react, and react quite swiftly.
And it was like a game, like he lost, you know.
All these news alerts that keep popping in, Did I see a question over there? I think somebody, okay. Any other questions? There,
So I appreciate all the sort of high-level thinking. So I deal a lot with students who are going abroad. They're going to Warsaw, Poland to learn Ukrainian, Polish, or they're going to Kyrgyzstan to learn Russian or 14 different languages, right? And one of the things that comes up for me is I have these brilliant minds who want nothing to do with defense, security, statecraft, and I've struggled to make... I have the Department of State come. I try to humanize the sort of experience of working in the Department of Defense. But something that you said that struck me was, I know where the power is, and so I'm going to go where the power is. And maybe that's all I need to say to students, but do you have is there anything that you've said that has worked, change, particularly undergraduate, or even actually graduate students are more tricky, to help them understand that what they're doing has an enormous amount of value, and if they would figure out how to use that value in a defense capacity, they might actually have a much better life because they'll actually get paid for what they know. But is there, do you have any insight of this very kind of real thing of how do we get students who are in my office with no direction, or with some direction, to see this kind of pathway, besides being well, you should learn about this person, right?
Yes, sure.
Could I just add to your question? Coming from King's College London, where we have a School of Security Studies, Department of War Studies, Department of Defence Studies, you're absolutely spot on. And it's a great concern to us that, we're providing really strong education, investment in future generations, core skills in international relations and geopolitics. And we're finding that graduates are wishing to move away because a bit like your experiences with the media, there's a little bit of a fear there about what careers in security and defense might mean. But also there's a sense of whose power is it? Whose power are we going to challenge, and how do we challenge that? So I think it's a great question, and just wanted to kind of say we're having similar experiences in the UK, well, certainly at King's. Yeah, thank you.
I mean, there's so many aspects of that because obviously each student is coming from a little different lens. There might be the ones that are more interested in like security for themselves, a good standard of living. So they might say, I want to go to the private sector because that's where I'm going to have the most power maybe. Now to them, I would say, oh, but look what the most powerful man, really the richest man, is trying to do right now. He's trying to take control of the most powerful thing, actually, that's not him. It's the U.S. government. The most powerful thing in the world is our government. And so, because I'm sorry to our allies, but we're still the biggest economic, political, and military power. So he's trying to take control over it. That's all you need to see, that the tech bros, don't rule. It's still government. So that's the first thing. The second thing, to those who are more idealistic, it's the sense of mission. It's putting service above self. There's nothing like that feeling when you're so absorbed in what you're doing because you know that you're going to save a value or a human, in a way that your life actually takes on so much meaning. Whether it's working in a bureaucracy, but you're working to bring peace or to bring food to needy people. In the security arena, there's a fair amount of that work, you already heard from the Admiral this morning, that actually does tangibly save lives also and make lives better. But on top of that, you have the power of the government at your disposal in order to bring about real change. Some of the positions that you can take in government, it's quite shocking in the U.S. system. In the Congress, I had a job where all I had to do was convince two guys, and then they could put a piece of legislation on the floor of the Senate. That's amazing, and I did that. There was a piece of legislation. I specifically remember this feeling of, okay, I wrote this piece of legislation on North Korea, and I convinced my staff director and Carl Levin, and it got passed. Now, obviously, it wasn't hugely controversial because everybody agreed North Korea was a bad guy. But the fact that I could do that as the child of Hungarian immigrants, so there are. I think government can be powerful.
Well, I think on that note, we're going to have to wrap up because time's run away with it. Won't run away with this. And just to say, appreciate USA, biggest economy, global leader. Do you know what? A lot of responsibility goes with that. And
yes, Churchill was right.
And perhaps for those of us in Europe, we've got responsibilities we can be getting on with too. And there's been some interesting unintended consequences of the last few months, which I think are positive in the longer run. So thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Linda.
No, but thank you very much. Inspirational. Thank you.
Thank you. No. I do them as a guest often. It's funny because I was just over at Arizona PBS and they asked me if I want to do a podcast or a TV show, but I have this full-time job. So I might.
I am from Romania. Same. And the elections, the Russians, lot of curse on them. So I am in, I'm in
Hi, I'm Thornton. Nice to meet you.
Hello, welcome everyone. As we settle back in after such a great panel, welcome to panel 3, entitled Global Power Dynamics, Grand Strategy and Gender Perspectives in Foreign Policy. I'm McKie Kittleson, the Dean of the College of Global Futures. The College of Global Futures is a new college that it pursues themes. We study the grand challenges such as energy, water, food supply, and we'll talk about how all these things certainly have much to do with foreign policy and security. So shaping peaceful and economically vibrant futures depends on the coherence of the global order. As we are all too well aware, and as I'm sure you have been discussing today, we are living in a world of increasing polarization. Events taking place around the world continue to threaten security, human rights, and our shared futures. Multilateral institutions like the UN, NATO, WTO, European Union once formed the basis of the post-war global order. And there are currently unprecedented challenges. So this panel is going to examine the evolving global security landscape and the strategic decisions that are shaping foreign policy, military operations, and conflict resolution. Drawing on the expertise of government, military, and academia, bringing these together, the discussion will explore the intersection of grand strategy, defense policy, and diplomacy. We're delighted to have a very stellar lineup today and online as well. These panelists, just fantastic. So I'm so just honored to be moderating this group. So our speakers are going to each share insights. They have different areas of expertise, and that will dovetail nicely in our discussions. First, Dr. Lily McElvey is President and CEO of the Phoenix Committee on Foreign Relations. She was previously Director and Fellow in the Freeman Chair in China Studies at the Center for Strategic and International Studies in DC, and is recently has moved to Phoenix, 2 months in Phoenix. And she is a leading expert on China's foreign policy and relations with the US, EU, and Global South. Her recent book examines investment gatekeeping amidst the rise of China. Professor Candace Rondo, who I'm so delighted to see, is Senior Director for the Future Frontlines Program and Planetary Politics Initiative at New America, and also a professor in the Future Security Initiative right here at ASU. So we're very, very lucky. Candace is the leading expert on Russia's use of irregular forces, and she has extensively researched the Wagner Group, testified before Congress, and published a book entitled Putin's Sledgehammer. Her previous roles include leading the Resolve Network at the U.S. Institute for Peace and as bureau chief for the Washington Post. Joining us on Zoom is Brigadier General Kim Field, who is Director of Strategic Initiatives at Texas A&M University. After retiring from the U.S. Army nearly 30 years ago, or no, not nearly 30 years ago, I'm sorry, with nearly 30 years of service, including tours of duty in Iraq, Somalia, and Afghanistan. At least I got that part right. She served as Deputy Assistant Secretary of State in the Bureau of Conflict and Stabilization Operations. She is currently a professor at the Bush School of Government and Public Service. So happy to have her joining us today. So, as we welcome our wonderful panelists, I would like to start with each of them first to set the table a little bit for the discussion begin by asking about the most urgent challenges that they see and how similar or different the global situation is today to that of the Cold War era and just after. I think they may draw some contrasts. So let's start with Candace.
Is this, everybody can hear me okay? Okay, good. This is a tough brief because I know we want to be all encompassing, but we also want to do it really rapidly. I'll try and do what I can to kind of set up some pillars in terms of how one might generally sort of address the moment that we're in, characterize it. Sort of, I want to talk a little bit about where we are now, how we got here, and what does it mean for where we're going to go next, right? There are some structural changes to the world system that have been precipitated by all kinds of things, but the things that jump out to me are the rise of middle powers. So here you might think of India as one of the sort of middle powers that in the 60s, 70s, maybe even early 80s, nobody would have expected that it would become the center for solar panel production, for instance, in the world, next to China, right? There are a lot of things you might not have predicted about India, 30 years ago, but now it is a middle power that is kind of coming into its own and starting to influence beyond its own region. As you know, we have a relationship through the Quad, which has been, basically underpinned by India's economic rise, right? And with that, of course, its diplomatic kind of weight in the system is much bigger than it was. There are other middle powers that are significant. You could talk about Indonesia as an example. Brazil is another one. Those middle powers have kind of moved to the point where you have the BRICS bloc as a centering mechanism for a new pole. Vladimir Putin, Xi Jinping, they like to talk about multipolarity. They typically tend to talk about it in the framework of these large, great power nation states. And in fact, actually, that is the way our president, Donald Trump, has formulated this conception of multipolarities between great powers. But in actual fact, increasingly, bloc politics along the lines of BRICS alignments are starting to also reshape our international system, reshaping trade alliances, reshaping financial systems. So that's a big piece of, I think, one trigger or catalyst for changes in the system. Another is, because of that, we're also seeing realignments, of course, amongst the sort of great powers, right? The US, Russia, China, I would argue, the EU, and if you want to decouple UK from EU, you could, but probably you really can't. You see these realignments largely, in some ways, in response to this new set of competitors out there in the global system who would want a seat at the table in institutional sort of mechanisms like the UN. They want to have more say in how the World Bank is prioritizing its policies and so forth. And so that is another piece of the kind of the catalyst that is reshaping the global order. But then there are the things that are beyond the control of nation states and that are much more prevalent in sort of human systems. And that includes digitalization, decarbonization, and orbital transformation. And that last one mostly has to do with space, not Star Wars or Star Trek, but sort of satellite technologies and things that will transform our understanding of our planet and our ability to navigate it. So those three trend lines are starting to intersect. And I think now, where we used to think of world order as built around terrestrial, that is territorial markers and borders, increasingly that is less prevalent in the formulation of power. It's much more prevalent to have the divide around technology transfer as an example. So I think we have some larger trend lines, three of that I'd like to point out, that are intersecting with those ground conditions I just described in terms of structural factors. One is most of our crossing of the Rubicon today is not necessarily fully just territorial. Yes, we have Ukraine, Russia, that's a very classic example. Israel, Gaza, very classic example. But increasingly, crossing the Rubicon means doing something in the realm of artificial intelligence that alters the relationship between nations, alters the relationship between capital, alters the relationship between citizens and their government and the social contract. And there, we can talk about platform politics, we could talk about artificial intelligence, we could talk about the future of quantum, so many different examples. But in that way, it's sort of reshaping the relations. And some people think, there'll be these threshold moments. I'm going to give you a couple of examples. Artificial general intelligence is something that is often talked about. It's sort of this idea that machines will be able to direct other machines to do things on behalf of people without too much intervention, right? That's sort of when we reach that point. Now, in the factory setting, if we were going to leave it there, it'd be fine. But if it was a situation in which artificial intelligence could inform a cyber attack that would not be detected by a rival, right, then it becomes quite dangerous, right? That's a Rubicon crossing that could invite escalation of a clash between certain nations. And here, of course, we're thinking mostly about China, Russia, and the United States. But there will be other actors. India might be one, Brazil might be another, that will mature to that capacity. So that's creating a disequilibrium in the world system. Right? Whenever you're adding those kinds of trends, in creating those disequilibria, you're also creating conditions for world clash. Second piece, second trend that we're kind of starting to look at is, of course, trade realignments. There's no end of stories that we can talk about in terms of tariffs and so forth, but it's much bigger than that. Decoupling from China has had real impacts on everything from the way Vietnam does business in its own region, right, to the ways in which farmers, in the Midwest here, find their client base out in the world, right? That decoupling, though, has largely been categorized as U.S.-China. In actual fact, the Russia-Ukraine war has also precipitated decoupling as well. And we haven't really sort of stepped through what that means, but it's quite meaningful. And I would wager that actually any kind of attempt to normalize relations with Iran, between Saudi Arabia and Iran, that would also precipitate a new kind of trade alignment within the region and then in the world. And why this matters now and kind of connects to that threshold Rubicon piece is because today we have a world that has a $100 trillion debt crisis that will reach maturity in 2030. And it is one that is often talked about in the context of the global south, developing countries. But the reality is actually, obviously, the United States is facing that problem. Europe is facing that problem. Every nation in the world is facing a challenge with overloaded debt to GDP ratio. That is another cause of disequilibrium in the system. And again, if you look back in history, World War I, World War II, those were about disequilibria in the system. Third and last piece, and then I'll do a mic drop. I want to talk a little bit about also institutional decay, okay? One of the things that all of these conditions I've just described and structural factors I've just described that has occurred is that the institutions that were built in 1945, post-war institutions, UN, World Bank, the Bretton Woods, institutions, and even those that came after, WTO, they are brittle. They are brittle and they're unable to respond to the moment because they were built in a time when, they were still in telex. It was, pre-fax even, some of these organizations, right? And now we're in a situation where events seem to be moving faster because, in fact, they are. They are accelerated by automation. They are accelerated by the digitization of so much of our life, right? And so that acceleration is outpacing the capacity of institutions to be responsive to crisis. So the thing that was supposed to protect us from crisis, the UN, the P5, right, the Security Council, unfortunately is so broken that the light is absolutely flashing red. And I don't want to scare anybody, but it does look like we're either in it or on the threshold of it. I believe genuinely we are in World War III. I can unpack that as a controversial statement. But I think the conditions I've described and the structural factors I've described look an awful lot like our prior conflicts that engulf the world and really were transformative for the realignment of the system.
Really enjoy the way that you have brought together the acceleration and then the brittleness of the existing. I mean, just really interesting way to think about that and thought-provoking. Lily, would you like to set the table on your urgent challenges that you see? And
I would not like to follow that. That was beautiful. Beautifully opened. Wow. I really appreciated, Candace, the way you talked about regional challenges, but also these major structural, broader thematic trends of our time. And I just want to echo a couple that you mentioned and then add a few more. I think we cannot underemphasize the rise of middle powers. These are states that are aspiring regional hegemons in their own right, extending their power and influence beyond their region. And they're operating independent foreign policies intentionally, right? So Candace, you mentioned India's role in the Quad and resuscitating the Quad. In 2017, India played a pivotal role in that, but also as active membership in the BRICS organization, which is clearly a counterweight to US-led coalitional arrangements. And that is intentional on India's part, a refusal to simply align with one system or the other, but lead in a policy that is strategically protective of national interests above all and protective of that development space that these countries see as the United States or China or other major powers having had before them. The other point that I wanted to mention is the emergence of Candace, you mentioned non-state actors in the international system. Non-state and sub-state actors in the international system, I think, will be increasingly important. We see major U.S. tech companies with combined market cap that rivals many advanced economies in the international system with capacity to be players in this global order going forward. But we also see the rise of subnational diplomacy at scale. And there are broader reasons for that. We look at trends in U.S. public opinion on foreign policy. The Chicago Council does a great survey. Fewer than 6 in 10 Americans support an globally engaged United States today. That is a result of war fatigue, conflict fatigue, if you will. But I don't think it's specific to this administration that we're going to see a more restrained United States on the international stage. And that represents a major departure from our past decades. What that means is that states like Arizona, and I'm speaking for PCFR now, but not just Arizona, states, cities will step up as a major pillar and plank of U.S. international engagement going forward. There are other trends that make that even more important. The rise of transnational threats that are, whether pandemics or climate change, that bind states together are a result of decades of globalization and greater economic and integration across states, and the elimination of borders, if you will, do affect states and cities disproportionately. It was states and cities that were on the front lines of dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic, providing PPE, issuing stay-at-home orders. So I would just emphasize that subnational actors and non-state actors are going to have a big role to play in shaping the global order going forward, in addition to major nation states. Finally, I did want to mention even while all that is happening, the reemergence of great power competition. It is undeniable that the rise of China as a power that has not just the intent to upend U.S. international primacy, but also the capabilities, is a major development of our time. And it takes two to tango. This is I would love to dig in later in the panel into the evolution of that relationship over time. But it is undeniable that although this administration, we're hearing a lot on Russia, Ukraine, fundamentally the key challenge from a perceptions point of view is China. And Xi Jinping, for his part, does not see a return to some of the glory days of the U.S.-China relationship, as in China's future either, or best interests. So those are three major trends that I would highlight to start with.
Thank you so much. And now let's turn to Kim. Kim, I'm sorry I can't see you, but I'm going to bounce that question to you. And then a little bit of a follow-up in terms of thinking about how might trust and collective confidence be built under these current systems. So if you could maybe answer, both of these.
Okay, great. Yeah, and I'm so sorry I can't be there today with you all. I wanted to see old friends and colleagues. Candace, good to see you, and Evelyn, Ryan, and even General Richardson, and make new friends. Anyway, I can't speak from a place of deep, academic expertise like my colleagues on the panel, but I can just speak sort of from the last foxhole I was in and the one I'm in now, and the changes that sort of you have to deal with when we're looking at examining from more of a layman's perspective or a practitioner. So right now I'm at Texas A&M, where I'm charged with starting a national security forum. So I'm thinking, so what is there to talk about now? There's so much, but what's actually new, and what is really unspoken? What needs to be said in a way that others are not saying it? So I'm struggling with that. But so I look back on my last job, which was the J5, the Director of Strategy, Plans and Policy at U.S. Special Operations Command, at a time where what those set of forces was pivoting from being a supported command in the global war on terror to being, supporting in the, this sort of new characterization of the world. And that was really all about China. It was all about what we call the pacing challenge of a cross-strait invasion, China invading Taiwan. That was considered the most dangerous scenario. But a couple of things about that struck me. Okay, understandable. We needed to modernize after all these sort of lower tech wars we had been in. But a couple of things always struck me a little bit funny. I think that at that time, the most dangerous scenario, and from a military perspective, was not necessarily the most likely. And there was this assumption that if we could do that, we could do everything else that the United States was asked to deal with. I'm not sure that's true. The other thing that it struck me, and I think Lily mentioned it briefly, is this idea of the security dilemma and the history and how we got here, and that which we do in our own supposed defense is considered offensive, and how does that play, and how does it play now? And so we really did think about all these things again from a military perspective. The idea that going back to my brief assistant professorship at the Military Academy teaching IR theory at the most basic level, it's a rising power. And if you just sort of look at Hans Morgenthal's elements of power and you start to add them all up, what was our strategy then really? Containment certainly wasn't going to work, but it was sort of unclear. And the military role in that seemed to be a little bit confusing to me. And then, really interesting and not spoken of a lot has to do with the U.S. role in the world in the post-World War II order. Was this was the crisis in the Red Sea? Was the Houthis, which was the first time, and maybe someone could contradict me, the first time since World War II that the U.S. could not be the guarantor of free trade for friends, for enemies, for frenemies, for whatever. But there was nothing we could do about that. So, again, this idea that we were going to take on the most challenging, most dangerous potentially, but unable to really address something that was assigned, some maybe self-assigned to us as a global leader or the global leader, and now we're unable to fulfill those obligations. So while Secretary Rubio's comments, about in his interview about this is now a multipolar world and we acknowledge it, seem a bit abrupt. Maybe perhaps the writing has been on the wall through the administrations. And there are certainly, I think, some things we do need to relook. It strikes me. I think our alliances are sort of already being questioned or sort of shaky. Our abrupt withdrawal from Afghanistan left our European friends a little bit, feeling like the rug was pulled out from under them a bit. So, I mean, if we backtrack even more from NATO, from others, what is that going to mean for our economic arrangements, our trade deals, the other things that come from being a sort of the guarantor or the good friend in alliances or collective security arrangements? Something else, the peace deals now. When we think about this multipolar world and the need to manage it at the geostrategic and political level, they do seem to be either short-term transactional or very conscious of the major powers, and maybe less about the traditional conflict resolution and enduring cessation of violence and peace. The other thing that's really on my mind when we talk about national security is and this gets to the other job I have at Texas A&M, which is citizenship and service, an initiative, and looking at our internal divisiveness, and what that means for national security. And I think that's a place that we also need to look at how does that matter? A few things may be obvious. Trust in our institutions is certainly down because of this. If in fact we remain divisive and the world knows it, what about our global influence, particularly as we withdraw just a little bit? Obviously, disinformation, able to leverage those seams and cracks in our population, and certainly it's harder to unite for a crisis, or there's a tendency to create one, to create unity. So that's what I'm thinking about now, coming from my old position into this one, when we look at the major trends. And I forgot the second part that you wanted me to talk about.
Yeah, I was trying to guide us maybe to think about some positive and going forward, and how trust and collective confidence might be built, as a bit of just a speculation.
Yeah, I think maybe that gets to sort of the last point we were making. I think that it's in universities and with young people that we can potentially create more of a sense of togetherness and moderation in all things, internal and also national security. National security more from like a populism or a populist perspective, and I think there is hope there. I know that it's pushing on an open door here in Texas, and that may seem to be very slanted one way, but it's actually not in this university. And then there's all kinds of initiatives popping up, in the name of unity and togetherness and solving our challenges at home and abroad, all over the country. And they're called civics or citizenship or service or whatever they are, but there seems to be a need. There's a lot of static in the air. So I actually think that's hopeful. And I certainly have a lot of faith in our young people.
Thank you. Lily, I'd like to follow up with you in an area that you were saying you hope we could dig into in thinking about the current state of U.S.-China relations and how those are evolving and how they're likely to evolve, and whether there's a likelihood of conflict in the near future or long term, how those relations are likely to develop.
I appreciate that. The U.S. and China relationship has been evolving since resuming diplomatic ties, but has really evolved significantly in the past decade. And I think when we're looking to the next 4 years, this administration's keyword is tariffs on China. I would note that it is as yet unclear whether the intention of tariffs is some form of unilateral decoupling from China, or a deal, whether that be in the political, security, or economic realm. I think that it's a moment of uncertainty because we don't yet know the answer to that question, and we're given different types of signals about where this administration wants to take the relationship with Taiwan. On the one hand, we have President Trump saying that Taiwan should pay us for defense. We're just an insurance company. We don't have any strong strategic investment in Taiwan. On the other hand, behind the scenes, we hear about tariffs, but there's a lot going on in the technology and economic realm beyond tariffs: investment screening, export controls, restrictions on Chinese access to U.S. ports. That is really an extension, a continuation of broader systematic trends that really began in the first Trump administration. And I think that Xi Jinping and Trump have been doing this dance of, are we going to be friends or not in the next 4 years? There's now discussion of some sort of summit in June between the U.S. and China. But I think we have to look at broader trend lines, and that's where history can help us. This is a bipartisan consensus in the United States. I don't need to tell anyone in this room that that China represents our major economic, political, security challenge. And frankly, Beijing feels the same way about us. So these are trends that began during the Obama administration. No one ever thinks about that, but late Obama administration, you started to get major Chinese investments in U.S. semiconductor companies that got on the radar of the Obama administration, and started to build concern in parts of the security community and economic community, where you started to see this consensus grow about taking a more activist government role in protecting U.S. industry, protecting U.S. security interests vis-a-vis China. That obviously came to fruition in the first Trump administration, where you had a trade war and more sort of a public conflict, if you will, and then more systematic approach during the Biden administration across these various areas: data, capital flows, technology. But if we look at China, the same thing has been happening for a decade. Many of you may have heard of Made in China 2025. That plan came out in 2015. The idea was that China was going to become Germany, an advanced manufacturing superpower that would rely less on the United States. But even before that, 2014, there was a major government plan to corner the semiconductor industry, of which the United States plays a critical role. So these days, Xi Jinping does not shy away from talking about technological self-reliance from the United States. There is a clear objective to de-Americanize Chinese supply chains and then really de-internationalize Chinese supply chains such that Beijing can therefore enhance the world's dependence on China and reduce China's dependence on the world. So when we think about broader trends in the relationship, I think we can dance around this question of some sort of deal, and I'm happy to go into that later, why I think that's unlikely, or at least unlikely to be durable. But I think we can't forget these broader trends, which will shape our next 4 years in terms of the U.S.-China relationship, and are really an extension of trends that began 10 years ago.
Thank you very much. Candace, if you would like to follow up on either of those questions, I've thrown out a few questions since you spoke, but I have another big question for you. And that is thinking about through crises, from pandemics to financial upheavals to floods and fires and extreme weather events that have been made much more frequent by climate change. They intersect and they complicate each other, contributing to further crises, right? Like food shortages that were shaped by Russia's war on Ukraine. How can responses restore some equilibrium? We've talked about a little bit about equilibrium and some order. And in contrast, how might some responses produce disruptions of their own?
Yeah, that's an easy question. I'll answer that in about 2 seconds. I'm going to put a pin in a couple things. I want to come back to this discussion on semiconductors a little bit, because I think there is some intersection here. So climate change obviously, compounds all of the challenges you have with inequality within communities, as well as inequality between nations, between regions. But, the trend lines are pretty clear in terms of how it will play out and how it's already beginning to play out. I mean, we can talk about the situation here in Arizona. We can talk about wildfires in California. That is sort of the manifestation of a lot of policy choices around build and around energy conservation. But, every state in the world is making those kinds of policy decisions. And that's really where the problem is challenging. And that actually the Paris Climate Change Agreement was never really built to fully address. It gave some scaffolding for some imaginary targets on carbon emissions, which are fine, but we didn't factor in the way building mega data centers in the middle of Texas or other parts of Asia or India would transform the energy demand and put so much pressure on our very brittle grid systems. These cascading effects are things that are not fully factored into things like the actuarials for insurance. Actually, one of the biggest places I think we're having the greatest sort of loss of imagination, lack of imagination, is literally around sort of risking out the impact of a California denuded of most of its coast because people just can't live there anymore, or Florida or whatever. But in Africa, what that looks like is, almost 80% of the coastline will be vulnerable to massive climate change impacts, and we're already sort of seeing that. And what are the ripple effects? Migration, right? Which then causes this sort of internal polarization around migration. We've seen that in our country. You see it in Europe. You see it all over the place. What are the hopes? There are not a ton. I will say, certain people are reflecting on the impacts of withdrawing from the Paris Climate Change Agreement. There has been some very interesting writing and thinking that is worth considering, the opportunity for the Global South in particular, which has been under so much pressure to adopt climate change targets, and transformation of their economies, despite the fact that they are, of course, the lower emitters, right, compared to the United States and China. This divide between the Global South and the Global North has been a big controversy. In some ways, breaking with the Paris Climate Change Agreement allows others to do so as well. And one thing I think, a trend that we will probably see emerge is in big energy producing states like Nigeria, potentially even Indonesia. They may be tempted to break away too now. So there's some trend setting that is happening that will have some cascading effects that we won't be able to control for. But the trends I would expect to see kind of links up with some of the things that you are talking about, which is, China, in order to have the corner on the semiconductor market, has really doubled down on investment in rare earth mining, right? 85% of rare earths stores and mining, capacity is primarily dominated by China, right? And after that, the U.S. it's an outlier. And it takes a long time to kind of get that capacity. So what can the United States do, and what can its allies do to kind of, again, create the balance that you're talking about, rebalance? One thing you can do is empower middle states like India to have more of a seat at the table when it comes to trade and protectionism. Another thing you can do is start to think of Africa as a very central part of your strategy, because that is where the critical minerals are. You need to be thinking about Africa and Latin America in particular as the new center of your diplomatic strategy for rebalance, basically. Critical minerals are going to be central to everything. It's central to the advancement of, artificial intelligence, for quantum, but also for the transformation of our energy system, particularly consumer-bound energy system and transportation. And that is where the fight is going to be for the next decade or more, potentially the next 20 years. In the meantime, you'll still have to deal with the fossil fuel issue. And that decoupling will be slowed when the largest economy in the world decides to pump the brakes, right? And now the question is, will China follow suit? I think no is my answer, but I'd love to hear your view on that.
Follow up.
You're talking about in the climate space. So, I don't know the answer specifically, but I think we can contextualize that question within the Beijing's broader bid for influence in the global South, right? Because I think you could see this as an opportune time for Beijing to come to the table as a leader in this area which is which disproportionately affects the global South and is a source of extreme grievance among the global South vis-a-vis the global North. So it is an opportunity for Beijing to come to the table, at least as a rhetorical leader in this space. I don't know what that means in terms of actual implementation and Beijing's specific targets and objectives and what it would agree to, specifically in the climate space. But I think it's worth contextualizing this in terms of how Chinese engagement with the global South has evolved over the past 5 years, because it really has evolved. We often hear about the Belt and Road Initiative as the poster child for Beijing's broader engagement with developing economies. And, Belt and Road Initiative was essentially just a fancy marketing term for a lot of the investment and loans that were being made to developing economies in the mid-2010s and have continued to be made, but often were big infrastructure projects that took a lot of capital and that led to some serious PR challenges for China when they didn't work out and when states couldn't pay back those loans. So Beijing has really recalibrated and is in the midst of a recalibration of the Belt and Road Initiative to focus more on strategic, smaller projects that have more direct returns for China. So critical minerals are one in Africa and Latin America. That respond to domestic discourse as well. I think it's important to say about the Chinese economy and deceleration of the Chinese economy and not spending resources abroad. Now, I mentioned this all in the context of this question because in addition to this, what Xi Jinping calls small but beautiful approach to the Belt and Road Initiative, we are seeing a ramp up in normative engagement with the global South. So these three broad initiatives, Global Security Initiative, Global Development Initiative, Global Civilization Initiative, that Beijing has released in recent years, are really intended to share and advance Chinese best practices to other states around the world. And that's a form of rhetorical or normative engagement or leadership that doesn't require a huge investment of capital. So I think at least on a normative front, the question of climate change could fit into that in terms of being a development partner to countries around the world.
Thank you. Kim, I would like to dig in a little bit further on some of your opening comments when you talked about the role of alliances and security partnerships. And I think you mentioned NATO, AUKUS, and the Quad. And thinking about the existing institutions and, are they adequate? And if not, what might be needed?
Yeah, thanks. That's a great question. And, we've been thinking about alliances, obviously we all know most of our allies, our former allies are in East Asia. And certainly, at least again, from a military perspective and diplomatic, we have been doubling down and creating a lot of strengthening those agreements with Japan, with Australia, really talking about interoperability. And I think more broadly, sort of trying, and I'm not exactly sure. I would defer probably to Lily on this. Trying to ensure that those partners and allies see the China picture in particular the same way that we do. And I would say that's probably true. Australia certainly seems to, as well as certain other countries, the Philippines more and more. So we have been investing quite a bit. We don't know how that will change with the next national defense strategy. And I imagine the new national security strategy is going to be very different. It'll be very interesting to see what the focal points are in that strategy, and if alliances and partners is one of them, as it was in the national security strategy and national defense strategy before. With regard to NATO, I would find it, just a matter of opinion, I suppose, very difficult to see us pull back. Difficult to imagine we would pull back too far from NATO. We've been wrong about many things already, so that could be. But again, as I had said before, I can't help but think that our NATO partnerships took a little bit of a ding anyway. With Afghanistan, I was there sort of at the end when our European friends are saying, but why? The investment is small, and if you keep your small investment, you get ours for free. But again, maybe that's a very unique case. In Afghanistan, we've been there so long. But I just can't hardly imagine a security context, a security framework without, a robust, participation in NATO. We'll see where it goes. I don't know.
Yeah, changing by the moment. Thank you. How many minutes do we have before we're going to go to audience questions? I don't know if I can open up a new. Okay, so I have so many questions. I was so excited about this, and so I'm just pushing on to a new area. But we're thinking about different approaches to leadership. I think that's part of what's being discussed today, and how important those are to negotiations and conflict resolution and long-term stability. Right, different leadership styles. And thinking about the different backgrounds and the qualities that brings to conflict resolution. But conversely, sometimes some of these discussions can move in a direction where there's like an oversimplification of, if we just have more women there will be no more conflict, there will be peace, and we will have no more corruption, and everything will be great. And so I think there's some tensions in the ways that we think about these things, and we have such a brilliant group here today that I thought that I might ask them to speak a bit to this. So Candace, would you like to?
Yeah, I'll try. I mean, I think that's right. That there's the Women, Peace, and Security portfolio has been sort of simplified down to, it's very reductionist in some contexts, right? Which is, if there's a woman at the table, it'll probably be a good peace. Or there will be peace, or something will happen, some magical thing will happen. But of course, women represent their own national interests too, right? And they have their own view of the world. They're not just sort of these, Barbies who are sitting there saying, yes, sir. They bring to the table their own sort of, foibles and interests. But I do think, what is maybe the leadership difference? I don't know if I think we've heard a lot about the fact that actually you just, you put on your skirt or your pants and you go to work and you do your stuff, you show up and you're competent, and eventually maybe you'll get lucky. But you'll always be fighting, the guy who pinches your ass or the person who looks at you cross-eyed, right? That's always going to be something that you're going to have to contend with in this context. However, some things that women may pay more attention to just out of, habit than men would be when you restore a country in a post-conflict scenario, you're not just going to just put some buildings back together and make the roads smooth again. You're going to stand up schools, and there's going to be a curriculum, and that curriculum is going to have to speak to the past conflict. You're going to have to build hospitals, and they probably should have a maternity wing, because the last time that you didn't have a maternity wing in this particular region, that ethnic group thought that you were trying to kill them, right? There are all these, there are these parts of conflict sort of resolution that really are societal and not military, right? They're very sort of civically oriented. Not to say that there's no crossover between the two, but simply to say women have a stake in those things in a way that men don't always automatically think of. They don't always automatically think, there'll be a cascading effect if you have less services for families in this area that had been ethnically divided and therefore had some sort of civil war take place. And Afghanistan is a great example of that. And Kim knows, that's how we kind of know each other, a few people in the room. Afghanistan is a fantastic example of where the continual failure of imagination to understand that putting things back together wasn't just giving, the police or the army what they needed to do to control territory. It was convincing the people who lived in that territory that the government was going to give them something that would help them get along, right? Go along and do better, that their children would be fully nourished. One strange fact about Afghanistan has the highest level of congenital deafness for children in the world, and it's largely nutritional. There are lots of relationships, and there's a huge malnourishment issue there, largely because of so many years of war, and the inability to sort of replenish the food system and so forth. So those are things that I think that actually, it's not that men don't think about those things, but because they're always in these sort of precast roles, the boots guys, right? The battle rattle, it's not the first thing that comes to mind. So I think that might be one substantial difference.
Yes. No, I completely agree. And sorry, am I next? Okay. I have 2 points to make. One is that I think, and these have more to do with broader leadership lessons on the international stage than gender specifically, but I think diversity of thought is always good when developing foreign policy. I think it is a strategic advantage of the United States that we have a democracy where people can offer different ideas. And I would just note, not to harp on China, but as one of our key adversaries, if you will, there's not only no diversity of thought politically based on the political system, but there are no women in the top leadership at all. There have never been any women in the Politburo Standing Committee, which is the key advisors to the top leader in China. For the first time in 25 years, there are no women in the Politburo at all. So diversity of thought may be retreating in one of our adversaries. I think it's in our best interest to ensure that that we can sustain it in our economy, in our polity. And then I also wanted to tie this question in terms of advancement of peace into one of the points that Kim mentioned, which is that if we think about ways to bolster deterrence and a coordination with our allies and partners to advance deterrence, which is a form of peace, we have to bring an understanding to our allies and partners. And that means understanding, for example, to take the China example, of where they're coming from in terms of how their own perceptions of China have evolved. What are their key concerns? And not make assumptions that they're the same as ours. Because frankly, if we take 2 big examples, Australia, on the one hand, in the Indo-Pacific, which had its own story about how its perception of China evolved in the direction of a threat. It was China's economic coercion that played a major role. Versus Europe, where China has always been an economic challenge, right? You have this trifecta of systemic rival, challenger, partner, always been an economic challenge, but only more recently with the Ukraine war, with Russia, North Korea ties warming up, have you started to see this perception in Europe of a one theater concept where China is seen more as a security rival in addition to an economic rival? So I say all that because I think that individual allies and partners have their own stories and their own concerns. And it's really a blind spot of Beijing's that I think we can overcome. Beijing seems to think that it's really the U.S. pulling the strings behind all of these economies around the world, making them anti-China. But each has their own concerns. And we can, if we can engage on those concerns, then we can collectively in coalitional ways, advance deterrence.
Thank you. We've got a few threads going, and Kim, I'd like to give you the opportunity to weigh in on any of them that you have in mind.
Yeah, this idea of diversity of thought, I have to say, it reminded me, my father with his 4 daughters has been fond of saying for years, we need many more women in positions of leadership and policy making. We'd have a lot less conflict and a lot less war. I'm not sure that's true. I do think that if we're talking at the highest level, everyone operates in the national interest, and if there were women. But I do look at the triumvirate of Putin and Zelensky and President Trump, and it has occurred to me, I wonder if there was a woman in there, if we would have a slightly different dynamic. Perhaps not, but I am taking this idea of its diversity of thought and that all problems require people coming at them with different expertise and different backgrounds. We will solve nothing without that. And and also to repeat this idea that, sort of the corollary, that other people's perspectives, to understand them well, and all that means, the male perspective in the population, the female perspective in the population. In the military, we'd always say, see and understand ourselves, and then see and understand your enemies, your frenemies, the environment you're in. I'm not sure what exactly the answer is. I do think that when I just came from my last DoD job, we looked at the Office of the Secretary of Defense, and you saw many, many women leaders, probably, I would say, more women than men even. And I couldn't say that I would have seen any, could distinguish any kind of difference, whether, less hawkish, more hawkish, whatever stereotypes we want to put on this in the policy world. But as Candace said, I tend to agree that on the ground in stability and peacemaking, we might in fact see some differences, whether it's a habit or culture or whatever it is. So a lot of disparate thoughts there, but thank you.
Thank you. And now I think we're going to open to questions from the audience. And how do we have? Great. Okay. Ileana, over here.
Thank you. This is very, very interesting. And if you don't mind, I would like to bring in the European perspective, since not much has been said apropos of China and all that. I think that Europe has a glorious tradition in terms of women leaders. Think about the fact that most of the empresses in Europe were women. I'm talking about Queen Victoria, Catherine the Great, Maria Theresa. These are great empires that were literally led by women. They were not part of an administration. So that is important, and studying their lives and their engagement might be very useful, because not only were they empresses, but they ruled over various ethnic communities, diverse religions. So that is an interesting chapter. But in our days, to bring the story home, you mentioned NATO and the contribution, more or less. There is also the situation of the European Union, which plays a great role in that entire NATO situation in Europe. And here, I would like to mention the fact that in Italy, you have Giorgia Meloni, so you do have a woman who is absolutely in charge, regardless of her preferences. Still, she's a leader in Italy. Then you have in the European Union, you have the famous Ursula, and not much goes past her. Not to mention the fact that very recently it was mentioned that as the American-Ukrainian conversation is continuing, we all hope in the right direction, there were lateral meetings, and Yulia Tymoshenko was part of that, and of course she's part of the former Ukrainian establishment. More than that, recently there was supposed to be a meeting of the wife of Navalny, the famous dissident who was recently murdered thanks to Putin, and the wife of Zelensky, Olena Zelensky. So obviously, behind the scenes, they also had things to discuss. Yulia Navalny being, of course, part of Putin's Russia, and Olena Zelensky part of Ukraine. So I just wanted to add, and I'm going to stop here because there are numerous examples of women who are involved in very interesting ways in Europe, all pertaining for the moment to the European Union, to NATO, to Ukraine, and to Russia. So the engagement of women is quite overwhelming, although maybe not so much discussed in the media that reaches us, but it is out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Should we collect another question right here before we allow the panelists to? Oh, they're done here.
you so much. So I'm quite surprised this hasn't come up earlier in the day, but I'm quite curious your thoughts on violent misogyny and its rise in use in grand strategy in particular. So a lot of times I've been reading a lot into kind of these pockets of online communities, so thinking incels, that type of world. But these communities have now very much emerged into the real world, and it's not like they have not been there, but thinking about the normalization of sexual harassment, of sexual abuse by some of top leaders, and thinking about how that's being used as a tool in grand strategy and informing these ideologies moving forward. I'd just be curious on your thoughts on that, as well as what that means for what role women play in the realignment that Candace was speaking to earlier.
Okay, I'll try. Since you asked the question, I guess.
So, to put it in the room.
Well, a couple things I want to touch on because they may all connect. We'll see if we can do that whirligig. So one of the things that I think isn't often talked about when we talk about sort of women and sort of power dynamics, and I mean global power dynamics, but it does speak to something you were mentioning about sort of China not having women at the table, at the front, in the leadership position. And to Ileana's point about Europe having this great tradition of women leaders at various levels, we can see them today. You can see these examples, and of course, the United States has its own tradition in that regard. And there are some places, other parts of Latin America has that tradition, but there are some places that tradition is not as strong, right? And where, for instance, parts of South Asia have had some challenges, right? With the exception of Benazir Bhutto. She's sort of an outlier, and of course she was killed for her role on some level. There are places in the world where the paradigm of gender imbalance and power between men and women manifests as a lack of actually understanding of the real nature of capital, right? The real nature of capital is that human beings produce something, produce a surplus, and the more people who are producing that surplus, right, the more capital there is. And one of the best examples, Afghanistan is such a great test case because there you had a situation where men decided and continue to decide that they didn't want to tap into that other 50% of their human capital. And as a result of that continued embrace of misogyny as the main organizing principle of their own national order, they have been deeply impoverished by it. And they therefore are part of this global South that doesn't genuinely have a seat at the table, that is always the recipient of aid or bullets, right? That's a paradigm that's been around for a long time. The way it expresses itself in sort of our modern world increasingly is, civil wars that devolve into regional wars that require, states and or regional blocs or coalitions that do privilege the other 50%, right? That's where the capital's coming from, right? Is that everybody's working, everybody's got their two jobs. Right, like two-family income, all that kind of stuff. That is part of modern, sort of, weird states, as they say, right? And that is very much reflected in our system. In terms of misogyny as a tool, it's always been a tool of authoritarians to insist on traditional values that give valence to the patriarchy. That's just the fact of the matter. I don't think that is going to go away tomorrow. It repeats on cycles, oftentimes when there's disequilibrium in the world system, right? And it's no mistake that Russia has a similar sort of situation. I think, vis-a-vis leadership, you don't see a lot of women, running around Moscow doing things other than, the head of the central bank, who is increasingly isolated because she's telling the truth about the, critical state of the Russian economy. So, I think there's a lot of commonality actually between China and Russia in that regard, and there is a strategic advantage to basing your economics, your politics, your social contract on the idea of equality between the sexes. That just generates more human capital. Will we continue to see leaders use misogyny as a tool? for their own domestic control? Of course we will. And the same thing, you'll see it for race, you'll see it for ethnicity, you'll see it for religion. This is just, it is the way we divide power in human systems.
I think you really touched on the major points there, and I would just note that I think broader trends also feed into this, right? I mean, I think about the Chinese economy and its deceleration, and demographics are a huge structural challenge that the Chinese economy is going to face in the next decades. And that has led to a rise in misogyny because essentially the top leadership needs to keep women in the homes to have babies. That is what they see as their priority in order to address China's major demographic issues. So what that has led to is a serious public shaming of educated women in China, and a push that this is your national duty to go and stay in the home, give up your jobs, have children. And, I mean, there are clear issues. China made a decision in 1980 to have a one-child policy, has led to serious ramifications. And the reversal of that many times over, you can have 2 children, now you can have 3 children, please have as many as possible. It hasn't really worked, right? Because it's becoming more expensive to have a child, because you have more educated women in the workplace. And what, I'd be happy to recommend a book later, but there's been fantastic work showing how that has led to this push in this authoritarian regime to really denigrate women who work and women who reach a certain age without being married or having children, which is, obviously what the state sees as its prerogative in terms of China's national competitiveness, but obviously has major ramifications in terms of reducing the diversity of thought that we were just talking about and the number of women in the workplace.
We can have one more question. Excellent. Okay. Way in the back.
Hello, thank you so much. This was so interesting. My name is Dr. Ganaba. It's a question to you, Candice. And when you talked about the issues that are beyond the control of the nation state, you mentioned orbital transformation. And so we've been doing space for over 60 years now. So why do you think it's an important pillar today? And then the last part is just ripping off of your idea that developing countries are just the recipients of aid and bullets. Stung a little bit as Nigeria's first female space lawyer. And so I think developing countries are doing more in that space. So just love your thoughts.
Thank you for that. So I think, yes, there's been a lot of work in space, right? But the orbital transformation is a little bit about the privatization and commercialization of certain, technologies for space exploration, for space mapping, right? I think we can even look at Starlink as, that's the easiest one that people kind of understand and recognize. And, so interesting that Ukraine managed to kind of help almost, kind of put a microscope on the question of, privatization of space technologies, and the sort of movement of capital from the state, right? Which of course in the 1950s, 60s, 70s, really the paradigm shift happened after, the space shuttle system program imploded, right? Because it just became so capital intensive. And I mean that literally also by political capital, not just financial capital, that it was just untenable, right, to do the kind of exploration. And I've seen, to your point, South Africa in particular, right? There are parts of Kenya, there are parts of Africa that are, of course, making major investments in orbital technologies, but also sort of trying to link up and marry to this larger trend line. The places, of course, where you also see that is Europe, right? The European Space Agency today is much more mature than it was and than anybody would have anticipated. Those transformations can be really powerful for things like changing the AI stack. As you know, in Africa, there's still an issue with sort of the building of cable, infrastructure for the traditional cable infrastructure for broadband services and so forth. That's changing. We see that Meta now has their own cable. I can't remember else. It's Google is now sort of doing an investment there. There's like a 3-part investment off of the West African coast. But that may be too little too late if you think about the way we're seeing sabotage operations play out in Europe. The place where that may play out slower is in the orbital world, right? Orbital investment helps leapfrog whole economies if you look at it as an opportunity. So I did not mean to imply anything about sort of what's on the other side of U.S. foreign policy and bullets and aid. I have just experienced over the last 20 years as somebody who's kind of been reporting on our investments and our wars. That has been how it's been offered, right? And how it's been experienced is something entirely different, as you well point out. And I think that Africa is genuinely the overlooked opportunity. In just a few years, 1.4 billion people. Okay, when China reached that threshold, now 30 years ago, when China reached that threshold, everybody was like, wow, what is going to happen, right? It was understood that China was, because of just population demographic threshold, that it was going to be transformative. But for whatever reasons, I think I can name those reasons. People don't look at Africa the same way. They don't understand that is the opportunity that is waiting, and that there's a whole young Africa, right, which is a majority continent. It will be, people under 25, basically tomorrow, right? That's a meaningful resource, but only if, I think, on some level, also the states within Africa, leadership within Africa, also starts to take seriously to challenge some of the things that China and Russia are actually doing on their own continent, let alone, France, let alone the United States, that all the colonial overhang. But let's be real. China's playing with fire and so is Russia when it comes to transforming the political economy of that continent. So, sorry, that's a long answer to your question. I hope I got some of it. Yeah.
And an excellent response that I think we should have another panel on this topic because it's so important. I would like to thank our engaging audience today and our just outstanding panelists. Thank you, Kim, Candace, Lily. Thank you so much. Let's give them a hand.
Thank you, everybody. Good afternoon. Thank you. We're going to get started with our last panel. So much good conversation going on. Hey, can you hear me okay? Right. Well, so wonderful to be here. My name is Grace O'Sullivan. I serve as the Vice President for Corporate and Economic Development at Arizona State University. So wonderful to see you. I also wear the hat of Chair of the Partnerships Working in Delivery Group for Security and Defense Plus, which is a great honor. And what a powerfully insightful day today. And thank you. Maybe we'll start with a moment of gratitude. Thank you all for staying. Last panel, give yourselves a round of applause. And thank you to Lauren Mellows and the S&D Plus team for this wonderful event. And to these illustrious, amazing panelists we have here. Give them a round of applause.
We haven't even said anything.
You're going to be great. It's a high bar. So as a perennial optimist, I'm so glad we get to close out this day on a topic that's near and dear to my heart: defense innovation, integrating emerging technologies, and talent. So all about looking forward. We've heard today a lot about the context that we're in, the history of how we ended up here, all the work that's cut out for us that's ahead. Now, I'd love for my panelists to introduce themselves each, tell us all why you're so passionate about this topic.
My goodness, I could talk all day about that. Good afternoon, Angela Speedo. I'm the managing director for the Southwest Mission Acceleration Center, which is located here in Phoenix. And figuring out how to integrate technology and talent is what I get paid to do every single day on behalf of the Department of Defense. So I'm thrilled to be able to talk about this. Spent some time in industry. I actually had the privilege of being on the faculty here at ASU for a while, and I taught hacking for defense. And there's no greater full circle opportunity than teaching here and then getting to come back and be a part of a panel. So thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kathleen Vogel. I'm a professor here in the School for the Future of Innovation and Society in the College of Global Futures. And a lot of my research deals with looking at both social and technical understandings of emerging security threats, including things like weapons of mass destruction. How do we think about other kinds of emerging technologies? So I've always been very interested in sort of how do we better understand these kinds of threats, particularly as technology moves forward. So I'm really excited actually to be on this panel today.
All right, thank you guys. Thank you for having me. Ranilesh Gary, I'm the founder and president of Biltmore Strategies, a government relations firm in town. We specialize in local and state level lobbying, and we have a wide range of clients, everyone from Fortune 100 companies in the tech space to innovative startups, international startups. So we see a lot of, on the private sector side, our clients looking into these areas of defense and innovation. So excited to talk about that. Related to this, I also sit on 2 international relations boards in town. You heard from our executive director on the previous panel, but I sit on the board of the Phoenix Committee on Foreign Relations, where we host a series of dignitaries, diplomats, ambassadors. Hi, Maya. And we put on events related to international relations topics that are interesting for Arizonans. And then I also serve on the Governor's Arizona-Mexico Commission, where we work with our counterparts in Mexico to develop policy for binational positions on all kinds of topics, from water to public safety to infrastructure to arts and education, culture, all those topics. Thanks.
Excellent. Well, the first question is for Rana. Thank you. So we're sitting here today in an increasingly global community being live streamed all over the world. Can you tell us, Rana, why Arizona is an emerging hub of innovation and technology?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is one of the things that we get the most excited to talk about as we do our work, both in the public lobbying space and the private sector foreign direct investment space. So as probably most people in this room know, We have over 1,200 defense and aerospace firms in Arizona. Just in the greater Phoenix area, they employ about 60,000 people. So this topic is really, really, really central to Arizona's prosperity. But I think the more interesting question is why? Why do we have such a strong presence in this industry? And I think there's a combination of things that we look at when we talk about Arizona that make us really stand out. Obviously, ASU is a really big part of that. The programs we have here and the innovation that happens here really leads in so many sectors and has a reputation beyond Arizona, nationally and internationally. So to have that at our core makes us nimble enough to really meet any kind of industry demand. Politically and from a business perspective, we also have an incredibly friendly environment for that kind of innovation here. So we've traditionally had a federal delegation that's been very strong on national security. From a business environment, we have a reputation for being a deregulatory state. We have some of the lowest income and corporate tax in the country. So it's easy to see businesses prosper here. We also have a strong military presence. We have several bases here. Our bases here have really strong international exchange training programs with other countries in the world. So with countries like Oman or Ukraine, we have exchanges regularly. So we're on a lot of radars, and we're on a lot of international radars because of all of those things. So we have obviously our booming semiconductor industry. We're top state for foreign direct investment year over year. Last year we had an announcement, or last week we had an announcement by TSMC for another $100 billion of investment in Arizona. So we're anticipating being the leading state for foreign direct investment again. We have a lot of other booming industries that surround that. We have critical minerals here. So our mining industry is really important for national security purposes. Our largest trading partners are Canada and Mexico. So those relationships are really important for Arizona. And because we have all of those international relationships, we really cultivate them at a local level.
Excellent. We like to say from Arizona for the world. It's all transferable outwards. Thank you. Thanks for all the work that you do too. And Rana was being very modest. It's a $200 billion investment in the semiconductor industries in Arizona, so really becoming a hub there. So Kathleen, you're all about emerging technologies, how they will impact national security and how humans will impact with them. Can you say a little more about what excites you?
Yeah, and actually, I'll build a little bit on your comments about what makes Arizona and kind of this environment unique. I came from the Washington, D.C. area, so I was very steeped in the ways of D.C. and being immersed in the policy world there. And what I find is actually being out here in Arizona, particularly at ASU, being a professor at ASU, you can actually be a bit removed and actually think differently about some of these security and defense problems than when you're kind of in the thick of it and sort of surrounded by the sort of the policy speak that just generally circulates in DC. You can kind of step away and really think, okay, how can I think differently, more innovatively kind of about a problem? So I like being that little bit removed. Again, we do have all those connections in DC through our ASU DC Center, but it's kind of nice actually being based here out in Arizona and actually interacting with a different ecosystem of folks to think differently about problems. So that's in part what makes me excited about being here in Arizona working on these problems. But in terms of the emerging tech space, I think there's so much buzz in the past few years, like on technologies like AI and what that might mean for the future. I think both positively and negatively. I think there's a lot of anticipation of kind of where this technology would go. And I do think in terms of my own work, I've looked very closely at, for example, the impact of AI on the intelligence community. I've been very interested sort of in how the intelligence community is trying to think smart about innovating and bringing in new technologies like different kinds of big data and AI technologies to help improve things like intelligence analysis. And so I see a lot of potential there, and I think it's really important to keep on the cusp of sort of where technology is going. And as we can see, every few months there's some new development, new innovation that pushes things forward in new and important ways. But I think one thing that in terms of my own work that I always try and do also is think about not only just the technology, because I think it's, especially in the US, we're always very kind of tech focused and tech central. So oftentimes when you'll see people talk about these new innovations, the discussion tends to be focused on the technology and where the technology is going. And in terms of my own work, I find What's really actually the more interesting and complicated problem is what about this human technology mix? How do humans interact with that technology? How do you leverage the strengths of what the technology can offer, but then what humans have to offer working with the technology? And I think oftentimes that human dimension is often kind of relegated to, oh, okay, we'll figure that out later. But actually, that's quite central. And a lot of literature shows that you really need to understand, how you maximize both the humans and the technology together, and think about what people call human-machine teaming to actually create a powerful kind of innovation moving forward. So in terms of what I would advocate is, in addition to thinking about where technology is going, we have to also think about how are humans interacting with that technology, and how do we plan for that piece of it as well.
How do you keep up, and how should we keep up?
Oh my goodness. Well, I think it's both kind of, again, in terms of the academic environment, keeping up with kind of where technology is going, and providing opportunities for people to learn and continue to, and again, with some of this technology, things are advancing, very quickly. Every few months, there's some new development that you have to keep track of. But I think, again, also it's worth thinking about, for example, if you're going to bring, let's say, and in my case, I study, again, how, let's say, something like AI is coming into the intelligence community and how that might affect something like intelligence analysis. You have to really think about then what is the role of the analyst, the intelligence analyst kind of in the mix. When you start bringing these technologies, how much are you going to cede the analytic work to the technology versus what is the role of the human? How is the human going to be involved in assessing whatever the technology outputs are going to be? I think you really need to be thinking from an organizational perspective, how you're going to have the human still parcel and central in many ways to assessing the outcomes of whatever and the outputs of whatever the technology is giving you.
Do you think that needs to be very explicit in the role definitions?
I mean, I think there needs to be much more from a organizational and business perspective, like how are we going to manage this process, and how are we going to make sure that humans are involved not only in the design process. So when we think about, for example, some new analytic tool, are the analysts intimately involved in that design process so that they can better provide inputs into what's actually going to be useful? Because I think, there have been many accounts of, over decades of how intelligence analysts have had any number of new technologies foisted on them to help them improve their analytic work. But at the end of the day, either it's more tedious, they can't quite get it to work like they want it to, and so they end up either not using it or not using it effectively. So then the actual power of the technology is wasted. Mm-hmm. So I think from my perspective, I would want to see analysts and others involved in the design, the development, and the deployment process to make sure that the technologies are working in ways that are going to augment, enhance, rather than detract and cause problems.
Very thoughtful. Thank you. Yeah, please.
I think one of the biggest barriers to doing that inside of the security environment, right, or the defense environment, is that both of those industries are designed to be separate. Right? So security professionals, military professionals are warfighters, right? They're intentionally removed from all of us day to day who are doing work in the industry side or research, right? And so we need a stopgap. We need something in between that helps to fit that and allows us to embrace the scientific community and say, we need help from the end users, right? But we need to be able to fail hard and fast, right? We have to prove these hypotheses quickly, or disprove them, right? And then move forward really quickly. And we don't have the mechanisms in place for that safe exchange, right? Or for the least risky exchange possible.
In an ideal world, what would that environment look like?
That's a great question. Sorry, sometimes my brain thinks in contracts, so I'm thinking contractually first. Watch out. I think what that looks like is an environment where the researchers and scientists and end users can collaborate, right? Hands-on collaboration. So maybe that looks like some sort of an agreement between the universities and, our national security partners that says, hey, we have this space, right? Come in and use these tools. Come in and be a part of this process. Help us design for this, this finished product in mind. Help us break things really fast. you'd be surprised, I think, for those of you who may have ever been in uniform, like the invitation to break stuff is pretty great. Yeah, you don't often get invited to come and break things.
Okay.
You know, usually you're like, take this thing out to the field and test it, but don't you dare break it. You have to return it, you know? But if you invited people to just come and break stuff, what a cool environment that would be for folks in uniform. Because they're figuring it out too. Sometimes they don't know what's going to solve their problem.
I'm hearing from both of you this collaboration, co-design, not just developing something, whether it's a technology or a human, and throwing them over the wall and say good luck. Yes, fascinating.
Yeah, as an anecdote, the SEAL team that I worked with, they were having a challenge with high levels of oxidization. I don't know what the exact terminology is, but if you're divers, or any of you in the room are divers, you know.
Divers?
Divers?
Hands up if
Do I have
you're a
divers?
diver.
Okay.
No divers.
or some of you were former SEALs and you just don't want to tell me about it. I know.
okay, too.
It's cool. They were having an issue with the bends, right? They surfaced too fast. And so they worked with DARPA and came up with a really incredible wearable device that was going to keep track of blood oxygenation levels and find a way underwater to like notify them that they were not able to like go any higher in the water for 2 minutes or 3 minutes, right? So it's very like deeply timed. They got all the way through, developed the product, put it in the kit, and they never got put on. And the SEAL team leader said, I intend to throw that into the Atlantic Ocean. And they were like, what? Worst thing that could ever happen, right? We designed this beautiful wearable for you. We put so much time and energy into it. And they were like, I come up to the surface of the water because I have to geolocate. I'm underneath and I don't know where I am. I don't need you to solve for like whether or not I'm supposed to come up. I can keep track of time, right? I need you to help me figure out where I am underneath the water so I don't have to come up. So we were solving the wrong problem. We spent millions of dollars solving the wrong problem because we never stopped to ask the end user what they needed, right? That's a perfect example of like why we need the human in the loop.
Yeah. And maybe technology does that better when they're thinking of user design and engaging those focus groups at the very start. Something we can learn from. Excellent. Lorena, what about the training and workforce development space? How do we need to think about producing the right humans to do this work in the future?
Yeah, so that's a space that we look at a lot because we represent clients in that space. And I think that we talk a lot about the significant industry that we have here, but if we want to maintain and sustain that growth and support that industry, we need to provide the workforce that can do it. And I think, you know, being in this space, I know that ASU is carrying a lot of that load, and, you know, most engineers and all these things, and a lot of the investment that happens in Arizona is able to happen because we rely on ASU to innovate and be nimble and quickly start to train students to become that future workforce. But it has to happen beyond ASU as well. And I think the K through 12 level is an area where we need a lot more of that collaboration and those partnerships that you guys spoke of. A lot of our schools don't have the ability to be nimble quickly. And so I think the solution relies on that collaboration, on those partnerships, whether they're public-private partnerships, private-public partnerships. A lot of our folks in the workforce industry were already doing this for the private sector to get their employees. I mean, a lot of this technology is developing so quickly that you need a private sector partner to develop that training and upskill even existing workforces to be able to adapt and implement this technology. And so to be able to take that resource that's already available for all of the top companies that are doing it right now and doing it well, and bring that into our education system at a much younger age so that students are ready when they come into ASU to really take that education to the next level, I think is something we all have to do a lot more work on.
Yeah, for sure. Well, S&D Plus also has a strong focus on education and upskilling. What should the leaders that are working on S&D Plus, how should we be thinking about upskilling?
I think it's reverse. I think that the leaders are thinking about it, and I think that from the outside, we can look at a lot of the examples of how S&D has brought together experts in an area and then put together the top levels of education, instruction, and programming, and is then bringing that to a larger population that wouldn't traditionally have access to that kind of information. We need to be replicating that model and expanding that model to all of, what we are envisioning right now as that future workforce and the skills that we need them to have to be able to think creatively. Because, when you extrapolate out even 5 or 10 years, it's not even the current technology that we're talking about. It's the ability to adapt to future technologies and use it in innovative ways. And so I think we can take that model and apply it to a lot of the K through 12 education.
Thank you. Yes, and I'd say technical colleges, community colleges, how are we creating those pathways, perhaps into a 4-year degree, perhaps not, and then onward to upskill when you're in your careers too. That's really terrific. Thank you. Angela, you work with a lot of founders and innovators and entrepreneurs in this space. What are you hearing from them?
Oh my goodness. So many resources are available to founders here in the state of Arizona. So I don't know, in the room, just if you don't mind me asking, how many of you are of or from Arizona? Okay, great. So some of us.
Very little.
I know, isn't that exciting?
Percentage.
That
This
was
is very exciting.
I know, it was exciting. The resources are available, and the community of entrepreneurs here in Arizona is passionate, right? And at the same time, the investor community is pretty small or narrowly focused, right? Their portfolios predominantly include real estate, not necessarily tech companies, hard tech or deep tech specifically, which is the space that is the most of need right now. And so that's challenging, right? If you're a founder and you graduated from ASU and you're a brilliant engineer and you want to stay here and start a company, but everyone who's willing to give you money says you need to go to San Francisco or you need to go to New York, it's very difficult to stay. So, we're working daily on trying to get the right environment of resources, the support from the local, state, and federal entities that need to make Arizona the best community to attract investors, but also the best community to keep our founders and keep our engineers and our talent here. I think Rana said something earlier about the amount of investment and interest, right? And like how rich in resources Arizona is from everything from, minerals to support humans, right? We have so many founder groups and entrepreneur groups in general. And I think some of those things when you're developing tech for the Department of Defense or for security purposes, right? Some of that investment and some of that interest is scary or risky. So we need to work together as groups of a community to de-risk the ability to invest in the things that Arizona wants to produce, the companies that live here and the engineers and the founders that want to stay here. I don't know exactly what that looks like. I would open that up to my partners on the panel.
Yeah, any thoughts?
Well, the only thing that occurs to me, just kind of building on a few comments here, is just the upskilling, and I'm thinking here more folks who are already in careers and, as technology changes, as businesses change, as the government changes, the need to kind of reskill or skill in a different way. And as a university, and I'm thinking more from a university perspective, I think we need to, and again, ASU is already starting this path of thinking about how do we deliver education more nimbly and more diversely, not necessarily in the traditional kind of 4-year sort of undergraduate model or even the 2-year master's model, but how can we think about micro-credentials? How can we think about certifications? How can we think about short courses in targeted areas that are in hot demand that people need, to go to that next level? Thinking about different ways to work internationally. I know like with the Sintana, the international network that ASU has, really thinking about how do we create and deliver courses that can reach at scale in key areas that are of interest globally. And I think in the security and defense space, I think it's worth thinking about what could we offer that would, either in the tech or in the social science kind of more non-tech space, that would meet demands, that would help train that next generation of security professionals and people who are working, full time. I mean, this is in some prior universities where I have worked. There was kind of this very narrow mindset of, if you go to school, you have to go on campus during the day. And for working professionals, people who have families and are trying to juggle, augmenting their education plus working full time, that's just not going to work. And so just having just alternative ways that people can access learning, whether online or through maybe intensive weekend courses, interesting international kind of, connections with coursework, which I know the Plus Alliance is already doing. I think the more that we can offer a diversity that can meet a broader, more diverse range of folks who are trying to upskill and reskill, I think the better.
I think that might extend to the community of folks that's already in uniform or in public service. That's the thing that I wouldn't forget, right? This is not just about serving the community of existing students, undergraduate or graduate, right, who don't have active full-time jobs, right, because they're 18, 19, 20 years old. But this massive community of folks that are currently wearing a uniform or currently working in the security space nationally that want the skill set as well. I mean, I don't know if many people know, but ASU has a master's degree for innovation that they deliver only to the Air Force, the U.S. Air Force, through a partnership. That's a pretty cool opportunity for us to think creatively about developing a curriculum for a group of students that desperately needs that set of skills.
We like to say learners.
Oh, sorry, learners.
Learners instead of students, because students, it's a little bit more of a box.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for correcting that.
Yes. Who's a learner that's currently enrolled in a degree program right now? Show of hands. Okay, excellent. And who's a lifelong learner that's just always upskilling, trying to find information on all kinds of topics?
No idea what to call myself,
that's
but me.
That's everybody raised their
Right.
hand here. Yeah, it's really interesting to see the profile shifts. And you're engaging with learners all the time, every day. How do you see that profile shifting over time? Or their needs? Is it that different, or are there just those core skills that people need that Rana was talking about?
That's a good question. I mean, I think you're always going to have to see what the market demand is. So that's always going to be changing to some extent, whether it's new kind of data science skills or other kinds of digital technology skills. I think that people are going to have to learn. But I think one thing also that just occurred to me just actually before you asked your question is different kinds of learners and interesting opportunities for different kind of learning that can happen. And again, it reminds me of like with ASU and the really fascinating Mirabella retirement community that we have here. And we have folks that are retired military that are there, other people who've worked in policy and in government who are retired and living there, and they're coming to the classroom and kind of sharing their wisdom of, I had one time one of these learners, retirees, that came to one of my classes, and it was so fascinating because what they were able to add to like the classroom discussion.
Amazing.
So it's sort of thinking about these different ways of learning that are kind of cross-directional, whether from young to old to young, different settings, different environments. I think there's a lot that I think we can develop over time in that space.
We always try in our industry partnerships, like how do we bring, like you said, that real world hands-on experience, whether it's in the field, in a business, running a startup. How do students, learners, excuse me.
I'm sorry, it's contagious.
How do learners really get that exposure to what it's really like? And then you get to decide, which career path is better for you. So like you said, we need to get creative about mixing people from all different industries. Rana, any thoughts on how government, academia, and industry can work better together?
Yeah, one anecdote and a lesson we learned from working with private sector companies that are trying to deploy technologies that are advancing very quickly is you can have the best data scientists and the best data engineers, and you can give them the training to be able to apply that science to business problems that exist in your organization. But if leadership doesn't speak that language or understand the application, they don't have to understand the science, but if they don't understand even the concepts and the applications, it's never going to go as far as it needs to be. So as you look at these concepts, people need to learn them in very different ways. And we found that at the executive C-suite level, we needed to do training there so that they understand from a basic level what this technology is and the kinds of problems it could solve,
and what would be required from their workforce to even position them in a way to be able to apply these technologies to solve it. And then in the reverse, if we have the best data scientists and the best data engineers and the best PhDs ever, but they don't understand business and business problems and presenting and communicating technical concepts in regular language, then you're crossing wires and you're just not going to be able to implement effectively. So you have all of these different learners and all of these different stages that need to kind of study the same thing, learn about the same thing, but from very different approaches. Otherwise, the deployment of the technology is really stunted and limited.
Yes, 100%. And I mean, like when we think about the future of, warfare, right? What does it look like if we have to deal with conflict in the future? Everything is irregular. Everything. Nothing is like what we know it has been and like what we know it to be right now. Everything's irregular. And in a regular warfare environment, you have to have intel and you have to understand what that information means. You have to know how to capture, data. You have to know how to use the data you've captured, how to gather insights from it, and how to make decisions from that information. And no one person can do that alone, right? And so the greatest opportunity for public-private partnership, from my perspective, is the one that exists to deliver talent where it's needed when we think about how to keep our nations safe in the future, right? So that means analysts, it means engineers, it means business people, it means people speaking all of these languages, right? It also, I think, relies significantly on empathy and trust, and those are two things that we don't really talk about a lot in the security space. When was the last time you went to a panel and the conversation topic was empathy in security? We don't do that, right? We don't do that, but it's required. If I don't understand what my right seat partner is doing, if I don't trust that they're an expert in their field, that they're a capable human, right? Then we're not going to get where we need to go as a team. And we won't get anywhere if we don't have the ability to operate as a team. So we have to deliver talent that is qualified in their field, but also that understands what it means to be a good teammate and a good partner, that understands what it means to apply all of these real world scenarios to the moment that they're in, right? And vice versa, all of their experience to the real world scenario they could be facing. And I truly believe that ASU does an incredible job of that. Having actually taught classes here before to learners, lots of learners. I think we emphasize that in the education that we provide. And I think that that's extremely valuable. So I'd love to see us leverage the fact that, we're a little bit of the 800-pound gorilla in the room. Like, let's put more learners out into the security field that are high empaths, that are, highly trustworthy, that are the best in their craft.
I love that. Empathy. That's great. Empathy and color coordination is what you get at a women's leadership conference. So I'm hearing a lot about cross-discipline, cross-cultural, cross-sector. How do you build in those soft skills as well as technical skills? These are pretty big feats or mountains we have to climb. How do you think we can all do that together?
You first. I can say from, the area where I operate, the community I operate in, there's a lot of interest and support on the private side to support that kind of collaboration, to participate if there's a way that we have experts, like you said, to bring in the folks that are actually doing it. Is there a way we can do it better? To Lily's point earlier, diversity of thought, the more stakeholders, diverse stakeholders we have at the table, the better I think the outcome is. But I know there's a lot of interest in that, and it's selfish interest. As these companies want to thrive here, they understand that they need to start investing in the workforces that are going to support their efforts in the next 5, 10, 15, 20, 50 years. And so there's a lot of interest in it. It's a necessity, and I think there's a big appetite for it.
I mean, I think just thinking from an academic perspective and myself kind of in the classroom or when I think about our academic programs, I think there's more that we could do to, for example, look for partners kind of in the security defense space for different, let's say, more advanced courses where we might have project-based learning or experiential learning opportunities for students that are actually built into the courses to really start giving students not only the knowledge, kind of the academic knowledge of a security defense problem, but actually the hands-on, sometimes challenges of when you actually have to work in a real-world space, like what are the constraints or what are the dilemmas, that you have to deal with when you're actually working on with a real client and a real problem. And so I think there could be more opportunities where on the academic side, we could reach out more to the private sector, to the government. I know there already are opportunities to do that, but I think building more of that into our courses and our academic programs, because I think it's beneficial for students to again get exposure to that, where it's not just sort of textbook or paper-based learning, but it's actually hands-on learning that they do as part of their degree programs.
Yeah, absolutely. What's the biggest challenge that your clients and partners are coming to you with? I'd say number one, top.
I mean, in the moment, it's the uncertainty associated with how we're going to spend our money, What are priorities? What programs are real? What matters, right? And there will continue to be that uncertainty for a little while. And that's okay. And we navigate anyway. But I do a lot of myth busting in my day-to-day. And one of the biggest myths that we bust all the time is being in security and defense it's not just about bullets and bombs, right? This is every technology vertical across all technology verticals, right? 14 critical science and technology priority areas to secure, our national defense programs, right? The ASU is doing research in all of those places. Everyone has a role to play in the future of national security because it's not just bullets and bombs,
I think, Rana, it's kind of related maybe what you said earlier about like the need to think about continually innovating. And I'm thinking about this just when you think again about the role and introduction of technology continually into the workplace and again in the security defense space and in the work that I do related to, let's say, looking at intelligence analysis. And as you start seeding more of the analytic functions to technology, then it becomes an issue of what is the role of the analyst then, the human? What is their unique value add in this? And I think we need to continually be thinking about, again, as technology takes on more and more tasks and roles and functions, then what will be the role of the human? Some in this space would argue that as we start, using more technology, that actually subject matter experts are going to become much more valuable. People, for example, who know intimately the sociocultural, political dynamics within particular countries and regions, like intimately know that from lived experience, like that's going to be super valuable, and how you marry that to technology. But I think, again, it's this issue of things are not going to stay status quo with kind of as technology gets brought more into the workplace. And so we need to be thinking about what are these job roles? How are they going to change? How do we anticipate change? How do we continually help train people to keep on top of that so that they still have a role to play, an important role to play?
Mine's probably a little bit different because elections really matter. But I would say I think a lot of that is the myth busting, and we are for obviously being such a significant state, we are kind of the biggest little town, and so it is the same handful of people, and so showing our clients that the instability or uncertainty that they read about in the paper, they hear about, or they feel isn't the way that we get work done. Ultimately, we are able to cut through that noise. In Arizona, will continue probably to be a swing state for a little while longer, and we are pretty 50-50, and it's hard to predict a lot of things and do a lot of forecasting, which I think all polling has shown us for the last few cycles. But we're working on things that will take longer and will, go longer than a single election cycle. And so when we do that the right way, you cut through a lot of the instability and uncertainty, and you find your advocates and you educate, and then you stay with them as you deploy these programs. And that is very, very, very we're very able to do that in Arizona. We have a lot of really great people in leadership on both sides of the aisle. We do a lot of nonpartisan or bipartisan work. So I think that is very hopeful for us as a state, especially because of all the noise that we hear and all the uncertainty that we can feel in the news. But we have a lot of institutional knowledge here and a lot of experts here that are committed to a lot of the issues we discussed today, that are always roll up their sleeves and are willing to be at the table to make sure that good things happen for our state.
Absolutely. Completely agree with that. And I think with uncertainty, there's also opportunities. Like good disruption or conflict isn't always bad, uncertainty isn't always bad. So maybe we can take this as a moment to really get something in and leapfrog maybe some of the established structures that were existing before. What is one takeaway that you would like this audience to have today?
Goodness, that's a pressure question. I like it. I think the most important thing that I think I want everyone to understand is that none of what we want to accomplish will happen if just one entity pushes, right? We cannot accomplish all of our goals and objectives from a technology perspective with just industry or just VC, private equity money, or just academic research. It has to come together like in all of the right ways in order for us to do the things we have to do to ensure security and defense in the future.
Feels like we have the ingredients. We just
100%
to put together the recipe.
Yes. Well, we have two complications. We don't have a shared lexicon. We all speak different languages and nobody understands what anyone is saying, right? That's a challenge. And then we all have different incentives. And so until our incentives are aligned and we have no more language barrier, we'll never get what we want done. But I think we show up and we keep trying.
That's wonderful. Thank you. I see a lot of nodding heads. Kathleen?
So I would say, actually, just with some of the uncertainty that's been going on over the past few weeks politically, I do see it as an opportunity coming into the future. Like, for example, when we talk about the security and defense space, there clearly will be a better articulation of what the priorities are and where investments will be made. And so I'm kind of curious, actually, to see kind of what comes out of that. I mean, we're going to have, longstanding security concerns that are still going to be there. Maybe some new ones, some new interests and priorities that will have a focus. And we all need new knowledge. We all need solutions to these, ongoing security threats. So, I'll be curious just to see what the priorities are, and then how can we, as private sector, academia, the non-government community, et cetera, how can we all come together and again, create better solutions, better knowledge to solve some of these, complex problems. So I'm actually interested to see what that could be and how I could and others could contribute to that.
Thank you.
One of the things I always tell my clients is no one's going to know about that unless we go tell them about it. I think a lot of times we see or we recognize shortcomings or problems in our community and we think that there's somebody out there whose job it is to fix it, and that person's already doing another job. And so if you have an idea or a solution or a better way to do something, if you look at the way that we have built international relationships in Arizona, I cannot tell you how many of them were because two people met and hit it off and had a really engaging conversation about something that they were jointly passionate about. And and the next iteration of that was a trade office, Arizona's trade office in a country. So a lot of this stuff happens so grassroots and so locally and so genuinely that I guess the thing I would want is for people to really stay engaged if this is a topic that's important for them. There is a lot of opportunity and a lot of potential out there. It just needs the right people to bring the idea.
I love that. Could happen here.
Does happen here, actually. That's how I ended up here.
Yes.
Exactly like that.
And I will point out on the banner here, it says where academia, industry, and statecraft intersect. So we would love to be that innovation platform for everybody in the room and online. So it's open. It's an open invitation to connect. Now we have some time for questions from the audience. We will get the microphone right over to you. Thank you.
I teach I teach nursing here at ASU, and we are encouraged to put AI into all of our courses in some way because we know it's being used in healthcare now, so they have to learn how to use it ethically and not violate HIPAA. But I also teach disaster preparedness for the Red Cross, and I say, how many of you could live more than an hour without this? And their eyes get real big and they go silent. What about like Banner Health lost their electronic charts last semester and people forgot how to do paper charts? So we have to have a balance.
That's a great point.
We have a lot in common, by the way, because I would start my Hacking for Defense lecture the first day of class every semester with an instruction to my students to put their phone up on my desk for the entire class period.
Wow.
Because the minute we're in conflict, everyone will be turning their devices in, right? Because military-based and security-based communications will take precedence over any civilian communication required. So, and we don't have enough chips to run military communications devices. So every person would be dropping their cell phones into a basket somewhere and their old laptops and, right? So I like your style.
That's great. We have a question back there.
Maybe I'm breaking a rule by being a panelist and answering your question.
No, absolutely not. You can come up here too if you want.
I've really enjoyed your conversation with reskilling, upskilling, and learners and all alike. My impression as a listener here is that you're talking about folks at the post-secondary level and beyond and already employed in the economy. What are your impressions about the preparedness of the American public education system to create people who are capable of all this in the world that we find ourselves in and that we're racing ahead at warp speed?
We're all looking at it.
I think it's getting better. I think from what I see, there's a lot more conversations, and I represent clients in the space of alternative sources of information and education. So apprenticeships, some of the things we talked about earlier, shorter certifications, alternative models of learning. So I think it's getting better, but I think we have a long way to go, but I will defer to my academic analyst.
So you're just adding on to that. I mean, I think I kind of, over the years, I've become much more convinced that we have to think beyond just the traditional kind of university settings. I mean, they're important, clearly, but also think of community colleges and what community colleges can offer trade schools. And like, again, when you think about any of these high-tech industries, you need skilled welders who know really advanced ways of welding specialty materials.
A welding school, I know. They make a lot of money.
Exactly. And so I think thinking about the holistic ecosystem of, if you're talking security defense or chip manufacturing, like the whole, not just the PhD STEM people, but like the specialized welders and the whole ecosystem that you need across the chain, and how do we make those career paths evident to students coming up? Because I think traditionally, unfortunately, there's been such a focus on sort of, the holy grail is the 4-year, the university education. And again, I went through that. I value that, but I also see the value and the importance of other ways of learning and other kinds of educational programs, and that you can have an amazing career, very lucrative career, without having to go to traditional 4-year school. Or you can go later in life. I'm a big believer in mid-career, when you're later in life, you maybe go to the university. You don't have to do it right fresh out of high school. So just more flexibility in how we think about education and learning.
Yeah, for me, I'm hopeful, right? I am. I'm truly hopeful because I think we're moving into a space where creativity is the most important, core value, soft skill, that you could hold as a person, right? In times of uncertainty, right, when you know your left and right limits and you know how to move in and out of those boundaries, right, that's using your creative brain. I have 3 kids, and as a parent, I'm super hopeful because what I see my kids do in their elementary school through junior high, they are the most creative problem solvers, usually when they don't want to do something, right? Like if we could just bottle that, right, approach to creativity, right? For real, like for real. But they're so creative, and that creative mindset is essential, right, to our success as a nation. So I think as long as we're fostering that, right, hard skills can be taught at any age, right? And the only thing that worries me is that I think we spend way too much time with these devices, right? We spend a lot of time being told what creativity looks like and a lot less time being creative. And so, you know, again, hopeful and maybe cautiously optimistic that we'll find a way to help embrace that creativity in the younger age groups as they come up through the more formalized, you know, post-secondary education system.
Yeah, great point. I've been seeped in semiconductors for a while too, and what I hear from that industry is that we need to start so much earlier. And what Rana was talking about before, it's K through 12. It's by 6th grade, if somebody's not on a STEM or technical track, they fall off, and then they won't ever get to where we might need to be hiring for them. So it's not only the K-12 schools, training the trainers, teachers, nurses, I think family members too. So if a lot of students or learners are first generation, they might not even know what kind of careers are out there. So I think my ask for you all today is that you will engage with us, come to our classes, be guest speakers, tell us what we need for our short courses, because you all are the experts and the end users, and we don't want you to be throwing anything that we're developing into the ocean.
Please don't.
Please don't. Please don't. Up here, thank you.
Thing on?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, sorry. So you actually, I think, answered at least part of, if not most of my question, but good segue. And forgive me, because my context is coming from Security and Defense Plus, and we've really started to move into this space where we're developing short courses. So, I mean, typically what we see are, people taking these courses to sort of either skill up or sort of dip their toes into a field that maybe they haven't really experienced before. And so I'm not going to do this any justice, but, AUKUS Pillar 1 is really about bringing, nuclear-propelled submarines to Australia, right? That's an understatement, but, that's part of it.
I understood that.
Right.
Yeah, thank you.
So the point is, however, is to make that reality, we really have to uplift the workforce development space in all 3 AUKUS nations to make that possible. So a significant portion of that is obviously through our traditional kind of academic models. But I think it's become pretty evident that that's not enough. That pipeline isn't large enough, it's not fast enough. And so we have to find creative, unique ways to pull people, to market to them and to educate them, to pull them in laterally from, other areas. Maybe related, maybe not. And so, the question comes back to how might we do that in a way that is different and doesn't necessarily present a 4-year degree as a barrier, right? Because that, to mildly, somebody my age, that can feel like a significant barrier. It just may not really feel like an option. But there may be other unique creative ways to get educated and potentially make a move into that field. So interested in your thoughts kind of overall on that. But then also the 3 of you have some very unique perspectives here in Arizona as well. Maybe you've seen, this issue present itself in some other areas that you could enlighten us on as well.
Well, I mean, the traditional approach is educate, train, and then hire, right? So I'm going to answer your question with a question. But what if we didn't do things in that order, right? What if we reordered them? Or what if we combined all 3 of those things into one, where we could educate and train you while you were gainfully employed and making more, than a minimum wage, right? Like, perhaps we just think differently about the solution we change the approach, we adjust the angle we look at the problem from. We kind of go through this too. There's a significant challenge, I'm sure everyone faces it, in producing a clearable workforce, right? We talk about this all the time, right? Not cleared. You don't have to have a security clearance when you leave a degree program, right? But you have to be clearable, and there's a difference, right? And so clearable means you've had some experience working on a DoD or security adjacent type of project. You understand the space you're playing in, and you know how to fill out an SF-86. That's really it, right? It's really probably just that simple, right? What do we need to design for? You know, what we need to design for is getting nuclear submarines to Australia, right? And we need a crew for that, and we need, technology and. So put it all together.
Clearable means that you know how to use this appropriately.
As a weapon. Just
Hygiene.
kidding. Yes.
Digital hygiene.
Yes, you have a nice, good digital hygiene. Yeah. There's a citizenship question and right? There's also some challenges there. But sorry if that doesn't answer your question, but it struck me as just maybe we're thinking about the problem in the wrong way.
Very creative and innovative.
So one thing that it came to mind just as you were talking about the AUKUS example is it reminded me of how the United States, when we think about AUKUS and what's needed, let's say if we want to build that capability or enhance that capability across the countries that are involved, is think about the different occupation and skill sets that are underpin some of that, let's say. And so, for example, one that immediately came to mind, thinking about nuclear issues, is sort of radiation safety. So people who are trained to know how to safely handle radioactive materials. There is a huge shortage of that skill set here in the United States. Basically, even universities, let's say, and every university who works with radioactive materials, let's say even just research, they have to have a radiation safety officer. It is like you could write your check, basically, as a radiation safety officer because there's such a shortage nationwide of these people. And it's because there just hasn't been investment in skilling and training that category of individuals. And you think about, okay, nuclear capability, you're gonna need radiation safety people know how to handle radioactive materials. So this is something, it's a shortage now. And I know there's already been some attention devoted to this. How do we, again, start creating pathways and opportunities for people to get skilled up in that space. But there's more that could be done. Again, if you're thinking long-term, we shouldn't have this kind of shortage where universities, for example, are fighting to poach each other's radiation safety officers because they all need one and there's just such a shortage. So just things like that, like thinking about what are these, if with this capability, what are the critical skill sets and career areas where we need to be investing, building up, and things that are obscure. And again, this is something, this gets back to maybe, more kind of a high school, maybe education. Probably if you go to high school, no one's ever thought radiation safety officer. That's an amazing career path. And that will make me a lot of money. And that's a STEM job. No one tells you about that. Things are very siloed into medicine, engineer, lawyer, all the prestige kind of career paths, when there's all these other career paths that are amazing, great jobs, great careers, lots of ability to move and move up, and yet students never know about them, and you really don't know about them until even you're in college or even afterwards, and that's crazy. There should be some way to make folks aware of these in-demand jobs. So that's just a quick thing I thought I'd add there.
I think for younger students, exposure is a really big part of it. One of the easiest things we can do is get in at a younger age and talk about, especially in certain demographics and communities, they're not even talking about these kinds of careers as an option that's available to them. I can tell you a quick story about prison. So on behalf of one of our clients, we built a welding program for women in prison. And so it's also looking at sort of alternative sources for employment that we would traditionally just not even consider, and looking at those untapped resources. But I can tell you because of the way we've always developed programs, it's always been with the employer, right? That's the person who's come to us to say, can you help us with this pipeline. So when these women know that not necessarily a guaranteed job waiting for them, but they have a connection with the employer or the company, and they have that ability to develop that relationship or FaceTime, and the employer has the ability to see, to really, one, customize a program that is going to actually help them with their business problems, and two, create a relationship, even if it's just a couple times where they've interacted, knowing from a prison recidivism perspective, knowing that a job is waiting for you at the end of this path is 100% the most powerful incentive and motivator. And so I think for people like my age to pivot mid-career, to be able to take on such a risk, if you know that there's at least a relationship with an employer that has a demand for this certain kind of thing, and they're involved in that process, I think that goes a long way in mitigating some of the risk and some of the uncertainty that would go into taking a risk like that.
That's an amazing story, and I'm biased because I also think that every talent recruitment strategy should involve veterans and military spouses. The Army alone, 80,000 soldiers transition from the Army every year, right? I mean, that's a skilled workforce. That's a workforce that already has, capability.
Or clearances.
And clearances, even better, right? But military spouses for the last 2 generations have been underemployed significantly, by more than 30%, right? So if you want to talk about activating a network of humans who already cares about the mission, right, and the thing that you're trying to achieve, right, that should be your number one priority from a talent pool.
Great point. Okay, we have time for one last question.
Well, you almost stole my question. I'm Cynthia. I work for Hire Heroes USA, and I help our military transition into civilian careers and our veteran community and our spouses. So I have a ton of veterans that are separating from the military this year. What is one tip of where I can send them to where the jobs are? Oh, perfect. Not necessarily just in Arizona, because I've tried to get them to move here, but I have clients all over, the nation, including Puerto Rico and Guam and Japan. So what is one tidbit that I can give to my clients going to work tomorrow or my coworkers? Hey, maybe they should try this instead of, other than clearance jobs or other than, these great companies, what else should they be doing? Because they're highly skilled, highly certified.
You can extract the really important stuff from the MOS description for every service member, right? And start to connect the dots between what opportunities are available. I would be happy to help in any way that I can. I have 16 veterans that work in my office. And some of them are just on a fellowship program, right? So every 6 to 8 months, we look to hire new ones to give them the experience of working in this space outside of uniform. But I think, God, I hate to sound like a broken record, but it really is about creativity. Sorry. But it's this, there is a set of skills that matters, right? It frustrates me when we ask our servicemen and women to redact their resumes and not talk about all the amazing experiences they've had in uniform because an employer doesn't understand, right? I think we can be a little bit more creative in connecting the dots and helping them connect the dots because the employers who understand the value of what wearing that uniform meant, not just, in terms of our country's values, but in terms of the experience and the skill set that these human beings have, will understand and want to read through that and find a way to hire them.
So powerful. Thank you. We will close it here. Thank you to our wonderful panelists, Rana, Kathleen, Nicholas. Thank you. Thank you all for your attention today. Okay, hand it over back to Ian. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can just bear with me for 30 more seconds, that brings us to the end of the programmed activities today. My name's Ian Lakeford. I'm the Executive Director of Security and Defence Plus. And on behalf of the team, firstly, we want to express our appreciation for all of you that have travelled near and far to be with us today. Lots of good questions around what we do, and I think I might take the opportunity just to give you some context. And I'll do that by illustrating a point around some of the challenges that we, as a collective of 3 universities across the US, the UK and Australia, think about. So a 4-star friend of mine, current combatant commander, I won't name him to protect him, but we're in a conversation about 18 months ago where with he and his staff, we're sitting here and we're talking about the international system as it relates to certain parts of the world. And the discussion is, are we in a 1933 Munich Agreement, 1939 war is coming, or in 1978-79 the Soviet is a bigger threat than we may anticipate, and what do we do about it? And so there was a discussion about 33 and what may or may not have prevented Germany's rise, and there was a discussion about the outbreak of the war and the inability of the sort of Western powers to anticipate the consequences and prepare in that context. And then we started talking about the late 70s, and there certainly was a lot of US assessments around what the Soviet threat manifested in terms of its overwhelming nuclear first option relative to the US, and clearly the amount of forces it had as part of the Warsaw Pact on the eastern approaches to Europe, and therefore we would be overwhelmed. So we all know, history tells us, the US went on a massive policy of rearmament, really focused on nuclear deterrence, and of course 11 years later the result was the collapse of the Soviet Union, unipolar moment, and we've been the privileged and recipients of that ever since. Come forward to 2025, are we in a 1933 moment, a 38 moment, or a 78 moment? And answering that, debating that, is part of the core of what S&D do. So our role is to bring education, partnership, and pathways for all partners inside academia, inside industry, inside government, and across learners and students to be part of that broader conversation. And that's in the context of this issue around security and defence, which really catalysed with the 2021 AUKUS announcement. And again, I never assume AUKUS as a central point of understanding because it means different things to different countries. In Australia, it's the equivalent of NORAD for Canada. In the UK, it's their pathway to replacing their current in-service submarine by the late 2030s. And in the US, for most, it doesn't mean anything. And that's not being disrespectful, but that's the reality of what allies and superpowers mean relative to one another, particularly around matters of common defence. Part of our role and our remit is to explain that. And as I said, what Security and Defence exists to do on behalf of our 3 universities is to bring advocacy, is to bring leadership, both as a noun and a verb, to these problems, to these conundrums, to these situations, and give clarity so that then we can secure partnerships and pathways where we can allow our academics and our students and opportunities for co-developments to help solve some of the great problems of our time. And they're not specific to the military. When we talk about defence and security, we talk about both traditional and non-traditional elements of security dilemmas to include the impacts and intersections of climate change, human migration, food security, so on and so forth. So again, I'd encourage you, if you can take away from today the opportunity to engage with us, particularly in light of some of the challenges around research funding going forward, and I think maybe we could provide a pathway through the next 12 to 18 months to see what opportunities look like. Because where there are challenges, there are opportunities. And certainly our leadership role in that respect is to bring those opportunities to you. Just talking about the Athena Series itself, some of you would be aware that we not only run it here, but we run it in the UK and we're about to run it in Australia. That brings the team a real perspective on what women, peace and security and the role that women play in, the securitisation of society and national power. And again, if you're after that perspective, please feel free and always welcome to reach out, touch base and gain those insights and really form, as opposed to a left and a right perspective, perhaps using the lingua franca of the day, form a qubit around what women, peace and security and what Athena does in the context of how we can help influence both conflict prevention and then, tragically, when conflict comes, how we nationalise and mobilise all our human talent to make us safe and to see a way forward. What's in a name? As you know, everything. So for those of you with an inclination for history, you know Athena was a Greek goddess associated with war, wisdom, and curiously, handicraft. We're going to modernise that. We're going to get rid of the handy and we're going to insert state. War, wisdom, and statecraft. And Athena is also somebody who had a relationship, had 3 sisters known as the Gorgons. One was Medusa. You all know the story about Medusa was slain by Perseus. But again, that speaks to the responsibility of Athena on behalf of others to be able to educate, to be able to inform, to be able to lead, to be able to update, and to bring really, again, wisdom and clarity where sometimes there isn't any. And so thinking about the appropriateness of Athena as it applies to this work, and you look at the slide over here in the title, when I read that after today, I see women in strategy. I don't see conference, because conference is a moment in space and time. What in fact I see now is women in strategy in execution. Because they're not waiting for the starting gun to go off. This is strategy in execution. This is how we advocate. This is how we platform. This is how we bring clarity of purpose. This is how we bring human talent to solving these problems. So again, I'll just pause on that and acknowledge the work that happens as part of Athena in the broader defence and security and S&D Plus context. In closing, a couple of thanks. I come from a very middle-class background. We didn't wear shoes at school until I was 12, so it's always been part of my DNA to thank those that we wouldn't otherwise see. I want to appreciate and thank the gang of 4 over here that have run the IT systems all day. I've always been curious of why people who are working to enable these activities always seem to wear black. It's just trying to fade into the background, but again, really appreciate, guys, what you've done. You look like you could land Apollo 11 over there, but you've done something far more complex in delivering this service, not only to this room and to beyond. I'd like to thank all those, again, that podiumed today and really made themselves vulnerable by having a view and the courage that that takes and the time it takes to travel. I'd like to thank the S&D team, and the last person I'll thank is Lauren. So for those of you who don't know, thank you. We tend to normalise excellence. I mean, in this room we've got a space lawyer, we've got a combatant commander, we've got people who are just at the top of the pile when it comes to human capacity, empowerment and performance and delivery. And we tend to forget or we normalise excellence. So in the case of what Lauren has done on behalf of all of us, it is excellent. It's worth acknowledging. Degree from the University of Bristol, Masters from the University of Oxford, outstanding colleague, friend and advocate, and it wouldn't happen without her. So thanks very much and see you again. And I think that concludes the events today. Thank you.
But good luck with your business. That sounds good. Hi, I'm Julie. Nice to meet you.